I've been trading crypto for the last 7 years, and I've managed to make millions from it. But contrary to what people think, I didn't get here from guessing or getting lucky or buying the next meme coin. I got here from a repeatable system. And in this video, I'm giving you a step-by-step process to start trading crypto in 2026, even if you've never placed a single trade. Click off and you'll miss the one framework that separates the 10% that make it from the 90% who go broke.
Welcome to Sniper School. Guys, I'm Sheldon the Sniper, and we're about to start an incredible journey together. We're about to empower you. Crypto changed my life, and it made me realize that there is a lot of opportunity in this space, and I honestly believe that you are early, but it is filled with noise. It's filled with so much chaos and so much going on. This school is about unleashing you and giving you clarity on how to actually get to your financial goals, giving you an action plan, showing you how you are going to achieve this and how you actually going to get there. So I want to make you guys a few promises by doing Sniper School. Promise number 1, you're about to become your own boss. I'm about to help you empower you. Remember watching all these YouTubers sitting on Twitter and ultimately trying to follow people to help you get there? You're the one in charge and you're going to be able to do it. Promise number 2, we're about to make crypto fit your lifestyle and your time availability. No more, I need to change my life for crypto, I need to stay at charts. None of that. I'm going to show you how you're going to take crypto and take your goal and make crypto fit your lifestyle to achieve that goal. We're going to simplify the process, and by doing that, you are going to have confidence that you can do it. Promise number 3, you're about to join an incredible community. Not only are you going to have me, you're going to have an entire Sniper School team. Thousands of people that are in this community. It's going to make you realize that you can get through anything and you're going to make it. You have people that are there to support you. Everyone's fighting for this beautiful goal, and together, we're going to get there. Promise number 4. Guys, you're going to be able to trade any market conditions. The markets are going up, they're going down or sideways. I'm going to show you that you move with the market. You don't guess the market, you move with the market. And as long as you're moving with the market, you know how to make money. Promise number 5. We're about to turn your financial goals into an actionable plan in less than 10 days. I'm going to teach you how to turn that into a full system where you run it like a business. You know how to get there, you know what tokens you're going to trade, you know how to trade in any type of market, and you're going to learn how to trade like a robot. Something that you follow step by step. So guys, now it's time to take the first step. Let's start the journey. Put your head in the game and dedicate the next 10 days with me. Put your everything in, and I promise you, by the time you have finished this course, you're gonna feel empowered. You're gonna feel happy and excited, but you know what? You're gonna have clarity. Therefore, you're gonna have confidence. So now I got one question for you. Are you ready to start this journey with me? If so, let's start Sniper School. So guys, are you now ready to achieve those goals, that beautiful life? Now it is time to turn that vision into reality. And I want to explain to you the roadmap of how we're going to get there with Sniper School. So what I'm about to do is take you down a beautiful road. And what we're going to do is we're going to build this tower. I call it a building, right? And this is you. I'm going to give you all the tools that you need to be structured and to have the full clarity. So the first step that I'm going to be showing you guys is your foundation. The most important part of anyone's trading career is the foundation. The emotions, the market cycles, the risk, the reward. You're about to fully understand that and how to implement it. Then we're going to go on to the second part of your building. And this is understanding all the tools that you need to get to your goals so that every day your life is simple. You know what to do, you know what you need to use, and it makes it very easy for you to actually take the steps forward. Then we have the third major step of your building, and this is the charts. I'm going to teach you guys tools individually. I'm going to teach you how to understand how to see price action and how to put tools into this to help you with buying and selling, to help you to understand what to do with your investments and your trades. And this is going to truly be powerful for you because you're going to be able to understand how to survive any market conditions. Then we jump onto step 4, and this one's powerful. This is where we start building your actual business. We're going to take one of those powerful goals that you have set in the beginning of this course, and we're going to actually build a roadmap, a full structure, an automated system on how to actually get there. This is gonna help you with knowing what tokens you're gonna trade, when and how often are you trading, and how exactly you are going to get to that financial goal that you're looking for. Then step number 5, we bring everything together into a system and we turn you into a robot. This is going to make sure that does not matter what mental state you are in, what's happening in your life, you can be consistent. You can follow a system that is there to protect you, and you know what? It is built specifically for you. This is going to give you confidence. This is going to make you truly understand your system's got you, and therefore you'll have no more fear. And when you have confidence is when you're really going to unleash the true power of trading. So guys, these 5 pillars set you up for anything after this. They're going to give you an overall ecosystem that is designed for you. It's going to make you extremely powerful. After this, you can build a lot on top of this because your roots that you have built here is ready for it. Step by step, we go through the levels, and by the end of this, you're about to see the true power within yourself. So guys, now you understand the roadmap. Now I want to explain to you how this whole process is going to work. Sniper School has a bunch of recorded content for you, and they're very short, sweet, and simple. But it's very important for you to put yourself into this mode. For the next 10 days, I want you to put your full focus in this. I want you to commit. You getting the opportunity to be your own boss and to be in charge, which means it is time for you to take the step forward. I want you to commit this journey with me. And I promise you, when you're done this journey, not only are you going to be excited, but you're going to have a full understanding of how to achieve your dreams. But I need you to be next to me on this journey, putting in your side, and I promise you, I'll be giving all my side. And guys, I want to explain to you that Sniper School is free. We put a lot of effort here, and there's a massive team that builds Sniper School, but ultimately, we've managed to make it free. That's who I am. I want you to be able to access this information. But first, I want to explain to you a little bit of how we got here. Crypto just popped up in my life when I never thought it would happen. I was in a little bit of a stuck place, and it just landed up on my lap. And I decided to embrace it, and I decided to take the first step. And I want to explain to you that crypto not only changed my life, it saved me. And I want you to know a little bit more about me, about Sheldon. Not Sheldon the sniper, not about this persona that you see. I want to explain to you about who I actually am and how I got here. And what you're going to realize through this too is I really care. When I say that I want you to succeed and kill it, it's because there was a big part of my life where I doubted myself and I didn't think that I was going to actually make it. And I managed to make it happen. So now I want to tell you a little bit of a story. I started crypto at the end of 2019. And the way it started was a friend invited me to a conference. This conference was about a crypto coin, and it was backed by gold, and it was incredible. And at the time, I was a carpenter. I was working in a factory, and I was doing manual labor every day to make a paycheck. And I was just looking for an out. My parents had me very young. My mom was 16, my dad was 17, and they never managed to finish their educational careers. So they basically worked the lower jobs, and they slowly built over time. But it was quite a rough childhood of moving a lot, not being able to afford things much, parents in debt quite often. And it really made a very stressful lifestyle, especially seeing my parents very stressed. So when I was kind of following that route when I just got out of school and carpentry was something that I fell in love with, I was realizing very quickly that I wasn't going to get very far in this. I'm doing all the hard work and someone else is making all the money. So when this opportunity of a crypto project came through and this financial freedom, I fell in love and I was like, maybe this is an out. I've seen how my parents are struggling. I really want to help them. So I'm going to take the step. And I got into it. It ended up starting really strong. And I started making $1,000 to $2,000 a month in my first month. And I was like, this thing is going to literally change my life. This is incredible. So I started blocking off everything and I started selling everything and closing any dream that I had of carpentry. And I decided to go all into this. And when I did that, I then ended up going through 2 months of greatness. It started going really good. I started getting super excited and I started compounding my money and started basically thinking that, hey, this is the golden ticket. And then I got a basically an alert that the people behind the project have shut down the exchange and they've basically stolen all of the liquidity. And this was crazy for me because I realized that I basically lost everything overnight. My heart really broke because I didn't have a car anymore. I didn't have a job anymore. I just moved into a little house. My parents were struggling at that time too. It was one of the darkest times for me because I just saw everything just disappear. And quite luckily, a week or two before that happened, I did hear about Bitcoin and I wanted to maybe try it out. I met one or two guys that were trading it, and I remember walking into my house and seeing my stepdad, he was trading it. So I decided to put a couple $100 into a Binance account, and it just sat. I never actually traded. I was focused on this gold journey, right? And when everything shut down, I then looked at this last $400. And it was quite funny because I had no money at that point, but I had a laptop, and I got given the laptop a couple weeks before because I helped someone buy into this project, right, that I was in, and he gave me this laptop as a reward. So when I sat there, I looked at the computer and I was like, I have a couple of $100. I don't have a job, I don't have anything, right? And I'm gonna try this crypto thing. The first thing that really attracted me to it was that it's 24/7. So I was like, you telling me if I sit up every night, like I can make it? Guys, when I tell you this was my last resort, like I didn't have anything. And I was so damn scared and so afraid that I was willing to give it my all. And I started studying Bitcoin. And I started looking at these candles and I started trying to trade. And then by my stepdad, I saw him draw lines and stuff, and he's like, there's something called TradingView, and you can actually analyze, and there's technical analysis. And that was quite interesting for me, so I started that route too. And just as I was starting that journey, I started to link up with a few people that lost their entire life savings in the scam too. And this gave me a couple of people to sit and trade with because we all kind of lost everything. And this was our last resort. So this is where the journey started. This is where I sat up every single night until 4 a.m. I slept on my laptop every night. I had alarms going all the time. And this is where the whole trading journey began. And I lost a lot. I made money, I lost it. I even started my crypto journey 1 week before the COVID crash. And that was one of the biggest crashes we've seen in the market. So not only did I just lose 98% of my money, I also just entered a market that dropped 60%. And I was just getting obliterated. I got addicted to leverage. I started being filled up with guilt, revenge trading. I was crying. I was throwing up when I was taking massive losses. And I basically kept making money and losing it all, making money and losing it all. And I was trying to change my life quickly. Then a very important day happened for me. And this day was, I lost up to $4,000, which was a lot of money for me then. I took a couple $100 to $4,000 and I lost this very quickly. And I was basically back at break even. And I was just so exhausted because I didn't sleep for 3 days trying to make that money. And then out of desperation, I had to start trading individually. I had to trade for electricity and I had to trade for food. And that was a big moment for me because I started achieving the little things. I managed to trade and actually get food, and I managed to trade and get electricity, and then I managed to slowly build up and somehow get rent for that month. And that was a big moment for me because it taught me when I started achieving things a little bit smaller, I looked back and I started achieving. And after about 3 to 4 months of me getting wrecked a lot, I actually started making a basic living. And this was powerful for me. I just started getting things right. Then the hardest day of my life happened. I got a phone call that my dad committed suicide. He lost his job to COVID. Very hard time for me. The person that I wanted to give my all and to give him an opportunity, and that's why I was pushing so hard. He was now gone. And that really destroyed me. But what it also did was it ignited a fire in me because it made me realize that I still have my mom. She was also struggling. Her business was taking a pounding from COVID. I was angry and I decided to go all in. I decided to say, you know what? I'm going to go all in. And it was quite funny. I was watching a movie and it's called Yes Man from 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏. And it's about this guy that just says yes for a year. And I was in such a bad mental state. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to say yes for a year. And I decided to say yes. And What was quite crazy is about a week or two after, I actually managed to trade for a car. That was great. And then I got a phone call that a friend wants me to come across country. And I had to say yes. So I jumped in the car the next morning and I left. And I ended up traveling the country, trading hotel for hotel, trading meal for meal, and just using this trading ability to just keep me moving, right? And I ended up traveling and I ended up at my uncle's house. And I was there and I had a friend phone me and he said, hey, I'm gonna be in Cape Town now. Come meet me for lunch. And I'm like, yes, let's do it, right? So I ended up going to meet him. And this is where the journey with banter started, because I was so self-taught that I didn't even know any YouTubers. I didn't know anything. I just knew my lines and I just knew very basic things. And I was managing to make a living. That when I got there, they said, no, we're gonna go upstairs and watch this crypto banter. And this channel just begun. I think it was around 50 or 60,000 subscribers. And I walked upstairs and I saw Run and I saw the camera and I saw everything, and it was quite overwhelming. I had the privilege to watch it live as he was presenting the show. And we saw that he was doing a Banter Friday, and he had a bunch of traders on the screen. Okay, and my buddy Craig, the one that invited me to Cape Town, he was sitting across there and he got my attention. He's like, Sheldon, let's go talk outside. And we go talk outside and he's like, you have to go on that show. I had a vision. I can see it. You must go on that show. You're better than those guys. You must do it. And I'm like, no, there's no way. Like, I've never been on camera. No way am I doing this type of stuff. Like, absolutely no idea. But then something kicked in to say, Sheldon, you have to say yes. You promised yourself for a year you're going to say yes. I was like, you know what, Craig? You can get his attention. Like, let's do it. And he started hounding Run. And eventually he got Run to meet me. And it ended up in us going to a dinner that night and me getting to talk to him and explain the story. And he asked me for a couple of calls and he said, okay, I'll let you know. Maybe I'll put you on the show in the future. And the calls did pretty good. The next 24 hours, 2 of the calls actually doubled in price. And that got his attention. And then he was like, Sheldon, like, how did you know that? He's like, give me another call. And I gave him another call. And the next night it went up around 35%. And he was like, Monday, you're on my show. And I'm like, no way. And you guys will see my first show. I'm sitting in my cousin's room. I was sleeping on a blow-up mattress. I didn't have a house anymore, so I was kind of like traveling everywhere. And I did my first show. And it ended up doing good. It ended up getting 20, 30,000 views. And Ryan phoned me and he's like, do you want to do a show every day? And I was like, okay. I did it for another 2-3 days. He's like, move to Cape Town, join the channel. And that's where it all began. Then I had to come in every single day. We blew up incredibly fast. Banter went to like 300,000 subscribers in like 2 months. I never had a Twitter or social media at all. I had to open a Twitter. That got to 100,000 followers in my first 2 months. And we became the biggest live crypto show in the world. When I tell you guys, I was just winging it and just putting my heart out and not experienced at all, but just showing people that I can do it. Guys, I dropped out of college twice. I was selected nearly last in all teams in school, any sports teams. I wasn't what I am today. I had the vision, I had the dream, but I didn't know that I could do these type of things. So step by step of me doing these shows and being a part of this family and these people that loved me and wanted me there every day, it kind of like saved my life, because I was missing my dad and I was missing a big part of my life, and people were just supporting me and they were just protecting me and a part of it, and it got me through. And through multiple years of pushing through, I realized that money was not a big thing for me. Money didn't make me happy because I was in Cape Town alone, and I decided to then bring my family over and started. And I told my mom the one day, my mom is such an incredible person. I said, Mom, I need you here. And she was trying to still keep her business alive. And I said, just come join me with this thing. Like, let's do it. Let's do this together. I think I'm on something good here. And she said, okay, my boy. And she closed her business and she trusted her son and she came. Not only did she come, she learned how to become a damn trader. She learned how to absolutely kill it. And she runs all of my portfolios today. And she runs all the finance and she runs leverage accounts. And she's such an incredible woman. And when I started bringing my family over, I started getting happy again. And it made me realize that crypto didn't just come to my life for finances, because I believe we can all unlock finances. And that's what the school's about. I'm going to teach you how to make money. Okay, but bigger than that, is the family and how it took me down this route of being able to see the world a little bit more and to be able to meet so many incredible people that have great, great, great stories and putting us all together. And somehow we survive, because there were so many times I was going to quit on the journey, but the people held me together. And there were so many times they were going to quit, and I come up, and even if I'm not okay, I'll bring energy every day to keep each other strong. And somehow, step by step, everything started falling together. And my mom came over, my brother came over. Now the lady is my wife. She came over at that point. I ended up having a daughter, which was insane. Now we're sitting 4 years into my journey. I have multiple businesses. I have every single one of my friends and families all working under the businesses. We all stay 5 minutes from each other. And I can truly say I'm so grateful, so blessed, and so happy. And I'm so proud as well. There was so many times in the journey that I thought I wouldn't make it, but I never lost faith. That's something very important, guys, is to always have your faith. As long as you have your faith, your ups and downs will come on the journey, but you will keep breaking through those doors and you will look back and you'll be so shocked for what has actually happened and how it all unfolded. I want you to trust yourself. I want you to ignore the noise and everyone around you that is not a part of that vision and lock in. And you know what was a big part of my success is I went quiet. I kind of did it like this. No one knew what Sheldon was up to. He just disappeared. I disappeared for a year and I became a millionaire. And that was such a powerful tool for me. So guys, everything that I have learned, I have been liquidated multiple times. I have lost my accounts multiple times. I've been through the hardest parts that you can in crypto. I've had to not have any money. Literally, my next step was living on the street if I never got this right. I know what it feels like to have financial pressure. I know what it's like, but I got through it. And through all these experiences, this is what school is today. This is the journey of everything that I've learned. All the money, all the stress, all the depression, all of the love, all of the hate, everything is into this school. This school is built off of my story, not just my story. The entire school has a team that has incredible stories. If you see my team's stories, they are insane. My mom has a beautiful story. My mentor, Craig, has a beautiful story. So many people. And what we've done is we've brought all of this into a school to give you a home. And all I want you to do is not quit. I want you to really put your everything into this. Ignore everything else, because what's important in your life? To be happy and to achieve what you've always wanted in life. That's what's more important. So everything else, block it and put your everything into this. And I promise you, life is going to take you on such a journey that you're going to look back and be very proud. And you know what? I'll be next to you. And so will the entire school team, and so will everyone. So guys, from my side, I just want to send you a lot of love. And I just want to say that I will give my all every day. I'll give my all in this course. I'll give my all on this journey. And there's times where we'll make money, there's times we'll lose money. But I promise you, step by step, we will get through the hard times and we'll succeed in the good times and we'll get to the dream that we want to be. And you know what? You can be very proud of how we got there too. It's all a journey. I had to go through a very dark place to get to this place. And I want to take you on this journey with me. So love from Sheldon the Sniper. This is who I am. I care about you and I want you to succeed. Now it is time for us to start 𝗦𝗍𝗫 School. Guys, the time has arrived. We officially start. And this is where your journey begins. This is where we start educating you and turning you into a structured trader. Guys, this whole journey has been crazy for me. Now it's about you. Now it's about how can we take everything in your brain and how can we turn it into reality? How can we make you structured? How can we make you emotionally resilient? This market took me on a crazy journey and it's about to take you on one too. And this is why it's important to start with the foundation. We start at the roots because once you have built the roots and the foundation, you can build as much as you want on top. But if you have cracks in the foundation, later on, something happens and your building comes down. And that's why it's important to make sure that we get the foundation correct. I'm about to take you on this journey where you're going to start to discover a lot about yourself. And the first thing is the emotions. We're going to make you understand what's been driving you emotionally. When do you want to buy? When is the 20% club buying? And what I mean by 20%, 20% of this market make money. 80% lose their money. Which category are you in?
And I'm going to show you the key difference between these two. When do they buy? When do they sell? And what is the difference between the two categories? This is going to make you realize that this is just a game. All you got to do is put yourself in the correct category. There's only two categories. And you just have to understand where you're at right now and what do you have to shift in order to get where you want to get. The next thing that's super important is to know if you are a trader or a gambler. Big one. I was a gambler a lot of my journey. I didn't know it, but I was a gambler. And the question is to yourself, are we gambling or are we trading? Right? That's the big question. And I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you that there's 2 or 3 key points when it comes to separating yourself from a trader and a gambler. And the only difference between the two, gamblers blow themselves up, traders stay for a long time. And we're going to make sure that you're a trader. Then we're going to get into the next thing, which is the most important, mindset. Mindset's 90% of your success. How do you hold yourself when things are great? And how do you hold yourself when things are tough? When this market is trying to play with your emotions, how do you react? We're going to make sure you're strong. We're going to make sure you understand what this market is trying to do to you. And when you understand it, it's no longer scary. You start to understand how to react more calm. And when you're calm, you're powerful. Once the emotions start to play out, then you'll start to see a few things. You will start to see a little bit of weaknesses, a little bit of strengths, and then we're going to create a rule book. And this rule book is basically there to help you with your strengths and protect you from your weaknesses. It's all about how much do you know about yourself. And the moment you can realize these things about yourself, you can start putting little barriers around you that just protect you. You will start to learn to trust yourself. And the moment you start trusting yourself and your rule book, you start to become confident. And a confident trader is where you want to be. And then the most exciting part is becoming your own damn boss. Today you've been promoted. You're not going to rely on the outside world anymore. You're going to become your own boss. You're going to take responsibility for your money. You're going to protect it and you're going to grow it. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. I'm going to show you that you need to start understanding what's purpose behind your money. Where are you putting it? How much do I put into this coin? When do I trade this? What do I do? You need to have structure. And when you have structure of this, you start to understand that you're the one on top. You're the one that can control your downside. You're the one that can control your upside. And by doing that, you're going to understand that you are not just learning a skill of trading. This goes in all aspects of your life. You're learning how to control your growth and being able to hold yourself in any market conditions. So guys, again, this foundation worked for me. This has been all my lessons, everything that I've learned over the last 4 years within crypto and from many others. We've seen so many people from school succeed from these foundations. And now it's your turn. It's your turn to start this journey with me, and it's your turn to start your foundation. So the first very important pillar when it comes to building your foundation as a structured trader is something called emotions. Guys, when you look at those charts every day, you see a bunch of green candles, you see prices flying, and then a couple weeks later, you see prices dropping, and you see the boring stages. Guys, this is emotions being printed out on the charts. Did you know that there's thousands of people sitting on the outside, either FOMOing in or panicking out? And these people are fighting against each other. And whichever emotion is winning is the direction that the price is actually moving. Now, if you can understand that there's 2 very important categories when it comes to crypto, 2 sets of people. You get something called the 20% Shark Club, and you get something called the 80% Fish Club. And what this is 20% make all the money in the market. 80% lose a lot of their money within the market. And one thing separates these 2 major players, and it is the control of their emotions. What emotions do they use when they buy? What emotions do they use when they sell? So now it's time for me to teach you the difference. What do the guys at 20% versus the 80% do and don't do? First thing we're going to do is understand the emotions that drive this market. So what you have is something very important called the Wall Street cheat sheet. And what this does is it lays out a bunch of emotions on the chart. It shows you how emotions expand and how they get stronger as price escalates in one specific direction. For example, you could see that when the market is moving up, you're getting a lot of these exciting emotions. And it's very similar to understanding in your normal life when you're having a great day. You wake up in the morning, you slept great. You get into your car, there's no traffic. Okay, you get to work, your boss says, "What's up?" You get a promotion. right? And what happens is your emotions escalate to the point where you get home and you've just never felt better. It started off with one step and it sped up. And then it's the other way around. You're having a bad day, you wake up, you've had a headache, you didn't sleep, there's no coffee, you're stuck in traffic, your boss is fighting with you, to the point of you cross now, you throw your boss over the table and you get fired, right? What that means is it shows you how emotions escalate in one direction. It starts off slow and it speeds up. So now let's bring back the Wall Street cheat sheet. What you could see here is all the emotions broken down. But when you zoom out, it's quite simple. You see that price or emotions start off slow and they speed up in both directions. As you could see when price starts to move up, you could see the hope stage, you could see that euphoria stage. This is when things are rocketing and flying to the upside and people are super, super, super excited. But look how that is when it comes to an end, right? And it's the same thing on the downside. When you're seeing that panic, when you're seeing that denial, when you're seeing that capitulation, these are the worst emotions you get within the market. But that is when the damage is done. That's when the market gets ready to start rebooting again. Now, by understanding these two differences, you'll understand that there's a method to this. If I feed off the right emotions when I buy, and I sell into the right emotions, I can have control of what I'm actually doing within the space. Because again, we are all fighting for the same tokens. It's just about who feeds off the different emotions. So let's jump into the mistakes that the fishers make, the 80%. Their problem is they like to chase. They like to see when something has been doing incredibly well, they want to taste that. They want the greed. They want to make money very quickly. And the moment that they see something has moved hundreds of percent, they want in. Not only do they want in, they want to put all their money in, right? Not even learning. They want to be rich overnight. So automatically, the way a fish thinks is the emotions of euphoria, this excitement. This thing's been moving. I can be a part of that, right? So they get drawn to that. And then if you look at the other side, which is the sharks, the 20%, they do the complete opposite. They wait for when the markets are feeling pressure, when there is panic, when there's depression, when there is anger. Here comes your 20%, and this is what they are buying. They have realized that you need to look for opportunity when you are opening up a trade or investment. In order to do that, you need to see these emotions play out and see the fear enter the market. We've all heard the saying, buy the fear and sell the greed, which sounds very simple. But the moment you break it down and you understand that, whoa, there's a message to this. It does not matter if I'm a trader or an investor, it's the same tactic. Which means that this does not make it complicated when it comes to being a trader or investor. You just got to be vigilant to what the market is feeling at that specific time. So this is such a big, important thing to understand, that all that you are seeing when the big drops are happening within crypto is an exchange of hands. You are seeing the 20% buy up from the 80% that are actually losing money at that point. And what's very important about this lesson, guys, is not only as an investor, not only as a trader or a swing trader, you feed off of the same emotions. If you want to make some money for the day, you wait for those candles to show some redness, you wait for the sideways, you're looking to open trades. The moment it starts to speed up, you take profits and you wait for it to all happen again. This is going to teach you the power of patience, and it's going to teach you the power of being a part of the 20% club, because those that are part of 20% club make a lot of money in crypto because they are making money from the 80% of the rest of the market. Now, this comes down to one very basic thing. It's something called risk to reward. It's understanding risk and understanding the reward. Okay, now it sounds very basic, but you need to understand the difference in mentality versus a gambler and versus a trader. Now, a gambler is someone that's willing to risk it all, which means they just think about the reward. They just think Lamborghini, my life's gonna change overnight, so I'm gonna do incredible. They don't think about if it goes wrong. There's only one mode in their brain. And this is what I did in my journey. When I was desperate to make money within crypto, I thought I need to make it overnight. I need to make these accounts big quickly. I need to fix the problem fast. And what that did is it just made me think about big. Put it all in. Take the biggest trade. Do these type of things. What that ended up me doing is losing most of my capital after winning a lot of times and just losing all of it. Put me in depression over multiple weeks, and I actually got nowhere. I looked 3 months later and I was in the exact same place. I was just thinking about the reward. Now, the other side of this, and this is where my whole journey changed, was when I was desperate enough to say, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I need to trade one thing at a time now. I need to pay rent. I need to buy electricity. I can't go big anymore, okay? And it made me actually think about the risk for the first time. So when I started trades, I started thinking, go a bit smaller and think about your risk, Sheldon. Think about if you lose this trade, what is going to happen to you? And I started doing that. Since that moment is when Sheldon the Sniper was born, was when I actually started achieving and unlocking these steps over here. Now, did you guys know something that's very important? To be a good trader, you need to win 3 out of 10 trades. This whole thing about I need to win every investment, I need to do the thing, it's a bunch of junk. It is a lie, right? You need to allow yourself as an investor and a trader to give yourself room, to give yourself 1 or 2 or 3 of those losses, but one win makes it all back. And this is where the risk to reward concept is powerful, because what it basically tells you is your risk must be small and your reward must be big. Now let's go back to the emotions for a second. When I spoke about the 20% that make money within crypto, why do they make money? Because they buy when the risk is at its lowest. The markets have come down 20, 30, 40%. There's panic, there's depression, there's anger. They're buying because the risk has shrunk. There's no risk now. People are exiting the markets and the market's in depression. Where on the other side, when the market has started rallying up 200, 300% and your fish are coming in, what they don't understand is the risk is large. Because the market has pushed up a lot, there is a lot of downside that can happen if they get it incorrect. So the fish are gamblers. They don't realize that if they get that trade wrong, they're going to lose 50% of their capital. So risk to reward is the tool that separates the fish and the sharks by understanding that the sharks are buying when risk is low. Why? Because if they lose the trade, they risk a little bit of money. They lose a little bit of money. But if they get the trade correct, the reward is a lot larger, and therefore they can take 2 or 3 losses and 1 win, and they are in the profits. The difference between a gambler is a gambler takes 1 hit and they've lost 50% of their account. If they take 2 or 3 hits in a row, they're done. They finished, goodbye, and they're out of crypto. So risk to reward within TA, which is technical analysis, within the concept, when it's your portfolio, anything that comes to money that you are using within crypto or stocks or anywhere within the world, risk to reward is what's going to determine if you're going to stay in the game for a long period versus those that are going to get flushed out incredibly quickly. And I like to think about the running analogy. I'm going to go for a jog now. I stretch, right? I stretch, I make sure I got some water, I make sure I'm hydrated. Why? Because if I get down the road and I pull a hamstring and I got no water in my body, I'm gonna end up damaging my leg that I can't run for the next 3 months. This is a gambler, where someone that knows how to calculate risk will stretch first, will pump their body up, make sure they're warmed up before they enter the run. And this is gonna be a very valuable tool that's gonna help you understand you don't have to win them all. Timing and patience is more powerful than just running in and just guessing and just having this gambler's mentality. So guys, let's think about this in a scenario now. The gambler will come in, enter, market goes against, loses 50% of the capital. Enters again, 50% capital, eventually look at their account and they kind of quit, right? Crypto's a scam, it's terrible, and they run away. Where a trader will take losses. They'll enter on the right emotions, market pullback, and they take a hit. They enter again, market pulls back, they take a hit. Market moves down, take a hit. They end up losing 20% of their portfolio from 3 hits down. But they were buying the red. Yes, it got cheaper, but the more cheaper that price got, created a bigger opportunity when markets moved up again. So when that 4th win came in, and that 4th one is a winner, that winner is a 30-40% winner. And ultimately what that means is your 3 losses, 1 win, and you are back in the profits. Now, when there's 2 wins in a row, you will get in the profits. But the main concept that it's teaching you here is you can lose. You can lose and you can get through it. But when you win, it counts as 3 losses. And that's the minimum that we teach you within this course, is a 1, 2, a 3. There's even better scenarios of 1, 2, 5s and 1, 2, 10s. And these are all the different things you're going to learn as your skills start to progress. The main thing here is to understand that calculating risk is everything. It gives you lives. It gives you opportunities for if you instead you make a mistake, there's a big opportunity that comes next time. You're not dead, you're not out the water, you're not getting spat out. And it's crazy that you can lose 3 to 4 times and one, and you're back in the action. And what this is going to do is build you a foundation that you can survive any market. You can just survive bear markets, you can survive choppy markets, and you can make a lot of money within bull markets too. And that's the major difference between a gambler and a trader. So guys, now it's time to jump to probably the most important pillar you'll get in your foundation. And this is your mindset. And this is something that I struggled with in crypto for a very long time. I want to start this episode off with speaking about a story. And this story was by far the hardest night of my life when it came to crypto and trading. And it was probably a make or break if I was ever going to continue trading again. And the way this started was I was around a couple of months in on my journey, maybe around 3-4 months. And as everyone else, I started off with leverage, and I was addicted to leverage. Leverage was my whole life. And I had this little group of friends. We would trade the market together. And we heard about a news event that was going to happen, that Robinhood were going to pump XRP. And we thought, okay, let's have a sleepover. So we got our pajamas, we brought our computers all to Craig's house. We set up our computers and we sat up the whole night. And the whole intention was to get an entry for the news event. Now we sat that whole night through and we built leverage positions. And I ended up actually winning. I ended up putting some money aside, putting it into the trade, not all my capital. I put a certain amount, I said, this is what I'm going to trade with. And it started increasing. And I actually ended up 3xing to 4xing the account right until about 2 hours before the news event. And that's when I thought, let me add in a little bit more. And I took a little bit more of my capital on the side, and because I'm winning, right? This is great. And I put more money into the trade. And then the news event came out and XRP dropped around 20% instantly. And all those gains were gone. Now I was sitting in a slight loss and I thought, just give it a little bit of time. I removed my stop loss and I said, just give it a bit more time. A few hours went by, it was going down even further. And I started going into the red and into the negative. I decided to take some more of my money and I decided to put it back into the trade. I said, you know what? Let me just give myself room with the liquidation. I took more cash, I put it in. Guys, I fought this for about 6-7 days. Every morning getting up, the position was just getting worse. And it ended up me actually putting all of my money in. Every loss or every time it was dropping, I was putting more of my cash. Get the savings, get the spot money, put it in, lower your liquidation, lower your liquidation. And after around 7 to 9 days, I was so mentally drained because I had no sleep. I was tired, I was exhausted, I was very upset with myself that I was losing all this money all of a sudden. And there was one important night, and this was actually the last move, where I was just done. To a point where it was around 11 o'clock at night, I decided to phone my mom. And I got on the phone, I said, Mom, I'm about to lose everything. Like, I don't know who to call, I don't know who to speak to, I don't know who to, anything, like, I need help. And she said, my boy, give me 5 minutes, I'm gonna jump out of bed. We jump on a call. She's like, give me all the details. And she logged into the account. And she sat with me. I was going quite crazy. I was not happy with myself at all. And XRP just started dropping. I think it dropped around another 20 or 30% that night, after already dropping 50%. So when I tell you that I was already 80% of all my money gone, sitting in this one position, she took it over and she just started selling. She started selling 10%, which lowered the liquidation. She then started on selling another 10%. And she was like, my boy, it's more important that we don't go to zero. We lose it, it's fine, you've lost money, but we cannot go to zero. Like, that's the important thing. And she just started selling little bit by little bit by little bit. And what was quite crazy was we sold a lot of the position and the last liquidation was sitting just under 19 cents. And if you look at this chart over here, XRP dropped and it dropped just above 19 cents. And this was the last liquidation. We couldn't sell anything more and it bounced. And when it bounced, it was around 2-3 days later that we actually ended up just exiting the position. When it started bouncing again, was the biggest damn lesson of my life. It was this lesson of, I was so drunk in this trade. I was so emotionally beaten from this trade. I was so filled with regret and upset with myself. And my mom just took a whole other different approach. She was neutral. She wasn't a part of this trade. And she was like, whoa, we can't go to zero. Like, let's sell off here. Let's protect. Let's do what we can to do it. And we survived. Guys, when I tell you,
And I speak from emotion because it meant a lot to me. If I got liquidated, I wouldn't be here today. I'd be done, finished. And she managed to get me through that night. She managed to give me the strength, and she taught me a huge lesson of calmness and focus on the losses, don't focus on the win. I was upset because I was like, no, we can't, I'm giving all this money back. And she was just in this neutral place, and we ended up getting out and surviving. And that's when I realized that trader's mindset and my mindset was everything that I needed to work on. That was something that literally the market exposed so many weaknesses in me, and I just destroyed myself. It wasn't XRP, it wasn't the news event, it wasn't the problems, it was what I was doing, putting more money in, not accepting the loss, revenge trading, going straight in and continuing in, and I nearly wiped myself out. And that's why this school is so important to understand, that I want to teach you mindset. I want you to understand that this market is designed to get that mind of yours to crack. It is designed, I speak about the emotions and how they start slowly and then they speed up. That's what it does, right? What did it start with the XRP trade? It put me in a fast little loss, and then it made me lose money over a couple of days, right? And then what did it do at the end? Sped up. And that little speed up, I was so emotionally drained, and I was sitting onto so much regret and all those emotions that last one just killed me, and that showed me that, hey, this market is designed to take your money. That's what it is to do. Now, by knowing this years later, and by pivoting and learning from this on my journey, I was like, wait, we can be on the other side of this, right? We can understand and see when this emotion is doing this to people, because it does it to everyone. It does it up or the downside, right? And I was like, if we could be on the other side of this and pay attention to what actually happened, I could have been the one buying with all my money at $19, right? Instead of being the one that was getting wrecked and absolutely destroyed. I know there's a lot of people that feel this with me and have been through these sort of scenarios. And that's when I got very much into the psychology and the emotions and the mindset and what this is doing to my brain. So what's very important to understand is your mindset is going to be tested on this journey. There's going to be news events. There's going to be tokens that you're going to hear about. Your friends, your uncles, everyone in your life is going to tell you things about crypto that is going to come and play with your mind. And you got to understand that this is where the traps and this is where the market takes control of you. You have to be able to put yourself in the most neutral place of your mind and trade the market as it is. So what I've done for you is I've given you a couple of very important rules and very key topics to focus on when it comes to keeping your mindset strong for this market. And the first one I want to speak about, and I'm just going to relate straight back to the story. The first one was I fell in love with the token. XRP was the one. This thing's going to retire me. This thing's going to be incredible. Okay, that was a big mistake. The next thing that I did that was a big mistake was a news event. Remember, the market knows everyone's going to FOMO into an event. So what does it do? The complete opposite, right? So I thought this event was going to work in a certain way, and that's when they caught me off of guard. Okay, so don't trade massive news events. That's something that Sheldon learned, right? The next thing was cut your damn losses. You took the loss and you could have exited many times. I was revenge trading. I was revenging and saying, you can't do this to me. How can you take my money? I'm going in. I'm putting more of my money in. And I revenge trade. I couldn't accept the defeat. So I just put more money, more money, more money. So this revenge trading and not taking a break, which was another big one as well, I didn't take any breaks. I went straight back in and I held the trade and I kept getting back in. So revenge trading was a big one. Not having space in between trades was a very big one as well, because you got to understand, you're emotional right now. Don't trade when you are emotional. When you are in that bad play, this is where the market is going to take advantage of you. Okay, and that was a big mistake. Another very important rule was stop putting so much pressure on yourself. And this is a very common mistake that a lot of people make, is we kind of put too much money into these trades. We kind of play this overnight success thing. And the only problem with that, guys, is you put too much pressure on yourselves. When you put too much pressure, you take everything too personally. And that's when you get stuck into these emotions, because the moment you put yourself under a lot of pressure, the emotions started to expose. And that was happening to me. I was just becoming an emotional wreck. Why? Because I was putting more money. And I was just not thinking about the amount of money that I was putting into these things. And the next very important thing on the list was support. If I wasn't able to phone my mother, which was my last resort, I'm a 20-something-year-old phoning their mom crying that they're about to lose all their money. And I say this proudly right now because I want you guys to realize this is a reality, right? Like this is what can happen to you if you don't pay attention to it, was a support structure.
was being able to phone someone or have someone that kind of has a bit of an understanding of the areas, and to have someone help you just rebalance you and get you back to that neutral mindset again, and to speak that reality again. And this is why communities, and this is why personally, the main reason why I created Sniper Club. Like, this was, for me, I don't want people to be alone like I was that evening. I want them to always be able to have someone that they can talk to, and just someone that can just help them feel. Because the moment that you go back to neutral again, there's options that you can survive. Look how my mom managed to survive. She managed to look at the same scenario that I was in a different way, and we survived. She managed to solve positions, fix it, do whatever she could to them, and it happened and it worked. And it just shows that our reaction to things is very important. It's not about getting it right all the time, it's about that reaction. So the support structure is something that is vital on your trading journey, that helps you reboot back to the mindset that you need to be at in order to handle these different situations. So guys, I've highlighted to you the most important things that I've learned on my mindset and important rules. And I really, as you are experiencing things, you can add these things to your list. But it's so important to understand that your mind is going to move with this market. A lot of things are going to come in that's going to try shift it. What you are creating here is something that can bring you back as quick as possible. And the moment you get back, you're going to react better. You're going to survive better. You're going to look at opportunities over disasters. And this is what's going to set you a very successful journey. Doesn't matter what technique you use within crypto, fundamentals are fundamentals. And this is a key one to master. Mindset is something that's going to literally set you for success on this entire journey. And I want to ask you the question, like, how many times do you fall in love with tokens? How many times do you put too much pressure on yourself? Put too much money in maybe, and you'll know this when you lose. You'll know how you feel. You'll know how you just get back in. You will feel this within yourself. How many times do you trade events, big events? And how many times do you have opinion that this is gonna make me the richest? How many times do you just try to do it overnight? These are things you must ask yourself. And these are things that you need to write down, and to make sure that these are things that are gonna come up as weaknesses on your journey and can delay you to your success. And by doing this, have it nice and big, have it in your room, have it in your training room, have it somewhere there just to remind you. Because it's not about being perfect. It's about how quickly can I switch back into being neutral. Now we jump to the next pillar. And this one is quite interesting because I learned this later on in my journey. This was something when I started at 𝗏𝗏, I started picking up on, and I started realizing this is a missing piece to my toolbox. And this powerful tool is my rule book. This is something I did not have much of. And to be honest, how do you create a rule book, right? How do you create rules for yourself? Like, it doesn't make sense. So the first thing we need to understand is why rules. I've explained to you previously, it's not about winning every trade, it's not about being the best, it's about what gets you back on track. Right? What gets you back to neutralized mindset? What gets you back to focusing again and seeing things clearly again? And I noticed that rule systems are super important. Now, what do you do rule systems on? This is where a very powerful tool came into play, and this is called a trading journal. This is something that I discovered along the journey where you monitor down your trades, right? You basically take 10 trades, and you basically look at the data and you look at where did I buy it and where did I sell it and what was 2 reasons why I bought it and why did I put my stop loss there and why did I sell it. And this was a big game changer for me because I looked at the data and I'm like, 60% of them are the same problem. I'm like, my losing trades, 60% of them, I did the exact same thing. And I looked at this thing and I made a small tweak. And what that did is it eliminated 30% of my losses instantly. Okay, why? Because I was bumping my head on the same branch, which we are going to do as traders and investors and anyone that's within this market, because this market goes from up to down to sideways. Conditions change, right? And every condition comes with different ways that you think. So when you're in this mindset where the market's been red for a while and now goes green, what you were doing in the red market's a little bit different to the green. And it's important to get back into the focus of, hey, the market has changed. You need to evolve and move with the market. And this is where a trading journal was powerful because it told me, here's your problem. And the way I think of it is, when you look at your vehicle or your car, right? And you have a problem with a car, you have an option. Either strip the entire car down and try to find the problem,
Or you plug in a diagnostics machine, and this machine will detect, hey, it's your exhaust or it's your fuel pump. It tells you automatically what the problem is with the car. What that means is you're not going to spend tons of money now to try fix everything on the car. You know what the problem is, which means you just spend money on that specific problem and you get the car fixed. I needed a diagnostics machine in my system because I was just paying too many prices. Remember, in trading, you're the one that chooses how much you're going to pay for your education. It's not like your normal system where you pay a certain amount and you go and you study, right? Here you decide, do you want a $10,000 lesson? You want to lose $10,000 to learn that a stop loss works? Do you want a $10,000 lesson to know that revenge trading sucks? Or you can lose $100 and you can learn quickly from it and you can move on next. You are the one that's in power of how many mistakes you make and how much money you put into these actual mistakes. So a trading journal is going to teach you that this is a way for you to find problems quickly, to find a way to get back on track fast. And you will notice that a lot of the problems that you are making are repetitive mistakes. It's not a lot of mistakes you are making. You're making the same mistake multiple of times. And when you know that that is the area where I'm making the mistake, it allows you to give you an area of where to go focus on and go fix that mistake instead of trying to fix and change everything. I feel that people trade or they fiddle with their trades too often. They make up their mind for a trade and then, oh, maybe I should move my stop loss. Oh, maybe I should buy more over here. Yet they had their first initial idea, they went and they started playing with it. And that's the problem. I feel people get too invested and they don't allow the process to play out. Okay, so by having a trading journal, this is going to become a very powerful tool that you can use to reevaluate yourself whenever you are stuck. It will give you the exact area that you need to know where to focus on, and you can then go and tighten this bolt and tighten this bolt, get that specific thing running smoothly, and you can get back onto track. Which means this is where rules are very important. Because this trading journal is going to identify your problems, you're going to create rules that are going to protect you from those problems. And it's also going to protect you from when you're really good as well. Because your trading journal is going to say, hey, you just won 3 trades in a row, and you just went and gave 30% of the money back on the 4th trade, right? Well, your rule system is going to say, hey, next time you get 2 trades in a row correct, go take a 3-day break. Go spend 10% of the money, take a breather, right? What that allows you to do is to take your success, take the win, go back, reevaluate, get back in. Instead of just, oh, Lamborghini, 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 I start to get into these emotions. So these rule systems, you're going to take that data and you're going to start creating things that are going to help emphasize your strengths and protect you from your weaknesses. I want to speak about a little bit of a couple of my rules that are very important. I have an addictive personality. I am someone that when I'm losing or I'm winning, I just can't stop. Okay, and this is where I destruct myself. This is where I can lose 10% and then get back in and lose another 10 and zoom out and I've lost 90% of my account. I've done this multiple times and I've realized that this happens after 2 trades. This happens after 2 losses, I start getting really destructive. So a big rule for me is 2 losses, take a break, right? What this school is going to teach you in general is becoming a robot, is becoming someone that is not emotional and can follow systems. And this rule book is going to become a part of your system, something that you trust. And when you have a rule book that you can trust, you start to have confidence. You're not afraid to enter trades anymore. You're not afraid to get stopped out. You're not afraid to take small losses because you know you trust this book that is there to protect you and to keep you in the game for a long period of time. Another very important rule that I have is before I take a trade, I have to think to myself, Sheldon, are you in a good mindset right now? So I have this recheck on myself that if I'm in a bit of an argument or I've had a bit of a rough day or anything like that, just don't do it. Step back, because every time that I do it, you know, I end up messing it, and it adds more fuel to the fire. You know, it makes that emotion just go more, and then you're just more upset, more revenge. Try and not trigger your weaknesses. I think that's the big thing. When the first weakness comes in, you got to find something that can stop that, because if I had a fight for the day and I started to trade, then my revenge trading kicks in, then my guilt kicks in, and I just start to ignite all of my major weaknesses. So you got to find out what is the first step to the weakness that moves on to the next ones, right? It's very important. The other one as well, which is very important as well, is more lives, less money. Right? This is a very important rule, especially when I am trading quite often in the week, or I want to trade short-term trades, things like that. Don't put a lot of all your money in, rather give yourself lives.
What that does is it gives me confidence for any losses, and it also gives me confidence and gives me opportunity that if I got into a trade and it tanked 20% and it hurt my portfolio, I have another portfolio that I can take advantage of. And it just made me turn negatives into positives. And it was quite crazy. When you start learning more skills within trading, you'll learn how to grow accounts. You don't have to worry about putting all the money in. Those are things that you learn on the journey. But it was more the sense of, I'm keeping myself in a better state of mind. I'm making sure there's opportunities every day and not these bad problems. And that's a very big thing for me as well. So those are 3 important rules that I use very often. And it's important for you to create these rule systems around yourself. And the trading journal is the thing that's going to help you identify a lot of these things. It's going to say, hey, you're really good at getting 2 trades in a row. You suck when there's 3. You know, it's going to give you that information. So whenever you're stuck and you feel your rule system is not up to date, pop up a trading journal. We got great ones. I got great ones that I personally use. Okay, and this will identify your problem. Off of that, create a rule system and just get to a place within yourself. Look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? I trust myself. I'm going to trust the rules that I set, and I'm going to listen to the rules. And the more that you work with yourself and you start to believe in yourself and your rule system, you'll start to see how much more confident you'll get into this, and you'll start to see how more consistent you'll be within these markets. So guys, now there's 2 ways that you can look at creating a trading journal. And it's very important to start this now. This is your foundation. This is something that you know whenever you need to use it, it is there. Is the first way, which is a manual way. And it's basically having a spreadsheet saying the token that I'm choosing, saying where I'm buying, where I'm selling, did I win the trade, did I get stopped out, did I lose the trade, and give 2 to 3 reasons why. And what that's doing is just giving you the relevant information that you can identify where that mistake is. So it's mainly why did I lose and why did I enter within the trade. So you have the manual one. And again, that's just something you can physically. Next option, and this is more of an automated type of trading journal, gives you a lot more information. What this does is it basically connects to your exchange and it hands you a bunch of information. It tells you amounts of times you're trading, times the amount of times when you're trading the most. And this is very important because you can look on the chart, what emotions are you chasing when you're trading a lot, right? So guys, now you are 1 step closer to becoming that damn robot, right? You've just learned a system that can evaluate yourself. Whenever you're stuck, you always know you have something you can fall back on that can get you back on track quick. Now we get to a very interesting pillar. And this one is the skeleton, the structure of your portfolio and your money. Remember guys, you've been promoted. You're now the boss. You're the one that controls where this money goes and what happens with this money and how much do I grow it and how do I protect it. In order to do so, you need to understand the structure. You need to understand that your money needs purpose behind it. Now, we've asked you a bunch of questions. We asked you, what do you want in crypto? Why are you here? How much money you got? What do you want to actually make? Now, with that information, you're going to use this structure to help you understand, where does my money go? How much do I put into things? So I want to explain my scenario for a second. And I want to explain to you guys that I have a very simple system when it comes to my capital. I've gotten to a point now where I used to be a trader. I didn't have much capital in the beginning. So my trading portfolio was around 70 to 80% in the beginning. And my investing portfolio was around 20%. Why? Because I never had too much capital in the beginning. So I had to trade quite often to try build my accounts. But as over time, my accounts started to grow. What actually ended up happening was I needed to start moving that money over and stop risking so much on trades every day. Because the reason is, the more times you're trading, you are taking on a little bit more risk. You're trading more often, which means 1 or 2 mistakes can happen at any point and do quite a bit of damage. So as you are building your wealth up, you got to understand that your structure needs to move and shift to as you are building up as well. So as my capital was growing, I started then becoming 50% investment, 50% trading. As it got bigger, 60%, and then this got 40. I'm now sitting with 70% of my capital in a low risk account. Something that is not trading too many tokens that I actually think are really good, okay? And they're there for the long-term approach. And I'm very safe with this account, extremely safe. I make sure this is in a wallet, it has a ledger. It is something that I take very important. Then what I have on this side is my 2 trading accounts. One is 20% and the one is 10%. And the way this works is my 20% is there to catch trades for the 3 to the 6 month sort of range. And the way I thought of it in my life was how I got quite quickly to being financially free within my journey was I got to a point of not taking money out of my pocket to pay for things. This was a very important lesson that I learned. That if I can pay make sure I have no debts, and I can pay for trips, and I can pay things out of trading, any income that I make for the month can either go to the long term or sit in cash, right? And that was like, wow, if I don't take any money out of my pocket will always be filled with cash. So what I have is this 20 and 10%, and these are there for when I need stuff in my life. The one is there to get me midterm targets, goals. For example, Christmas is coming up in the next couple of months. I'm going to trade a couple of accounts for some Christmas presents, so that when Christmas comes, I can buy my family stuff and, trading paid for it. And then what I have is short term. I need to help a friend, or I need to fix my car, or something has happened in the short term. I have a 10% portfolio that I can trade on shorter time frames at any point to make that cash available. So what you can see here is Sheldon's pie chart. You can see how my money is split up. And what's amazing about this, guys, is it has the same fundamentals. I am a long-term, mid-term, and short-term trader, and I can switch to any single one of them whenever I need to. If I need any cash in the next 2 months, I can switch to the 20%. There's no pressure to trade that account. That account sits in cash, and whenever I need something within my life, because remember, your money needs purpose. If you're just trading for the sake of trading, you're never going to know when to take profits. You're never going to know when to remove risk. You're not going to treat it correctly. But when you're trading the accounts and you know what exactly it's for, you have structure, you have foundation, and you have a plan to get where you need to get. Therefore, you're going to follow the rules, you're going to follow the systems, and you're going to start to become incredibly structured. So guys, all that you've seen is me building this pie chart and having the structure of where my money is split. And there's different ways that you could do it, right? You can either have your money split in these different percentages that maybe have more risk. If you want to take more risk, there's nothing wrong with trading more risk in this market. There's nothing wrong with going into new industries or maybe a little bit of leverage. It's about the amount of money you put into it. This is very important. Remember, you take on risk for more reward. You don't actually need a lot of capital. The more risk you take, the more reward you'll get anyway if you start winning it, right? So for me, if I want to do some leverage trades, it's the 10% portfolio, not the 70. If I want to do long-term trades, it's the 70, something that's more safe. So you understand that these different portfolio sizes can also determine your risk. When it comes to new tokens, meme coins, anything in the market, 10% part of the portfolio. It's new. It's something that you don't know much of. So don't put a lot of capital into them. You will make money anyway. And by just having this risk appetite of protecting your money and treating your money with respect, by putting certain different percentages, going to be a massive game changer when it comes to how much money you lose to the downside. And on the upside, you're going to make money anyway. It's about the downside. It's about not destroying yourself when things start to turn on you at any single point. Now guys, what's also important is why I split my portfolios is that it also gave me ability to split my capital. When I say that my long-term sits on wallets, it's because I don't trade this very often, and I don't want this in anyone else's hands. When I started crypto, I got scammed. I had my money in someone else's exchange, and something happened to that exchange, and I lost over 90% of my capital, right? So a very important thing for me is get this damn thing on a wallet and get a ledger and get it protected. The other two accounts, I don't want them to interfere with each other. So what I have is multiple exchanges. I have a certain amount of capital that sits on this exchange, and I like this exchange because it matches the style that I trade with for the swing trading. It has a great user base. I enjoy it. It doesn't have any caps when I'm withdrawing or putting money in. I like this exchange. It works for me, okay, when it comes to that specific portfolio. Then I have the DGen one, the 10% one. And this is, I need a good leverage platform, something that is great on the phone. So when I'm with me, I got my phone. But you see how I use multiple exchanges. I split my money up, and every single one of them have the purpose. And remember, they all have the same foundations. They have a trading journal if I need it. They have rule systems if I need it. They have all of these basic foundation pillars on each part of these portfolios, because the fundamentals will always be the same. Doesn't matter what type of trader that you are. So guys, this is the skeleton. It's the structure of your money. You got respect for it. You have purpose for it. You understand that, hey, I can trade anything in this market. I can trade it any time, any place. But how much money am I going to put in it? And that's the question you must always ask yourself. You learn how to control that. You're not afraid of anything. What does that create? It means you trade with confidence. It means you're not afraid to dip your toes into new avenues because you've calculated it. You've prepared yourself for it. And therefore, you're going to grow faster than anyone. So this is an incredibly powerful pillar. Not only is the pillar to your money, it's the main pillar of you becoming your own boss.
So guys, we've been preparing your mindset, getting it ready for trading. Now it's time to learn the actual practical side of it. It is time to assemble your toolbox. Now think of yourself as a plumber. We get to the job. Now it's time to take out the spanner, to take out whatever you need to fix the problem. How do we actually start this trading journey? So what I'm about to teach you is the essential tools that you need. Does not matter if you are a day trader, a swing trader, or investor. It's the same tools. And the road I'm going to take you down is show you a drawing board. Show you somewhere that you can analyze, look for tokens, look for actual trade setups, right? And this is something called TradingView. Then what I'm going to show you is how do you protect yourself? How do I actually set a stop loss? What does it do? And how do I set a take profits? If I'm sleeping, how is this computer going to make me money or take profits when I'm not at the actual computer? And one of the most important things I'm going to teach is time frames. I'm going to show you that if you want to make money in the next 4 hours, what time frame do I use? If I want to make money in the next week, what time frame do I use? I'm going to show you how to link the correct time frame with the trade that you wanting to take. So guys, now it's time. Let's build our damn toolboxes. Let's go. So guys, when I started my journey, I was just staring at candles every day. I was looking at Bitcoin, I was staring at these candles, and I was trying to predict the market. And it was confusing me because every time I thought it was going to go up, it was going down. And every time I thought it was going to go down, it was going up. And it was really confusing. And I went home the one day and I saw my stepdad. He had Bitcoin on this weird platform that had all of these lines and all of these indicators and stuff. And I was like, this is cool. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, no, I'm analyzing. I'm using all these tools to help me know when to buy and sell. And that was a massive realization for me. That was like, I'm a gambler. I've just been guessing all this time. There's actually something that can help you understand when to buy and sell. And you can pick up on patterns and it starts to make your job a lot easier. So I started the journey. And I fell in love. I realized that I have a drawing board, somewhere where I can play out multiple scenarios. I can look at the trades that I want to take. Then I can start applying tools to this drawing board, okay? And I can put a couple tools together and it helps me with buys and it helps me with sells. And this is something massive called TradingView. This is somewhere where you can really explore different trading ideas, where you can really navigate through different tokens. It is such an incredible platform that gives you a big variety of tokens anywhere in the world, as well as the amount of tools that you can use. And again, you're not here to confuse yourself. You're here to create a simple system that helps you when you buy. Where's my risk? Where is my reward? Does it make sense for me to trade? And this is the place that you can put it all out there, get to a conclusion, then jump to your exchange and start trading. And I think that's the important thing to understand. So I want to show you guys the basics of TradingView, show you where everything's at, show you the basic tools that you need to know. And these are things that you can explore later on if you want to even know more, right? TradingView is a huge platform, got multiple things. So let's get into the basics. Let's jump straight in over here. So what you'll see here is you'll see a bunch of data. Right, you'll see these green candles, these red candles, and this is where your chart is. This is where you're going to be analyzing a specific token, right? And this is where you'll see prices going up, prices going down. And this is where you're going to really start to look at how can I start deep diving into this and understanding a little bit more. So guys, let's start from the beginning. The first thing is how to find a token. So if you look at the top left-hand side over here, you can see that this is where you can select tokens. For example, you got Bitcoin, and if you raise this over here, you can put Ethereum. This is where you can find the specific token that you maybe want to trade or you want to analyze with, right? Then on the left-hand side below this, this is where you're going to find all of your tools. Your tools as in trend lines. I want to see if we're holding trend, if we're breaking trend. There's Fibonacci levels, there's boxes. If you want to say, I want to buy over here, there's my nice green box. If I want to put a stop loss, there's a nice line. So you can really start getting comfortable with making your charts make sense to yourself, okay? Where you can start drawing all over the place and then really simplifying it for yourself, that you understand where to buy, understand where to protect yourself. Okay, so this is all of your tools. And you have things like rulers. I want to see the percentage. If my trade goes in profits or if I'm going to lose, how much money am I going to lose? This is where you'll find all that information on the left-hand side. Then back to the top, just next to the token, you will find something called timeframes. And this is something I'm going to deep dive in one of the next lessons. But ultimately,
It's just to see different data of that specific token. So the 4-hour chart, the 8-hour, the 12-hour, you can look at different views, maybe higher time frame, and you can also zoom in to shorter time frame, all depending on when you want to actually trade. Then what you have on the right-hand side of that is you have indicators. So this is if you're going to start adding indicators to your trading view to help you with buys and sells. This is where you'll find them. So if you click on the section over here, which is the indicators, you'll see that there are a bunch of indicators everywhere. If you click on all these lines, there's a lot of them, right? And I'm going to teach you in this course main indicators that I use. And you also got this favorite section. So when you find one that's great, you can click on the star and you'll see all the ones that you love. You can currently see all the ones that I love. They are all sitting here in one place. And whenever you want to add them, you just click on it, your indicator will pop up. And if you want to remove it, you'll click over here and your indicator will be gone. Then on the right-hand side of this, you will see these profiles. Now, these profiles are important because what you can do here is you can create different style charts with the same coins. Let's say you want to do different analysis. You want to create a long-term portfolio and you have Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, just as an example. These are the tokens you want to look at the long term. So what you can do is you click on here and you can create a new layout and you can say something called long term. Okay, and you can see mine is school. Every time I teach, different layouts. And what that does is it allows you to draw and do whatever you want on these charts. But now let's say you want to look at another part of your portfolio. You want to trade in the day, but you don't want to mess up the charts that you just did. What you can do is you can create another profile. You can go here to create a new layout again. And you can see all your layouts will lay out over here. So at any point, if you want to change to your long term, to your short term, you can have the same tokens, but different analysis, which means it's nice to categorize and nice to know that you can jump to either and not have to erase everything. Then what you have below this is where you can create your lists, okay, which means all the tokens that you want to pay attention to. So what you can do here on these lists, you'll see there's standard ones as in a red list and an orange list, but you can set all your different tokens up over here. You can see that if you go over here and you click on the create the new list section, you can create long-term tokens, short-term tokens, gaming tokens, AI tokens. You can basically categorize all of the different tokens as you want. I like to do it in a simple way. All the ones that I like day trading, the ones I like long-term, the ones I'm doing for school, I can just categorize my life, which means anytime I need to shift and perform in a different way, I have the tokens, everything is set and everything is nice. So guys, while we're here on the list, what you also have here is this little plus symbol, right? And if you click on here, this is also where you can find tokens and add tokens to your list. Now, what's also very important, guys, is you are going to trade these tokens on different exchanges. It's important to have the correct data, which means that if you are buying a token on Binance, you will see when you type in Ethereum, you will see that there's a Ethereum on Binance. And then if you're doing it on another exchange, as in 𝗪𝗪 or something, there is the one for 𝗪𝗪. And I'll show you this over here. As I type this in, all the different exchanges that ETH is trading on, you will find over here. So you can select any one that you are trading this token on, any of the exchanges. Now, guys, why this is important is because prices are slightly different on every exchange. Okay, which means if you're drawing a line and you're on the wrong exchange, your line might be inaccurate to what your exchange is actually showing you. So it's very important to make sure that that is aligned. Then what's also important, let's jump straight into the middle section. And this is where the candles and everything are basically printing. Okay, if you see on the right-hand side here, this is the price of the token. Okay, so you can scroll it up and down at any point over here. And this is the price and the value of the token to USDT. Okay, then at the bottom, this is the time. So this is how long something has played out. If you want to zoom out and go look at a higher time frame kind of view, you can. And if you want to zoom in, you'll scroll in on both sides over here. And that's how you can get to the juicy part of what this token's currently doing. So guys, what I'm showing here is the bare basics. There is so much more to TradingView. There is a lot of indicators. There are a lot of different tools. But the basics are how to find the token, how to select the timeframes, how to add and exit indicators, how to create your lists, how to create your profiles, how to move around in the middle over here, how to zoom in, zoom out, and the tools on the left-hand side. And if you're whipping butt out there and you're making a lot of money, you have a publish button on the top right-hand side, and this will basically take a snapshot. And guys, last thing I'll show you, if you are enjoying your charts and you want to share it with some trading buddies, you'll see this little camera section on the top right-hand corner. Take a snapshot. And you click this over here, and you just take a nice little download image, it will take an actual image of the chart you're showing, and you can just share it to anyone that you want. So guys, this is the key basics that you need. As we progress in this course, we will deep dive a little bit more into the details when it comes to charting, when it comes to actually opening up trades. But this is the basics that you need to start your TradingView journey. So guys, I think it's essential when it comes to trading, when it comes to investing, to have a TradingView. If you do not have one just yet, there is a link below. So what you have is the bare basic free one. Now what you'll have is a bunch of ads that are popping up. But secondly, it doesn't allow you to have a lot of indicators. I think it actually allows you to only have 1 or 2 indicators. Okay, the moment you go over that, it does not allow you. So I would highly suggest a first pro version. What that means is it gives you at least 5 indicators. To this day, I don't use more than 5 indicators, right? So the first package is the best one for me, but I want to show you this over here. The only difference between them here is the amount of profiles that you can open, which means I told you if you want a long-term, short-term, if you want to open multiple of different profiles, the higher packages give you more. If you want more indicators, the higher packages give you more. And when it comes to actual alerts, if you want to set an alert and something's happening and you're not seeing there, I will show you this later on. You get more as you buy over here. If you are just starting off, guys, the first one's the best. As you progress and you start understanding more and you can add more to your charts, then you can start building up. But the first one gives you just what you need to start your journey and doesn't restrict you from using the main tools that you want to use. Okay, guys, now we're going to stay on TradingView for a second. I want to show you guys a couple of tools, right? We've learned something called risk to reward and how this means something important with the mindset. Basically telling you, don't be a damn gambler, be a trader. Calculate your loss before you just think about the Lamborghini and the yacht. So I want to show you guys the tools that work hand in hand with this. So what it's called is something called a long position tool. So let's jump to TradingView over here. And I want to show you where to find this tool. The first thing is you come to the left-hand section here where the tool section is, and you want to click on this thing over here, this little arrow, and something called long position. And what this is teaching you long, right? Long means buy. You expect the market is going to go up. So it gives you this little tool that looks like this over here. Okay, and the way you do it is you basically take the tool and you put the tool down, and what it gives you is red and it gives you green, right? And as you can see right now, the red's as big as the green. This is a gambler's mentality, and I'll explain to you why in a sec. But what it basically teaches you is when you want to buy something, when you've analyzed something, what is the amount of risk? Where are you going to protect yourself? And this is going to be using something called a stop loss, which I'm going to get to in a second, right? But it's basically saying, how much risk are you going to take this trade? Then you look at, okay, how much money you're going to make if it wins, okay? And the whole key to a risk to reward is to make sure that the green section is a lot bigger than the red section. Because what that means is you are entering a trade and you've calculated the risk is going to be a lot smaller than the reward. Why is that important? Because it gives you multiple of lives. Meaning that if this trade goes against you, you're going to take a small haircut, yes, and it's going to burn a little, but it gives you another opportunity to take another trade, right? And you can take multiple of these and you can actually take losses. And I want to show you guys the power of this. I want to show you a very important scenario, and I've seen this multiple times in my journey. There's a lot of times that everything lines up to buy. Okay, you'll have all your reasons, but something tells me this is great. So for example here, the first time here, I want to buy and I've calculated my risk and I say, you know what, this thing's going to go up to the moon. Okay, I'm going to buy over here and I'm going to put a stop loss in. What happened a couple days later? I got stopped out, right? I lost 10%. That stung. So then what happened is I got to sit back. My rules tell me take a break. I wait and I see the signal come again and it says, hey, it is time to buy. So what do? I buy again. Okay, I see my reward is good. I put a stop loss in, no problem. Price comes down, hits me again. I take another 10% hit. So what has happened? I've taken 2 trades and I've taken 2 losses, right? Then the third time is the same signals coming up again. It is time to enter. And what happens over here is I calculate my risk. Price comes down, I survive the stop loss, and price goes parabolic. And from here, I saw my account not only recover from a 20% loss, but actually ended up 2 to 3xing, okay, which is a 200 to 300%. And the moral of the story is losses will come, but look at what actually happened. I entered, I calculated my risk, I took the hit, but what it actually gave me was a better entry. Then I entered again, made sure that my risk was protected again, and I got stopped out. I took another haircut.
But my entry got even better. And the third time that I got it right, not only was it an incredible trade, it got me back in the money very quickly and actually got me a bunch of profits. So what it taught me was by understanding that buying pullbacks is firstly the most important thing. And this is why I taught you guys about emotions. Why? Because your risk is low. Means that if it goes against you, it's not about being right all the time. You take a small haircut. Okay, but if you continue following through the process, when your first win comes, not only does it make back a lot of losses, it also puts you in the profits very quickly over here. So again, looking back at this over here, the whole point is to understand, I want to see the emotions play out. I want to see the panic. I want to see the anger, everything that I've spoken about previously, right? When I see the signal to buy, the first thing I ask myself is, where am I going to protect myself? Where is my risk going to be? Okay, now I determine that's over there. Now what you have to do is you have to put something practical behind it. And this is something called a stop loss. So guys, what is a stop loss? Guys, a stop loss is an order that you can set, okay, when you enter a trade, that if you are not at your computer and you start to lose a certain amount of capital, it will sell you out and protect you. Okay, so it's an automated system that you can set once you've entered a trade, that if it goes against you, you don't want to lose more than 5%. And if that happens and price drops, it will get you out at that level and you don't lose too much. It gives you another life to go again, okay? Then what you have on the other side is something called a take profit. Now the take profit is the same thing. You've now determined that I want to sell if I get this trade right at this level. So what you can do is you can set a take profit order, which will sit there, and if you are not at your computer and price goes up to that level, it will sell and take the profits for you. So what this is a little bit of automation. You've made up your mind, you've planned for your risk, you've planned for your reward, buy, put your stop loss, put your take profit, and walk away. And from there, one of them are gonna play out. If you get stopped out, you're focusing on the better entry, okay? And you're going again. If it goes through and takes profit, you are then waiting for the whole thing to reset again and to do the same thing yet again. Now guys, why I teach this and why it is so valuable to me. I got wiped out a lot in my journey. Okay, there's many times that I turned $4,000 into $40,000. And I remember one day in specific, I worked really hard for 3 months to build a portfolio. And I traded quite a bit of leverage at this time, but I built a lot of this. And $40,000, I'm happy. I start to get excited. Me and Craig, we decide we're going to start teaching some people. So I decided to do a Zoom call and start teaching a few people. And I didn't want to show them the amount of money that I had. So what I didn't realize is I had a leverage trade that was open. Okay, and I had $2,000, $3,000 on a high leverage trade. The rest of my money was away in spot. It wasn't there, okay? But I didn't realize that that trade that was running there was on an option called cross. And you'll learn about this later on when you learn the leverage journey. But what it basically means is any money that's in there, if you don't have a stop loss and things go south, you can liquidate the entire account. So when I was teaching this, I didn't want to show them my money. So I decided to take the money and move it to this account because in my head, straight after the call, I'm going to put it back. So the next day comes and we're going to a lunch. I'm excited to see all the friends and I get this email that I've just been liquidated. And the realization hits. I sit there and I'm like, no way, no way, no way, no way. And I look at my phone, gone. That whole $40,000, everything that I've built got completely smashed. And that was a very big day for me to learn stop losses. Remember, in the beginning, I didn't know any of these tools. I was just winging it every day and manually doing everything. And all my hard work for 3 months was completely gone. So stop losses are your friend. They may seem a little bit annoying. I get stopped out, price goes. You just got to get a nice understanding of where to put them. And remember, your trading journal is going to help you to say, hey, you're getting stopped out too many times at the same place. Maybe change it a little bit, right? But they are good. They help you survive when times get hard, and they give you another opportunity to get in again. And the main thing you're looking for is better entries and another life to go again. And so is take profits. People don't take enough profits in this market. It's not about how much money you make, how much money do you keep. So getting yourself into a good understanding of risk to reward, that you must have a reward. Because if there's no reward and you're just chasing air and you just think you're just going to make money, but you don't know how much, you're going to end up never selling. The market's going to turn at some point and take everything that you have just made. So risk to reward, take profits, and stop losses is the key structure for you to become a good investor as well as a good trader. So guys, I'll see you in the next video. Guys, one of my favorite things about crypto and trading,
was that you can make crypto suit your life. And I think this was something that took me a lot of time to understand. I was that person that basically stared at charts 24/7, right? I thought the more I stared at it, the more I traded, the more money I was gonna make. And this was a complete lie. This was something that people kind of get stuck into, and it's actually pretty bad, because what it does is it makes you force the market. It makes you force desperation. I need this now, I need this to kind of happening, instead of moving with the market. You know, you gotta look at yourself like water, right? We've gotta move around things. We've gotta move when there's a big event, you gotta calm yourself down and get going back. And this is where it taught me a really powerful thing of, what are you actually creating here? What we are creating is a system for you to become a different trader at any point you want in your career. That's what we are creating. We're creating that if you're an investor, amazing. You're building a long-term portfolio, great. But now a short-term problem has come up. Something you need to achieve in the next 4 or 5 days, right? This has come up. So it means that the investment doesn't really matter right now. It's not doing well, but I got to achieve this. You have the ability to become a short-term trader. That's why in this foundation section that you're finding in the mindset and the charting side too, is very much around the understanding that it's the same concepts. It's the same thing that works when it comes to emotions, when it comes to everything. You're reading the same picture. However, the only thing that changes is the time frames that you're looking at, the data that you have signed to the money. And when you actually understand the power of this, you can switch into a different trader at any point in your life. If you need to quickly day trade to pay rent end of the month, you can do that. If you want to achieve something in 3 months and you don't have much time, a lot of work is crazy, you can switch into a swing trader. You can switch into invest at any point. So let me break down how timeframes work. Now this is very much around, you will see timeframes on your exchanges, you'll see timeframes on your trading view. And what it basically is it's different data that it's showing you. Data in a certain period of time, right? Now this becomes powerful because the first problem that a lot of people make is you kind of go through all the time frames. You kind of look at Bitcoin and you go look at it on the 1 hour chart and you go look at it on the daily, and they're kind of telling you a different picture. The one is going up, the one is going down, the one's going sideways. What you got to understand is you are looking at different parts of data within Bitcoin in different time frames. So what I've created here for you guys is a sheet to really understand what this actually is. So let me show you this. If you look at a 1 hour time frame, what it's basically showing you is data for the next 24 to 48 hours. That's it. It's not showing it's going to happen next month. It's not showing you the next couple of weeks, which means if you want to make money for the next couple of hours, this is the perfect time frame for you. Now, a lot of people will go look at, oh, but the daily is not looking great. Doesn't matter. You are not there to trade what happens in the next couple of days. You are trading what's happening right now. And the reason why this is so important is because even though on a daily or higher time frame, prices can look like they're coming down, every day there is green and there is red. You are there just to trade whatever is presenting itself at that specific time. So if the hourly is showing go long, buy, even though the daily is telling you to sell, it is telling you that for the next couple of hours the market will go up, but overall it will then start coming down again. So the 1 hour is a powerful short-term time frame. Then you got the 4 hour. The 4 hour is something that's telling you the next 5 to 7 days, right? It's basically saying that if you have a job and you don't have much time, doesn't mean you can't trade. You can trade 1 or twice every week, and this is the perfect time frame. So the 8 hour time frame is anything between the 7 and the 10 day sort of period. Then you got the 12 hour. This can be up to 2 weeks. Then you got the daily, the next 30 to 60 days. Then you have the weekly, the next 3 to 6 months. Then you have the monthly, the next year to 2 years. So what this is by understanding the differences between these time frames, you're going to realize, wow, every time I trade or invest, I only need to focus on one time frame. Why am I distracting myself? If everything else is pointing in different directions, I just got to focus on what I need to see. What that has already done for you is saved you hours to days to months of struggle and confusion. Because when you start adding tools to your trading view and the one is telling you to buy and sell, you will no longer be confused because your time frame will tell you exactly what to do. Now, what's also powerful about this is later on in the course, you're going to learn that you put purpose behind money, okay? Which means you have money that you want to create to buy this. Now, what you do is you take that purpose and you attach it to one time frame. Once you attach it to one time frame, we build you one method with multiple tools that will help you buy and sell on that time frame. which means you can get good at that single time frame, which means no more confusing and trying to do all these different things. You are simplifying the process. You know, my journey to success was not because I'm smarter than anyone else. It's because I'm simpler. I found how to get to my target the quickest. And the way I did that is by removing the noise. So guys, what this is such a powerful insight to understand that you can get to the goal a lot quicker by simplifying the process. And then you can start getting a little bit more advanced, right? You'll see sometimes the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the 8 hour, the 12 hour, the daily, they're all pointing a buy. You know what to do, right? All in, baby. But end of the day, guys, this is how you get good quickly. You simplify the process and understand the power of time frames. So guys, now it's time to get near the end of the foundation. And now you need to learn how to trade. Now it is time to understand, how do I buy? How do I sell? How do I put a stop loss? How do I put a take profits? And in order to do this, you need to understand how to trade on exchanges. So as you can see behind me, I'm not in the normal studio anymore. I'm in Dubai. So what we've done is we've gotten the best guys to be our partners when it comes to exchanges to make sure that you have a very easy place to trade. Now guys, I want to quickly speak about why having multiple exchanges is quite important. Because in my journey, I used to have a lot of my money in one place, and this is not a good strategy. Firstly, safety-wise, always diversify. I used to have different reasons for my money. One account for long-term wealth. The other one would maybe be to pay off debt or to help me in the months of making money, right? The other one is to buy things. So what it basically means is it's important to have different exchanges, and these different accounts that you're running all have a different job to do. And ultimately, by putting it all together, you're gonna mix your businesses. A money boss can run businesses, but they need to have their own structure and their own place. I'm in Dubai right now, meeting every exchange face to face to make sure that Sniper School students get the best deal. So what you'll see below is you'll see links, right? If you sign up with any of these exchanges, we've made sure that you get sign-up bonuses. And this is great, because if you're gonna start trading, put some extra money on top of that, right? And you can use that to help grow your accounts quicker. And if you make some mistakes, at least you are losing money from the free capital that you're getting. So guys, you get many different extra perks by using these links below. Plus, every exchange that we have chosen are user-friendly, they have great volume, and they have a good selection of tokens. And that's what you need as a trader. So guys, you're about to now learn how to chart. So it's important before you do this, go and choose your exchange. Make sure you've signed up. Make sure you maybe have some capital sitting inside. So when it's time to take our first trade together, you are nice and set and ready. And from this, you're gonna be comfortable that when you are seeing these trades starting to appear, you're gonna understand how to actually execute the trades. All of these videos, you can choose what you want to watch. And now here, at any time you get stuck on your exchange, you can come straight back to these videos and they'll help you understand what to do next. So guys, we've just finished the foundation. Now you're ready to build the next major pillar. And this is the fun one. You're about to learn how to chart. I'm about to teach you every tool that I learned on my journey, and it's the same tools that I still use to today. I'm about to go through each tool individually and make it very simple for you to understand the power of each tool. And remember, what we're doing here is we're equipping you for my blueprint. I'm teaching you every tool that you need to know so we can put it all together. So what you're about to learn is how to actually draw the trends, how to understand buy zones, how to understand when the market's overbought, oversold. What do I do? How do I understand different patterns and candlesticks? This is about to really take your level from here to truly understanding how to chart. So guys, now we start our charting journey. And the first thing I want to speak about is candlesticks. When you just got your trading view, you will see these green and red candlesticks everywhere. And what this basically is representing two teams. The one team is a green team trying to get price to go up, and the other team is a red team that's trying to get price going down. And the way we view this is within candlesticks. Now I want to explain to you how this basically works. So the first thing I want you to do is to have a look at TradingView.
And you want to understand that you can see these candles everywhere, but when are they being formed? And this all works on the specific time frame that you choose. So if you look at the top here, you have a 15-minute time frame. That means that every 15 minutes, a new candle is formed. Therefore, if you choose a 4-hour or a daily, whatever time frame you choose, that's how often a new candle will form. Now let's bring up this picture over here, and I want to show you these two candles. The one is green and the one is red. Now what you could see is when a new candle begins, it starts at an opening price. Then there is a fight that happens where the red team's trying to bring it down or the green team is trying to take it up. But wherever the price closes, if the price closes above where it opened, the candlestick is green. If the price closes below where price opened, the candlestick is going to be red. So what that means is that is the body of the candle. That shows that does not matter who was winning or losing in that time, who won at the end of it. At the end of the 15 minutes, which team was more powerful. And therefore you'll see the color of the candle. Then what you have is things called wicks. Now wicks just show you that at some point, one team was winning, but then they lost control. And it shows you the highs and lows of where price went in that time, but ultimately the body shows you where it closed. So guys, now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go to a chart, and I'm going to go through a bunch of different candlesticks for you. Because again, there's a story that's being told. May the candle just open. Sometimes the red team is trying to get it down quickly, but ultimately a little bit later on, the green team steps in and actually ends up winning the end of the day. And these specific candlesticks can give you hints, tell you that, hey, green team's strong right now, it's going to continue, or there's a fight happening right now. It looks like maybe a reversal is incoming. So let's jump over here to the charts and let's go through. So as you can see over here, I have a Dogecoin chart, and I've highlighted a bunch of important candlesticks to pay attention to. There are many different patterns and candlesticks that you can learn. And over some time, it's good to learn those type of candlesticks. And we've actually provided a nice little slide for you guys that will give you all these different patterns. But these ones for me are the important ones to notice when you're seeing things happen. So I'm going to start on the left-hand side over here, and I'm going to show you the story that's being told. This is a daily candle, okay, or multiple daily candles that have formed. And what it means is when the price opened, it opened at this area over here at around 21, 22 cents. But you could see that there was not much fight from the bears over here, okay? Price only but went up. And it actually ended up going to 29 cents, but ended up closing at 27 cents, showing you that yes, there was a wick, but the body was massive, showing that this team is currently not just winning, it's winning by very far. And it gave me a strong hint that the next candle was going to be strong too. And you could see straight after that, the next candle, no fight from the red team, okay, and a massive body of a green team victory over here. Therefore, the day after, you could see it won again, until you start to see that there are some wicks forming. All of a sudden now, price is trying to, but it's starting to slow down, starting to struggle a little bit. And this is where your bears now are finally getting to a level where they're starting to fight it. And therefore, when you start to see these wicks, you start to see either a rejection or a slowdown. So the wicks are very vital to understand. When you're at certain levels and you're seeing a bunch of wicks, it means there's a fight that is happening and you need to be ready for either a breakthrough or a reversal at any point. Now I'm going to take you to another example. This one was quite interesting because what you could see over here is you could see that the green team for 3 days straight were winning, right? And then all of a sudden, you could see how a big engulfing candle, what it's called is a bearish engulfing. So what an engulfing candle means is when this new candle that forms is in the opposite direction but bigger than the last candle, right? So if you look at this over here, you could see that there were 3 green candles, but look how this one red candle came down and absorbed these 3 candles. Therefore, after that, you could see how price started to move to the downside. So the bulls were in control, but this showed that someone sold a big amount. And all of a sudden, the momentum started to slow down. And you could see soon after, the bears took control. And you could see that when price opened over here, look how the bears came all the way down and it closed with a big body. When it's big bodies like this, it means that it is strong. Therefore, the next day, you could see that the next candle was massively big. Then what was interesting, and this is known as a reversal candlestick, okay, is price opened at this area over here at 31 cents. All of a sudden, the bears came in. We're going to dominate. We're going to take price down. And all of a sudden, they did. They ended up taking price from 31 cents all the way down to 26 cents. But what happened then is it hit a crucial level, okay, that it then got bought up in that same time frame. And the candle actually ended up turning green, meaning that the red team were winning the battle for a certain period of time, but the green team came out of nowhere and actually ended up reversing the candle. And days later, what that resulted in is the market to go up again. So these big wick reversal candles, where it was a fat red candle that turns into a green one, is a very strong sign that there is buying power and this could be a reversal. And as you could see, guys, after that, look how strong the bulls came in. Then there was an engulfing candle to the downside, and then yet again, another reversal. Price went down, got bought up, turned green, boom, nice rocket ship. Now I want to show you the other side as well, because this is an important candle to understand here too. This is also known as a reversal candle. And what it was showing was the green team. You could see all the wicks here, so it was a hard fight between the two teams. It wasn't easy, but eventually the green team started to win. And then you could see that we had this candle with a small body and a big wick over here, showing that, hey, there's some selling pressure. And the next day, price opened at 27 cents, went all the way to 28 cents, and ended up closing red. And what this did was to show that, yes, the bulls were starting to win the start of the day, but ultimately the bears won the battle at the end of the day. Therefore, after that, you started to see a massive reversal to the downside. So guys, big things that I pay attention to when it comes to candlesticks is I look for these big wicks. If it gets to a critical area and I see a big wick and I see the candle turning to the other side, the one team has overcome the other team for the day, that's a good reversal sign. I pay attention. I pay attention to engulfing candles. When I see that we are moving in a strong direction, but the next day, the team came and actually absorbed it very quickly, that is a warning sign. So reversals and continuation candlesticks are very important to understand, and they can really help you when it comes to confidence of holding your trades or maybe entering trades as well. And this type of information can help you not only to know when to maybe enter trades, but as well as exiting. And sometimes even knowing when to hold trades because your token is actually moving incredibly strong. So guys, candlesticks are important and it's something you're going to use quite a bit, especially when you start putting candlesticks together, right? You start to add them together, and what this creates is patterns. So guys, in crypto, we have two teams. We have a green team and we have a red team. Now, both of these teams are trying to move the price. They want price to either go up, and this is the green team, and the red team want price to go down. Now, the way they do this is to protect certain levels. And these levels are called support and resistances. And what these are high reaction levels. This is where price will bounce or break through, all depending on which team is winning the battle. Now, why it's so important to understand these levels is because if we know where the fight is going to happen, we know when to either take profits or we know when to actually buy within the market. So this was a very simple strategy that I learned in the beginning. And to be honest, for my first 3 months of trading, this was the only strategy that I used. So now let me show you. Let's jump straight onto TradingView, your drawing board, right? So guys, as you could see this drawing that I have put over here on TradingView, you could see that on the top over here is a level that price struggled to get through. And it's hit it 1, 2, 3 times, right? And this is known as resistance. It's known as the ceiling. This is where the bears, the red team, is holding price at this point. Then what you have below this is you have support. This is where the bulls, the green team, is holding the price to the downside. This is where a lot of buying power is happening. So what you could see here is both teams are trying to hold these levels, but one team is going to win. And whichever box gets broken first is where the price is going to move next. So what you're sitting with now is 2 levels. And whichever one we break first is the next direction the market is going to move. So now what's important to understand is you have resistance and support. But I want to explain to you that resistance can become support as well, specifically when the green team starts to win. So I want to show you this over here. What you could see is price went up to a certain point and rejected, and went to that point again, then rejected again. So again, the bears were holding this level. But then all of a sudden, the bulls came in strong and they ended up breaking through this level. And when we break through this level over here, you will see that at some point, price comes back down and tests the level that we broke out. And then it bounces. And what this basically means is this is where the bears were holding the territory, but the bulls took it over. The bulls not only broke through that level, it actually turned it into the new base. And what this forms is it forms that the bulls are now stepping up. So when you're seeing price moving up, what they are doing is they are passing levels. So what this looks like is this over here, where this was the resistance, bulls broke through it and turned it into support. Then the previous high was resistance again. Once you break through there, it turns it into support. Therefore, you could see that we are moving in this upward direction, but each level the bulls are breaking and turning into support. So it's breaking resistance and turning into support. And what this is when the bulls are winning the battle. Now let's show you when bears are winning the battle. Now let's go to this example over here. Price was holding this level. The bulls were buying, it was strong, and all of a sudden the bears broke through the zone. And you can see the same thing happens in reverse. We lose the level, we go up, we test the level, and from there we reject and we move down. So that means yet again, the bears have now conquered that level. Therefore, if you look at this scenario now, you could see that when we're at the zone the bulls were holding, we lost the level. Price went down, went up, rejected, which means the bears now have control. Break the next level, have control, right? So all that it means is now the team is breaking the levels to the downside, but they are gaining control every single time. So guys, now you can see that it's the battle between the two teams. And you can see both are trying to turn support into resistance and resistance into support. And by you knowing this, not only would it help you understand where strong levels are to buy, because again, you want to buy where the strong buying is happening. You want to buy into strength. You don't want to buy into resistance, right? So support buys are important. And when it comes to selling, you want to sell into resistance. You don't want to sell into support. So let me show you another example over here. And I want to show you this chart here. And I just want to show you how to identify where these support and resistances are, because the main thing you need to understand is this is where a rejection or a breakthrough can happen. And this is when you need to pay attention. So if you look at this over here, on the left-hand side here, you could see that the token was maybe moving to the upside. The bulls were winning at that point. Then the bears came in and price started to slow down. What that automatically gives you is a range to understand that right now, as you look at this over here, this is where the bears are holding and this is where the bulls are holding. But now we break one of these levels. All of a sudden, we start to break the top. What you then can do is you will see on the charts, you will see previous areas that we have rejected, bounced before or rejected before, right? And this will highlight where the next resistance zones are. So by looking at this now, and I'm sure that we've just broken through over here, I can now go mark this area, mark this area, and mark this area over here. And what that gives me an understanding is that any one of these zones we can reject. And this helps me with areas of when it comes to taking profits. And if it had to happen the other side where we broke the bottom, you can go mark the previous highs and lows. You can mark them both. These are support zones. These are areas that we can bounce that you must pay attention to for buying. Now let me show you this on a real chart, right? So here is Ethereum as an example. I want to show you how powerful these levels actually are. So you can see as I'm recording this, price has been going down for a little while, right? And you can see it's a 12-hour chart. So this has been happening over the last couple of weeks, right? But I want to show you where the problem was. So let's go back just before price went down. You could see that the bulls were winning the fight. Not only were they winning, you could see how they were passing levels. So here was the first big level that bulls needed to break through. Price was going sideways. You could see we were rejecting the same areas. Eventually the bulls broke it. Not only did they break it, they turned a very strong area over here on the left into support. So we broke through, we turned it into support. Then what happened after that? Price broke through again, turned that into support. Then it broke through again and turned it into support. For as long as we were breaking these levels and turning them into support, things were looking good. Until what happened? We lost support. And look how your bears step in. Now all of a sudden, your bears, we lost support, we tested it, and we dropped down. After that, you could see how we just lost these levels and the bears kept gaining control. Every one of these major lows marked the next highs. Okay, and it just shows you that the bulls were winning this fight on the left-hand side, And then the bear started winning over here too. So guys, now let me show you how to actually do this on a fresh chart. So I'm going to clean this over here and I'm going to zoom in. Okay, I've identified I want to trade on the 12-hour time frame. Great, I want to trade Ethereum. So now what I do is I go look at the most recent low. Where's the most recent low right now? And it's this one over here. So now this is known as my support. Now let me go look at where's the most recent high. And it's the one that's closest near where price is right now. And this is resistance. So now what I've done is I've already marked where the bears are holding control right now and where the bulls are holding control right now, right? The two major levels. Once we break through one of these, then we're going to start moving in that direction. So let's paint a picture. All of a sudden now, we start breaking this top level over here. Then what you can do is you can go look at where are the recent highs. Now guys, there'll be a lot of times where there'll be one high, okay? And this is the resistance. But what you must understand is if you can find a high with more touches or more times that it has bounced in this area or rejected in this area before, the stronger the support and resistance is. But all of them are valid. Now let me show you this over here. There is my next resistance. The next one after this, which is a good resistance, is this one over here, as I have lows and I have highs sitting in the same area. That's a good resistance. Then you can see the next one above it, we have multiple touches of these areas over here. So what that automatically does for me is it gives me a roadmap of what I want this token to do. What that means is if you look at this over here, if we break through this zone, we should go to this one and we turn it into support. And we break through this one, we turn it into support. We break through this one, we turn to support until we don't. And that will be the early sign over there as well. So what you can do is once you see the token you want to trade, you can mark the nearest high, nearest low, and then you can mark the next levels as price starts to break through. And it's the same thing to the downside. If we had to lose the downside now and the bears had to take control, but we lose this level now, and you don't see any more lows on the left here, you zoom out, okay, and you will find the next major lows. And why this is so important, because it also shows you where price is going to increase or decrease very quickly. So as you can see, Ethereum's at 1,900 now. But if it loses 1,800, we're going to 1,500. Does that worry you? If you've just entered the trade, then put a stop loss. Right? If it doesn't worry you and you can survive and you have money to buy, you know where to buy next. Right? And it's the same thing when price moves to the upside. That if we break through this 2,100, the next level is sitting at 2,300, 2,500, 2,800. Right? Does this make sense to take profits? If so, that's where take profit levels will happen. You always want to sell into the big resistances and you always want to buy the big supports. So guys, support and resistance is powerful. It teaches you to buy pullbacks. It teaches you to buy on strong levels and to sell when the market has pumped into big resistance zones. Now, what's also amazing, guys, is later in this course, you're learning many more tools and we're going to bring them together. This is one of the powerful ones. Now it's time to jump to the next. Now we're going to jump onto one of my favorite tools ever. The one that I learned around 3 months in my journey and I've never looked back. And this is called trend lines. Now guys, trend lines also have support and resistance. And what it basically means is you track the trend. Now what I love about this strategy is it does not predict the market. It moves with the market. And by doing that, you can see when the market is starting to change. Now, the important thing to understand is this market only moves in 3 directions. It moves up, down, and sideways. And you can use a trend line to track when we're in either of these phases. And when that trend line breaks, it tells you that the market is starting to change structure. Things are starting to shift. Let me show you what this actually means. So, the first thing I want to show you over here, let's quickly speak about the different directions that you get within the market. Let's speak about an uptrend. The only thing that is happening when price is going up is you are seeing higher lows and higher highs within the price. So every time price goes up, it makes a high, makes a higher low than the previous low, then makes a higher high, higher low, higher high. And that's what's creating the token to move in the upwards direction. Then if you look at the other side, which is a downwards trend, you could see over here that you got the high, lower low, lower high. Therefore, price is moving down. Then you have the sideways market. And the sideways market is making the same highs and the same lows. Now let me show you where trend lines become very powerful. So now let's go back to the uptrend. You see what's very important to understand here. It's not the tops. We can see that this token's making higher highs. The important part is the higher lows, showing that every time there is a pullback, the lows are still higher than the previous one. Therefore, the green team is still winning the battle, because every time they're getting sold into, they're bouncing stronger. So the important trend line to draw here is the lows, is to track the lows as the market's going up to show that if you're going to continue going up, keep making higher lows. And for as long as you do that, I want to be in the token, right? Because it means it's infinite growth to the upside, and I'm protecting myself by seeing that we're continuing to make higher lows. So boom, all of a sudden, we have a support trend line. And what this is doing is just tracking those lows. And therefore, if price wants to continue to rally and rally and rally, you are just tracking the momentum until that line breaks. And if that line decides to start breaking, then you realize, hey, something is starting to change. Now, the same thing in a downward cycle. When you are going downwards, the main thing that you are paying attention to is the highs, because the highs are getting lower every time. So the important trend line to use here is the top trend line. And what this is doing is tracking the highs as they go down, and basically meaning for as long as you are making lower highs, I'm not interested. Then what you have is the sideways market. And you could see here, it's very easy. What you have is support and resistance. You have a bottom trend line, which is support, and you have a top trend line, which is resistance. And either one that we break, we're then going to move in that direction. Therefore, we're going to move in an uptrend or a downtrend. So all of a sudden, if price starts to break through the top over here, you're now moving in an uptrend market. And the same thing if we start to move to the downside, all of a sudden, we are now moving in a downwards trend. Now, this is what it looks like. You are moving with the market. When the market's traveling to the upside, you track in the bottoms. The moment it starts to crack it, it's now moving to a different trend. You put a trend line at the top, and all of a sudden you're tracking it to the down. Then it breaks the trend line, starts to move up, and you can move with the markets, even to a point where I used to just trade this indicator. I would buy when we broke trends, and I would sell when we broke the trends again. And I would just move with the markets and never predict it. Now, one thing that's very important to understand about trend lines is there are many you can draw. And I want to teach you guys how to draw these things. But the first thing is the strength of the trend lines. Because it's important to know that because you are tracking trends, you want to know how strong is that trend line. And it works the same as support and resistance. The more times you hit it, the stronger the trend actually is. Now, let me show you what this actually looks like. Here is a few examples of strong versus average trends. If you find a trend line that has 2 touches, okay, it's an average trend line. It's a 50% chance that the trend's going to be correct when it breaks out. If you can find a 3 touch, that's 60% chance. If you can find a 4 touch, 70%, and a 5 touch plus is 80%. I'll never go higher than 80, right? But 80%, meaning that if you're looking for a really good trade, try find the most touches, right? These are the best ones to look for. And it's the same thing when the market is moving to the upside. If you see you're holding your token, okay, and there's only 2 touches on your trend, know that it can break at any point, right? There's a 50% chance that it can break. And if it's touching 3 times, 60% chance. So when the market's moving up and you put this trend line at the bottom here, if you have a 2 touch, there's a 50% chance we're going to hold the trend, right? Means pay attention. If there's a 3 touch, 60% chance. If there's more touches over here, you could see the probability of holding the trend is better. Plus, if you know that it has many touches and it breaks the trend, you know it's vital to either take some profits or protect yourself. So guys, now let's jump to the charts. Let's go draw some trend lines together, right? So if you look at the Solana chart over here, remember a 2-touch trend line makes it valid, okay? But how can I find the better trend? So for example, if I want a 2-touch trend line, I can put that little line over there, 1, 2, 3 touches. Right, and that gives me a decent, okay trend line. Or I can draw one somewhere else. I can draw one over here, 2 touches. All trends work, right? They're important trends, but the more touches, the better. So when I'm looking at this now, I'm looking at how many of these wicks and these candles that I'm seeing here, how many can I connect to get the most touches, right? Because you can use wicks and you can use bodies. It doesn't have to be, it can either be just wicks and bodies, or just bodies. That's your choice, right? But if I show you this over here, I look at this trend and I'm like, that's a good trend. And what that means is that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touch trend line. I'm going to wait for that to break trend. So instead of me rushing in now, okay, I'm going to wait for it to break that trend. And when it starts to break that trend, then we'll start to see an uptrend. And in that uptrend, I'll then pop my bottom trend line over here to track it as it goes up. When that breaks, I'll start taking some profits. So now if you go look back on Solana over here, and it's so important, guys, if you want to learn trend lines, go back. Go back to the charts and go draw the trends. You can even use this tool here called the replay tool that can erase some of the data so you can go and try predict yourself and try go look at the trends you would see. Now let's look at a couple important trends. If I look at this move that we went to the upside, you may see a lot of volatility. But if I draw it out, I can see very clearly that we are making some sort of trend when it comes to these lows. I can see these lows over here quite clearly, right? And if I go here and I say, let me put a nice fat trend line on this over here, you could see that there was 1, 2, 3, 4 touches, 5 touches, 6 touches. Look what happened when price broke it. All of a sudden, we came tripling down very quickly over here as well. So these trends at the bottom here are very strong supports, and the ones at the top are very strong resistances. So guys, there is a full understanding of trend lines. All of them are valid, but look for the stronger ones. This is what's really going to separate those that get more trades correct than those that are not. And what's nice about this, guys, is remember, we're going to add these tools together. When you start putting trend lines and support and resistance together and some more tools together, you start to see that, whoa, they start to point out very obvious areas. So guys, you've just learned support and resistance, and you've just learned trend lines. And what is that? You're tracking the trends, right? You're tracking when price is starting to slow down. Now let's take it a step further. And I want to show you that what you are tracking is actually patterns. And these patterns are giving you nice little insights of what is going to happen next. One thing that's very important to understand is when the market is pumping or going down, it will usually end up after that going sideways. And when we're in that sideways stage, you're going to get a little bit of a hint. Is the market going to reverse from there, or is it going to continue? So now I'm going to teach you patterns that are going to help you identify, are we going to continue or are we going to reverse? Now let's jump back to my trading view over here. And I want to show you that when these candles come together, and I'm going to go to the chart here for a second, what they are doing is actually forming a pattern, right? Because right here, you could see that price came down. Now it is forming a pattern, and it has a choice here. The first choice that it has is it can reverse and go back to the upside. The second choice is it can decide to hover sideways and actually end up going down again. So it's important to understand the patterns that are being formed over here. So there are two forms of patterns. The one is called reversal patterns. Once the market has been rallying to the upside and is going sideways, this is where you need to understand where it can either reverse or continue. So what you see here is you've just learned trend lines. So when the market has moved up and is starting to go sideways, what is it telling you? It's telling you that, hey, it was going in a strong momentum to the upside, but it is slowing down. Why is it slowing down? Is something about to happen that I'm not ready for? Okay, or is it just preparing to go up again? So what you do is you put a line at the bottom and at the top, support and resistance, right? And which line it breaks is going to determine if it's going to be a continuation or a reversal. So if price goes up to the upside, goes sideways and breaks the bottom line, it is going down. However, if you look at the other side over here, if price goes up, goes sideways and breaks the top trend line over here, it's going to continue the same way that it came into this pattern. So the difference between these two over here is they were both going sideways. They both started off with a pump. The one lost support though, and the other broke resistance. So by knowing this over here, you now know, okay, it's going sideways, but I need to just make sure that I know where the support is. Because if it's going to break support, I must be ready that this thing can reverse. And on the other side of that is, should I still hold this trade, right? You have your two lines. And if the top line breaks, hold the trade. It's breaking out now and it's continuing to the upside. So let's now go through a couple of examples of how this looks, and then we're going to jump onto the chart and show you how it looks in real time. So if you look at this over here, these are common patterns that you will see, and mainly the patterns that I use. And there are slight little differences to help you to identify if it's a reversal or if it is a continuation. So this example over here is we pump up, we go sideways, we lose the bottom, it's a reversal. We pump up, we go sideways, we break the top, it is a continuation. Okay, then what you have is the next option over here, and this is an important one. When price pumps, goes up, and it starts to go sideways, okay, but it starts to go sideways in an upwards angle. So it's actually moving up slowly. What this is doing is it's keeping everyone quite bullish. It's making everyone still believe that, hey, it's still going up. It's going up slower, but it's still going up. What you don't know is it's actually forming a reversal pattern. And if it breaks this bottom line, you will see how fast price will come back down and catch a lot of people off of guard. So when you see that price is moving to the upside slowly, the sentiment around the token is very bullish. And when everyone's very bullish is at any moment where a trap can come in. So the bottom line is vital to make sure that you have in. So if it breaks it, you know the trap's about to happen. Then what you have is the other side. Now let's look at the next one below that. Price comes down, goes sideways, you put your 2 lines in. If it breaks the top, it's a reversal, right? If you go down over here as well, and this one's very important because a lot of times price will come down and people will be quite scared. They'll be like, price has come down, I've lost money, okay? And then it will start to go down slowly after that. Go sideways, but in a downwards angle. And this is what gets people to lose a lot of hope, because they're like, this thing is just going slowly, no one's buying, it's not going up. What you don't realize though, is this is a strong reversal pattern. This is something where it's basically making people lose hope. And the moment that the top trend breaks over here, price actually shoots up very quickly, nearly as fast as what it actually did when it came to the downside. So this is another common one that when you are seeing the chart, everyone is bearish. You on the other side though, you being bullish. You understand that this is a reversal pattern. Let's go through a couple of examples of the continuations. The continuations you could see over here is the first example again. We go up sideways, we break the top, we continue. It's the same thing that if we go up and we start to come down slowly at an angle to the downside and we break the top, it's a continuation. This is bullish, right? This is strong. Okay, then you could see as well that it works the other way around too. If price comes down, runs sideways and breaks the bottom, it's continuing to go down after that. Then you see over here that if price goes down and angles to the upside and breaks the bottom, it is a continuation. So by understanding the differences over here, you will firstly know that, hey, this thing is going to continue dropping or continue pumping. I need to make a decision. Or on the other side, people are thinking that this thing is bad or good at this point, but you know a reversal is incoming. So it will put you ahead of the game and make you see what other people are not seeing. So guys, this is a couple of the basics that I use quite often. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to jump to the real chart and I'm going to show you a lot of different patterns that are playing out. Now guys, I want to add as well. Okay guys, so what you have here is Bitcoin in the 2021 bull market. And I want to show you how it started and how we knew it was going to continue. And where was the signs where the top was and where was the signs where the bottom was, right? So let's start the journey off nice and early and you'll see these patterns play out very nicely. The first one, this is when I actually joined crypto, was this big crash over here. I just got scammed. I'm now learning leverage and this is where I joined the damn market. Crazy, right? But as you could see over here, when price was moving to the upside, what it was actually doing was making a rising wedge. And it was showing us that a lot of people were getting quite bullish at this point, but you always need to have that bottom trend line in because all of a sudden we broke the trend line and the markets dropped really hard to the downside. Then you could see as well that after that, once we recovered, you can then see that we had the bulls push price up, then it started to angle to the downside. So can you see the two clear differences between the two? The one, we started slowly climbing to the upside and we lost support. Where this one over here, we started climbing to the downside, going sideways at a downwards angle, and we ended up breaking the top. What then happened is price went up. So this was a continuation to the upside. Then you could see after that, we made a reversal. You see when price started to go sideways, You mark the bottom, you mark the top, we broke the bottom. It was a reversal. After that, price went sideways. We marked the bottom, you marked the top, we broke the top. Reversal. Price started to rocket up. Then you could see how these flags started to form. We went up, we started to make the sideways. Now again, a lot of people will ask, where do I draw this? Wait for the pattern, wait for the chart to go sideways enough that you can see the pattern. If you are not seeing the pattern, it's not real. Stay away, be patient, wait for a clear pattern to play out. So here you could see after a bit of time, it started to make this flag over here, and all I needed was the top trend line. And as that broke over there, boom, price started to shoot up. It then went up to these crazy areas from $18,000 all the way to $40,000. And what happened? Price started to slow down again. Automatically, people get a little bit worried. Okay, all you're doing is top trend line, bottom trend line. Find the most touches. 1, 2, 3, 4 touches, right? Makes it a good trend line. How do I find the trend? Find the most touches. This was making a continuation pattern. Once we broke the top, we shot up. Now this is where things get interesting, because after this, we shot up and we started to go up slowly. And this is always a nice little warning sign. What you do is you put a line at the bottom, a line at the top, and you can see the moment we broke the bottom line, price went down, retested, and broke to the downside. So what happened again is everyone was so excited about Bitcoin over here. Everyone was buying. But what you don't realize is the pattern was warning you to say, hey, people are excited, but it's actually bearish. If we lose this bottom trend, which we did, price is going to move down, and that's what happened. Then you fast forward a couple of weeks later, Bitcoin fell from $60,000 all the way to $30,000. What that did is it freaked the market out and it got a lot of people to exit. People started to panic. Then price went sideways. People started to lose interest. Look what started to happen. We started to go sideways at a slight downwards angle, and we went slow and we broke the top trend. And this, when everyone was starting to exit, there was actually a reversal pattern that was playing out. And you could see the moment we broke the top over here, we started to rocket through. If it broke the bottom, it would have been a continuation. But it broke the top and it reversed. After that, we went up, angle, broke the top, continued. And you could see, when price is going down like this, we're bullish. We buy pullbacks, we buy strong levels, we wait for the trends to break, right? When price goes up at an angle to the upside, we're bearish. So when everyone is bullish, we're bearish, we're tracking the bottom trend, and you could see how beautifully this plays out. Now, I also want to show you guys a bunch of continuation patterns. I want to show you that price came down, went up, lost the bottom trend, and went down again. When it went down again, it then went down, sideways, lost the bottom trend, and went down. So guys, all you are doing is when price drops, you're putting the top trends in, and if it's not breaking the top trends and it breaks the bottom, it's going to continue going down if you like it or not, right? It's telling you the truth. And you can see for as long as we kept losing the bottom trend lines, we kept going down until what happened? We went sideways and we broke the top trend. And this ended up being a reversal. After that, we made a continuation, then we made another continuation, and as you guys could see, these patterns are playing out all the time. So why am I teaching you this? Because firstly, it is simple. There are many patterns that are out there, but you are looking at resistance and support. Secondly, why it's so important is there's going to be a lot of things that might freak you out and might scare you on your journey. You might be worried that prices are going down, but by knowing that a bullish pattern is being formed, it will help you push through. And it will help you realize that, whoa, this is just shaking people out. I got to realize what's really being shown over here. And that's what's going to separate you from not getting shaken out and actually surviving. And when you survive, then the market starts to move again. And then when it slows down, by knowing that it's a continuation, you will hold your trades for longer. Okay? And you also know that if it breaks the bottom, you will know, hey, let me take some profits. So this is really going to, off of a simple strategy, just up your knowledge of when to pay attention within crypto and also when to know when to protect yourself. So guys, again, My simplest way is to use the trend lines and wait for the market to go sideways. But there is a lot of very fancy patterns that you can also learn, right? You get things as double tops, meaning that price gets somewhere, doesn't get through there again, and it goes down. These are strong reversal patterns, and you get a bunch of other continuations. But keep growing that knowledge as you continue to learn. Now we jump onto a tool that I learned on a little bit later in my career. And this one helped me quite a bit when it comes to buying the dips. Right? Because we all want to buy the dips, but we kind of don't know where to buy them. And I learned about this Fibonacci tool. And what this does is it calculates levels for you. Healthy pullbacks, right? Levels where people will get flushed out, but it's actually a really good place to buy. And it teaches you how to buy discounts. This is what I liked about it. Instead of waiting and chasing candles that are going green, I can buy a nice 60% discount. And it ended up being also a very powerful level. Right, when I learned these major levels, and also extremely accurate, specifically when I started adding this with a bunch of tools. So let me explain to you guys what Fibonacci looks like on the charts and how to actually use it. So guys, let's jump back to market moves up, down, or sideways. But how fast is it moving? I think that's the question, right? When we're moving to the upside, we could see some coins just skyrocket and some move slowly. This is where Fibonacci works really well. So let me show you what this actually looks like. So the first thing to understand is you always need to know, is the market in an up, down, or sideways direction? So when you've kind of decided your token, you've decided the time frame, you're always going to zoom in and you're going to look at, is it going up, down, or sideways? What does that mean? Is the green side bigger than the red side? If so, it's in an uptrend. If the red side is bigger than the green side, it's in a downtrend, right? Then what you do is once you can see that this over here is in an uptrend, you can draw this tool called Fibonacci. So you click over here on the left and you go to this Fibonacci tool here, right? And what you do is you could see I've highlighted a big and a small circle over here, because what are we trying to do? If a token has gone up and now it's pulling back, I want to find areas over here that's strong for it to bounce. So what that means with Fibonacci is I take the tool from here to the top and it will give me all of these different levels over here. Right? And to make it very simple, all that it's telling you is you could see here a level of 0.236. Over here, 0.382, 0.5, 0.618. What it's telling you is 23%, 38%, 50%, 61%. What that means is if a token moved in a certain direction, it's pulling back 20, 30, 40% of that previous pump that happened, okay? And what you'll realize is when a token is moving to the upside, this is what it does. It has these healthy pullbacks over here. So it basically highlights the healthy levels that are strong for this token that is still worth buying, because the token is not reversed, is not going to the downside, it's actually in an uptrend, and this is where you want to catch it. Now, it's also important to understand here is which level we're bouncing on determines how fast that token is moving in the direction. So if I go over here, this is an example. You see all these lines here are showing the different levels. So if we hold the first one, means your token is having a big push to the upside, small pullback, big push. It looks like this. It's rocketing, it's flying to the upside, right? If it's now having a little bit deeper pullbacks over here, it's going slightly slower. Still going up, but a little bit slower, a little bit deeper pullbacks than the previous one. If you go to the next one, it is pulling back 50% of the pumps that it's making. So it's pumping up, pulling back 50%, pumping up 50%. You can see that nice movement over there. Then what you have is this one over here, 618, which is known as the best Fibonacci. Again, known as the best one and the strongest one to buy. It teaches you to buy 60% pullbacks, okay, which is very good. And it's also a really strong bounce zone. And this looks like this over here. I love catching altcoins when they've popped through. Very similar to what you've just learned. Support and resistance, right? Teaches you straight into the pocket over there, and that's where you want to pay attention. And then we have the bottom trend over here, which is 0.786. And this is when your token's taking a little bit of time, right? Just dragging along over here as well. So let me now show you, when it comes to fibs, how to draw them. So remember, from bottom to the top will give you your fib levels. If you wanted to do the other way around, if the market is coming down and you want to see where is it going to go before it maybe comes down again, you can take the fib from here to here, and it will give you the same levels. And again, it's just going to show you how strong to the downside are we moving. Is it fast? Is it slow? What is it doing, right? So this works for both sides, but let's focus on the long side over here in this example. Okay, so let's zoom in now. I'm on Chainlink. Okay, it's on the daily right now. I zoom in. I want to know, what should I do right now? First thing I look at, is it in an uptrend? Is it a downtrend? Is it sideways? It's in an uptrend. Okay, so what I do now is I take my Fibonacci from the bottom straight to the top. Now, a lot of people say, where do you take the fibs from? The clear bottom, the clear top. Where you see it turns from the bottom to move up again, and when it turns from the top to move down, that's where you take the fib from. You don't take it anywhere in between. You take it on the obvious move that you can clearly see. And what you'll see here is all the different levels. Okay, so right now, we came down and bounced on the 618. The same one I just spoke about, right? Really good. But what it's also telling me is right now, Chainlink is in this momentum. So it's teaching me that this, firstly, was the great area to pay attention to, but it's also showing me how the token is currently moving and what I can expect to happen next after this. This is a higher low, therefore I'm looking for a higher high next. Now let's zoom out. Let's go look at a higher time frame now, right? Is this in an upside or downwards trend? I still see this kind of being in a downwards trend, right? You can see here that we've been coming down. We're not really seeing major higher highs or anything like that just yet. Remember, lower highs, you could see it very clearly, meaning it's still in a downtrend. Not making the same highs, so it's not sideways, downtrend. So what do you do now? You take your fib from the top, clear top of the cycle to the down. This one over here is also valid, which is this one over here, to the down, and what it will highlight is these levels. Now you can clearly see where are the resistances. Let's look where we just rejected. So as it stands right now, this could be still in a very strong high time frame downtrend, right? But if you look at this over here, this is now giving us the next major zones. So what this is highlighting for me is any of these levels can be the rejection point. Okay, and this is where it's so great, because if we start to tie in some resistances and some trend lines, it will start to highlight which of these fibs are also looking really, really, really good at this point. So Fibonacci's, if you see a downtrend, you're taking it from the top to the bottom. If we are in an uptrend, you're taking it from the bottom through to the top. So it's quite crazy. On the low time frame, it is telling us, hey, we can go high here, right? We can make some new highs. But when you zoom out and you go to the high time frame, this one's saying, be careful of this level. Yes, short time saying you can push up, but until we get through this area over here, on high time frame, we could still be in a strong downtrend. This is why it's so important to add another powerful tool to your toolbox. And this one's gonna help you know, are we gonna break through here or are we gonna reject? So guys, I'll see you in the next video. Now we're gonna jump to an indicator that's gonna help us identify when we are getting near the bottom and when we are getting near the top. And this is something called stochastic RSI. This for me is a very simple tool, and it's very powerful because what it does is it teaches me to be patient. It teaches me on wait. The market needs to feel more damage to the downside. We need more of the fearful emotions. Allow the market to come down and pay attention when the market's ready to go up again. And it's the same thing when the market's been rallying up. It's telling you, hey, there's a lot of exciting emotions happening here. Start getting ready to take some profits. So I want to show you this tool that will help you a lot when it comes to paying attention on when to buy in the market and when to actually sell. So now let's jump onto the charts. So the first thing you want to do is you want to load this indicator. And this is what it looks like. It's called the stochastic RSI. So what you do is you go to the indicator section, the search button, and you search stochastic, and you'll see it over here, stochastic RSI. And what you can do is you can put a little star there. So every time you're looking for it, you can click your favorites and you can find it very easily for yourself. Once you have clicked on that, you will see this thing pop at the bottom. Now let me explain what this does. What this does is this tracks sentiments of the market. The market knows that when it has seen a lot of red, green is soon going to come. When it's seen a lot of green, red is soon going to come. So it tracks this. It moves with the price action and tells you when there's been a lot of green and when there's been a lot of red, right? And now we've learned the basis of pay attention to buy when the markets are red, okay, and pay attention to sell when the markets are green. So what you have here is you have this indicator here, and it has two lines. And what these are moving averages, right? And all they do is they track the momentum to the upside, and you can see that they cross at a certain point, meaning that now it's time to start going down. Sometimes they can stay a little bit at the top, and sometimes they can stay a little bit at the bottom. But overall, at any point, the market will soon start to return to the other side. So if you look at the right-hand side, you will see that there is a percentage gauge, okay? And this is basically telling you that there are important areas to pay attention to. When you're looking to buy, or when the market is getting ready to start going up again, you will see that we will be below this 20% mark over here. So anywhere between 0 and 20%, these are good areas to pay attention to. When it's on the other side, where the token has been going up for a while, you will see above 80% to the 100% mark. This is a good area to focus on sells. So what it is called, when the token is at the top part above 80%, it is called overbought. It means a lot of buying power has been happening, and soon the buyers are starting to get a little bit exhausted. When it is at the bottom, it means it's oversold. A lot of selling's been happening. Now get ready for them to get exhausted, because the buyers are soon going to step in. What I've always said about a stochastic RSI is it gives you the area of when the reversal is coming. It does not give you the exact price point of where it's going to move, but it gives you an area. And this is why you add this with trend lines and a bunch of tools. And we're going to get to this in the blueprint, right? But what this does for you, it gives you an area. So let me show you here. Every time that this token here, which is 𝗬𝗍, and it's on the daily time frame, every time that we were above the 20%, you could see how I marked it on the chart. It was very near the top range of when it started to come down again. When we were in the green area, which is the oversold section, look how it marked the bottom area. After that, we saw the market go up. So a few examples here. When we were below the 20%, market went up, then got overbought, market went down, then got oversold, market went up, then got to the overbought section, market came down. And you can see how this helps you with the areas. Now let's take it a step further. If you go into the stochastic, you see these different percentages, right? Now these percentages have different strengths. Anything that's above 80% is considered overbought. Anything below 20% is considered oversold. But there is different strengths to this, because the more overbought that it is, the stronger the signal. The more oversold that it is, the stronger the signal. So let me show you how this looks. It looks something like this, okay? And this is what I use. I now know that if I just want to buy a token, give it some room, give it some time to grow, I just want to buy in the oversold section. I want to buy, hold, wait till it's overbought, and then I'll start selling off, right? But if I really want to try catch as near to the bottom as possible, what I want to see is I want to see it be very overbought or very oversold. So this is how it works. Let's start with the overbought section, which is the top section over here. Anything above 80% is an average good area of overbought. A good area to start maybe taking some profits. If you really want to start catching closer to the top, then the 90% is a strong signal. And you'll see over here that sometimes the stochastic will go up to the 80 and then come down, right? And then you'll see, again, another return. But the main thing here is if you really want to catch the good sell areas or the good buy areas, you need to understand the different strengths. So again, at the top, anything above 80% is the average good area to exit, right? Anything above 90 is a strong signal, and 95 is the best. If you can catch a sale at 95, you're catching very near the top. Then when it comes to buying, right, you want to buy, it's now time to invest in a token. You always want to see on the time frame that you want to buy, you want to see it be overbought. If it's below 20%, it's a good area to start laddering in. Start buying some of the position, great. If you want to get a really good entry, you want to find the token that's below the 10%. This is a strong signal to buy in this area. And if it's by the 5% and lower, that's the strongest signal you get. Now let me show you what this looks like and the differences between all of them, because they are actually all profitable. Okay, they're all really good to make you profits, but let's show you the different strengths. So if I zoom in over here, what I've done is I've highlighted the different colored circles. Okay, and they're working with the same colors that I've put on the RSI. So if price came down, and all of a sudden we are sitting over here, which is the zone where we start to get to the 20%, and I decide to buy,
right? You could see where it buys me in. It buys me in this area over here. Then if I allow price to go up after this, and I want to sell it to 80%, that's where it will sell me. So it would have got me in at 2.3 and sold me in at a nice 8 to 10% profit, right? Which was really good. Now, if I wanted to be a little bit more patient and really catch the areas, then you could see the orange line. Here, the stochastic came down over here, got to the 10% mark. This is where I would have deployed, around 2.16. Okay, then the RSI started to go to the upside and I decided to sell at the 90% mark over here. That would have sold me in this area over here at the 2.6. So this would have been a strong 20 to 25% trade. Now let's get to the strongest signal. And the strongest signal is below the 5%. You see that not often does the RSI actually get there. But if you're patient and you wait for the clear sign, okay, and you just wait and you really want a strong entry, you'll see price eventually gets there at some point. So what you'll see here is if you deployed the yellow one, you would have bought in the areas of $2. And then when price went up, you would not have sold here, did not reach the 95%. You would have held until it hit the 95%. And that would have sold you anywhere in the areas of 2.7 to 2.75. And that would have then been up to a 30 to a 35% trade. So again, by zooming out here, they all work really well. It's about how patient are you. And I'll show you another great example over here as well. These are the 3 different buys you would have gotten off of the different percentage that you used. These are the 3 sales that you would have made off of the 3 different percentages that you use. So again, how do you do this, Sheldon? If I'm not in a rush with capital, I just want to make some money, I got some work, I don't have much time to stare at the chart, buying in the average zone is good. And selling in the average zone is good as well, because all I'm doing is just making these profits. If I really need the capital, or I really need to make a great trade, I have to be patient. I have to wait to find the sweet spot, which is the strong or the very strong oversold section to buy. And it's the same thing when it comes to the sales. And what this does, guys, is it teaches you patience. There's a lot of times you will find a discount and you're excited to buy, but you've got to be real with yourself and know that, hey, this thing could still go a little bit cheaper. Okay, overall, you're buying in a good place that will make money, but if you really want to catch the near bottom, be a little bit more patient. So now you guys are starting to see, we're starting to have a bunch of powerful tools and indicators, right? You could see now that this one helps you with patience and helps you really understand buy when the markets are red, buy when there's fear, and sell when the markets are green. Now it's time to jump onto a very good confirmation tool, something that helps you add more to this over here, as well as trend lines, as well as support and resistance. And when you start putting this together, you start to get a very powerful recipe. Now we're coming down to one of the final indicators, and I've left this one to the end because firstly, it's the simplest, but it's one that's very powerful. It basically helps you identify if something is real or fake. You have now learned trend lines, support and resistance, RSIs, all these different things, right? But one thing that's very important that needs to back these things to know if it is real is something called volume. Now, let me show you what this looks like. If you have a look at my screen over here, right? The first thing you need to do is add your volume bar. So if you click here on indicators and you type in volume, okay, you will find the volume indicator. There we go. Okay, and you click on it. Then you'll see it pop up over here. And what you'll see is all these bars at the bottom. Guys, all that it's telling you is there volume behind what is happening? Now, this is where a big trick is played on a lot of people. Is basically you'll see a token going down, okay, and you'll think that, hey, this is bad, right? But what you won't see is volume is going down too, which means that, yes, the market is moving down, but there's not a lot of volume that is backing it. So all of a sudden, when one big buy order comes in, a lot of the damage that gets done in that time gets reversed so damn quickly because that move was actually fake. And it's the same thing when the market is moving to the upside, but the volume is going down. People are getting excited. They're thinking that the market's moving up. What they don't know is it's actually fake because there is no volume backing it. So let me show you here on the chart. What's very important is you will have your different analysis. Right? So I'll show you an example over here. There is a trend line that I see. I see another very big trend line over here before the market broke out.
right? It's important to make sure that volume is backing what you are seeing. Otherwise, it just alerts you that this could be fake. So let's point this picture out over here. Market was going sideways. It was actually having a little bit of rallies to the upside and then getting rejected. But what you could see here is volume was just tapering down and just really at a low place. Then we decided to break a very important trend line. And the moment we broke a trend line, real volume stepped in. Therefore, what did that result in? A real pump. The market and the token just took off completely and rallied and rallied and rallied for as long as it had volume. Then it got to an important point where it stopped. It started to slow down, right? Where all of a sudden we sat here and we started to chop. Now, what this automatically does within people's brains is you start to worry now. Okay, I bought this thing, it's starting to go down now, it's not moving anymore. Okay, but what you don't realize is as the price is going down, so is volume. Which means that yes, it's moving down. And remember, I taught you RSIs. Some point the RSI needs to come down to the bottom, right? And in this time over here, the RSI does come down to the bottom. But nonetheless, the volume is showing here that yes, price is going down, but it's not real. The volume is not back in the move. Therefore, the moment that it breaks out again, you see a volume spike, okay, and the market starts to rally up again. Okay, so this is such a powerful indicator that if you see a trend breakout, but there's no volume, the volume is not spiking up, be careful because it can fake out. If you have a trend like this and it starts to pop out, but there's no volume, volume is small, it can easily do this. Okay, it helps you and alerts you to know when things are actually real and when they're not. So another example right now, if you look at this token, it is currently ranging. It is making a nice bullish pattern, which we know, right? And a lot of people are losing doubt in this token right now as we speak. They're starting to think, it's not looking strong. It's going side, but what you don't realize is there's no volume backing it. Meaning that the moment that this token is done moving sideways and it starts to break through the top areas here, volume will come in and catch everyone off of guard that got flushed out in this period over here. So this is going to help identify when it comes to a trend breakout, when it comes to support and resistance, always make sure that volume is actually backing it. So again, this is where they catch you off guard. Make sure that this is one of the simplest indicators that you can use, and it's just there to back what you are seeing. And if it is not backing it, just be aware and make sure that you are protecting yourself. So guys, now you have learned the tools. Quite basic, right? It's not a lot of confusing tools. Now what it's time to do is start putting these tools together. It's time to jump onto my blueprint. What does Sheldon do every day? How does he put all of these tools together and identify his buys and where he's gonna sell and all of these things? I've taught you all the TA that have gotten me this far today. If you watch my shows, you will see I use the same tools every single time. This is all that I've ever needed. Now it is time to put you in my brain to teach you how to automate your trading and teach you how to put all of this together into a very powerful strategy. So guys, the time has come. It is time to now build your business blueprint. You've learned the foundation. You have learned the tools. Now it's all about you. Now we're about to start the road to your journey of achieving the goals that you want. So going back to the beginning, I asked you a couple of questions. I asked you, what are the goals? How much money have you got? What do you want to make? And what's stopping you? What is slowing you down from putting maybe more time into crypto? Now that you have all of this down on a piece of paper, now it's time to start prioritizing. It's looking at all of these goals and saying, you know what? Let's look at which one I maybe want to start with first. And something that helped me a lot in my journey was I prioritized going full-time into crypto. So I looked at the first thing of how can I maybe earn a salary off of crypto? That was the first thing that was important to me. Okay, and then I had lots of other goals, but that was the starting step. So what I want you to do is I want you to look at all the goals. Maybe one living on crypto, maybe one where I just want to make a long-term savings. Choose one. And we're about to build a business on top of this. I'm about to build you a full blueprint to understand the starting capital to where you want to get. So now you've picked a goal that you are going to use right now to build your first business. Now, why do I call it a business? because I'm going to teach you how to have purpose behind money and to have a full structure of how to get from here to here, right? Very important. So the first thing I'm going to teach you is looking at what the purpose is. Then we're going to look at how much money you got and how much you want to get it to. Then we're going to look at the time that you have available to do so, because remember, crypto works with you. You don't have to change your life for crypto. Crypto fits into your life. Then I'm going to teach you how to understand which time frames you should be trading, which tokens should you be trading for this business. And what this is going to do is turn you into a structured trader. You're going to have full vision of where you're going. You are then going to learn how to be disciplined, and you're also going to learn how to be consistent. These 3 pillars will make you an incredible trader. Plus, I have something special for you. I have my own sniper indicator that charts for you. If you're struggling to identify a couple of things, I have an indicator that does all the work for you, and you're about to learn that all in this module. Now guys, what you're about to learn is way bigger than what you actually think. This is called power. This is called you being the boss and being in charge. Why I say this is because one thing that I learned in crypto was I learned how to trade for things. Therefore, I never used my money to pay for them. Therefore, I could keep a lot of my capital. So what this means is if you have a goal, instead of taking from your pockets to try achieve that goal, you can go into the market and make the money to achieve that goal. Therefore, you look back and you still have your money. Then you can take that money and go build another incredible journey or another vision, look back and you still have your money. What this creates is something way more powerful than just learning how to trade. You now have the power of not spending your own money. You now have the ability to trade for things anywhere in the world, at any time, 24/7. But more important than that, you are going to learn the skill that if you cannot afford it, why are we buying it? Why are we throwing ourselves under so much debt? Why are we putting so much pressure on ourselves? Why don't we put some money, grow to where it needs to be, and buy it cash? Why don't we live a free life? This is what you are about to learn. You are about to be empowered, and now it is time to start your business blueprint. So guys, now it's time to build your first business. You've looked at the whole list, and now you're taking one. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to put purpose behind money. We're going to take a certain amount of capital and we're going to put purpose behind it to understand what this business is actually there for. By learning this method now, you're going to be able to duplicate this later with multiple businesses. But the way we start this is, let's bring it down to one simple business. So the first thing you need is an actual purpose. What is the reason, or what are you actually trading for? Right? So I'm going to bring an example up because in my life right now, I'm looking to help someone out with a student loan, okay? And they need basically $40,000. So the first objective is, what is it? It's a student loan business. This money, this business I'm building is only focused on this. I don't care about anything else. This is what the business objective is. The second point is, how much money do I have and what is the goal that I want to get to? So I have $10,000 and I want to get to $40,000. So now I know where am I starting and where is the goal. Now the next thing is to break this up. Because a very important thing on my journey was when I started, I tried to trade for it all and that just failed in my face. I put too much pressure on myself. I would make one silly mistake and it will undo a lot of work. So what I learned is break it into steps. So what you do now is my objective is $10,000 to 40. So let's break it into a couple of steps. Let's go 10,000 to 20,000 as step 1. Step 2, 20,000 to 30,000. And step 3, 30,000 to 40,000. So again, what we have now is our starting point in the big goal, but we've now broken it up into steps, 3 basic steps. Now the goal is to go to step 1. Not thinking about the big goal anymore. How do I go from $10,000 to $20,000? Now there's something crazy behind this. Firstly, what you are doing is you're making it a little bit more achievable. And what that does is it starts to bring this little bit of confidence inside of you, right? Because that's what we're getting here. Trading is all about confidence and rhythm. That's what it's about, right? So what we're doing now is by breaking it up, we're making it more achievable. And as you achieve this, your confidence starts to rise. And when you are a confident trader, you're a very powerful trader. How much time have I got? Very important. There's no point setting yourself up this big goal, but you don't understand how much time you've got. Now, I want to explain to you that any sort of time frame trading is just as powerful as each other. One trade can be as powerful as 6 trades, can be as powerful as 20 trades. The more you trade doesn't mean the more money you're going to make, but by understanding the time that you have will give you the correct data and direction of how to achieve it. So now again, I'm going to jump to my example, right? I look at my calendar right now and it's crazy. I'm shooting the school, I'm running multiple shows, okay? I'm quite busy in the day. So what that automatically does for me is more trading kind of option doesn't work for me. Short-term trading doesn't work. Okay, but 1 or 2 trades a month works for me. So now let's jump back to the beginning of the course when I spoke about time frames. I look at the different options, right? This time frame offers me a certain amount of trades, and the one that highlights for me is the daily, telling me 2 trades a month. Does that suit my lifestyle right now? Yes, it does. So the daily time frame is the one that I want to pay attention to when it comes to this business. Now the next thing I got to look at is, what do I have to achieve? Now guys, this will always be your choice, okay, when it comes down to how fast you maybe want to get to the target, or how often you want to trade, okay? I've now put myself in the mindset that I want to trade 1 to 2 times a month. That suits me perfectly. Now I got to look at it realistically and I can say, okay, my goal now from 10,000 to 20,000 is 100%. That I need a token to basically double, or I need 5 20% trades, 4 25% trades. Right? I can look at it and break it up into maybe multiple trades, or do I want to chase one specific trade? And the option that I've looked for now is I want to take 5 20% trades. So what that means now is looking at this and say, okay, I have a certain amount of time that I can choose, and my first objective to achieve step 1 is 3 months. That's what I've given myself. 3 months for me to achieve the first step of taking 10,000 to 20,000. So I'm going to go with the option of 5 20% trades. So now what I've done is I have the purpose, student loan business. The second one is I have the plan. The plan is to take $10,000 to $40,000. Then what I've done is I've broken it into steps, and I know that I'm now starting with step number 1. Take $10,000 to $20,000. I've then looked at my calendar and looked at the time I have available, and the daily time frame is what works perfectly with my life right now. The next thing that I've done as well is I've decided, okay, over a 3-month period, I want to trade 5 trades of 20% gains, and that will get me to my major targets. So guys, now what you have is your business structure. You understand the theory behind it. You understand where you're starting, what it's for, how much you're gonna make, the steps. Now what's important is to jump to the charts. Now we go look at the daily time frame, and we go find tokens that are moving in the percentage range that I'm looking for. Remember, when it comes to trading, you're not trading because you love a token. You're trading what's gonna make you get to your goal. Let's jump to the charts. So guys, now we have the theory. We have an understanding what we're trading for, how we're gonna get there, how we break it into steps. Now what's important is to jump to the actual charts and look at the reality. Look at what tokens are offering you these actual percentages. What are the time frames offering? So now what I wanna do is I wanna forget what our business is. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to teach you how to identify these different time frames and different tokens and what they are actually offering you on each time frame. And I want to quickly speak about time frames yet again. Remember to bring up this picture over here whenever you are stuck. And this picture shows you again that you are looking at a token, different time frames with different data. Remember, 1 hour is showing you a certain amount of data for 24 to 48 hours. Look at the 4 hour, this shows you a little bit of higher time frame data. You look at the 8 hour, 12 hour, daily and weekly. What this is doing is zooming out to higher time frame data. So if you look at the top here, you will see all the different time frames, the 1 hour, 4 hour, 8 hour, 12 hour, and daily. Now let me show you what's important to understand about time frames. Let's start off with the lower time frame view here. And this is a very simple technique that you can use to understand what a time frame is offering you percentage-wise, what trades it's offering you, and how many trades is it also offering you in a certain amount of time. So the first thing you look at here, and a little tool that you can use to help you with this, is the stochastic RSI. It can give you an idea of when the token was at its sort of top and when it's at its bottom. And what I want you to do here is I want you to take this little ruler icon here. And let's start off with the 1 hour. When price was at the bottom over here, okay? And I measure it when it went from the bottom to the top. And I measure from here to here. gave me an idea that the buy or the long here was around 18%. Then I go look at the top down through to the bottom, okay? And all I'm looking to do is to catch the topish range over here and the bottomish range, and that one's giving me 10%. So what it's showing me is out of these last two trades over here, okay, they're offering me between 10 and 20% per trade. And what you can do is you can go back to around 3 or 4 examples and just go look at when it was oversold at the bottom, remember below the 20%, and when it was above the 80%, and just go and draw a very basic line here to say, there's an up, there's a down, there's an up, there's a down. Right? And what that does is it gives you an idea of what this token is moving every time it catches a bottom and moves a top. And it shows you that right now, 10 to 20%. This is on the 1 hour, right? Now let's go to the 4 hour and go look at what is the 4 hour offering you. And I want to show you this over here. If you look at the 4 hour, you will see that the RSIs are a little bit slower, but still showing you bottom and tops. So now what we do is we go look at this over here and we go use the ruler. Let's go look at this example here, where price was in this zone and it went up. It gave us a nice, strong 10 to 11%. Okay, then we look from the top down to the bottom at 20%. Then we go from the bottom through to the top again over here at 17%. Now, what did it tell you? It basically told you that, hey, this is offering you in the areas of around 15 to 20%. Okay, so a little bit higher percentages than what the hourly did. And the difference is the time frame. This will take 5 days to play out. The 1 hour can take 24 to 36 hours to play out, which means you kind of got to stare at the screen, right? So remember, your time is super valuable. Now let's go to a higher time frame. Okay, and let's go look at this now. Let's go here to the daily. And remember, use the stochastic. It helps you a lot to identify where's bottoms and tops. Now, the next thing you look at here is if I look at the RSI here, this is when it was overbought, this is when it was overbought, oversold, and oversold. Now what I do is I take my ruler, and remember, you're not trying to get the exact bottom or top, you're just seeing the percentages of what this coin is offering you. So what I do now is let's start off over here at the top, okay, and let's go to the downside. This one's offering me 30%. The next one to the upside, 40%. All right, then we go to the downside again from here, 30%. Right? And from here, from the bottom through to the top, 30%, and over here as well. So what this is telling me is currently XRP on the daily right now, every trade that I'm looking, if it's a long or it's a short, I can expect around 30% on that time frame. Now let's go even higher. Let's go through to the weekly. Let's go look at the last time it was oversold and the last time it was overbought, and then oversold again. Let's take a ruler. The last time, from here to the top, 500%. Okay, now what we do from the top down through to the bottom over here, around a 51%. So right now, I can look anywhere here between 50 and 100, 200% per trade. To the upside, it's offering me a high percentage. To the downside, it's offering me around 50%. So now I know in the weekly, wow, this thing's offering me around 50 to 100% trades to the up or the downside. So what I've done now is I've managed to understand that time frames offer me different percentages, and it's a certain amount of time that I put in. Why should I go trade 10 times to achieve a certain percentage where one time frame is offering me the same percentage? These are things that you are very much looking out for. So remember, whenever you want to find out a percentage or on the time frame what it's offering you, you take the stock at the bottom, at the top, and you go measure the price movement on the chart. It will give you an average and give you a good understanding that if I wanted to trade XRP right now, it's offering me this percentage on the 4 hour and these amounts of trades per month. On the 12 hour, it's offering me this percentage and these amounts of trades per month. You have now done a full analysis and you understand, whoa, this is what I'm getting offered. This is what the market is providing me. Now, which one matches the time and my lifestyle? Which one works with me? And that's the powerful thing. The next thing I want to show you guys is tokens. How do you find which token to trade? Now, this is something that's very important because I don't believe in emotions to tokens. I don't believe in falling in love. I trade what's going to make me my damn money. I trade what's going to get me to my goal. The first rule that I have with this is I trade higher market cap tokens. So top 20, top 50, these are tokens that I paid. I don't really trade any new tokens, low cap tokens. I want to make sure these tokens are established, okay, and they're good tokens and they have volume. So when are you actually looking to choose a token? Is when you have an idea of the percentage you're looking for, right? That's what you're looking for. You're looking for what can make me this amount of money. My example was, I want to make 20% trades, right? That's what I want to make. And I've given myself a 3-month deadline. And you know what? I can either do it before or can I do it a little bit longer as well. That is completely up to you. But let me show you this now. So what I do is I go through here and I've decided the daily time frame suits my life, but let's go see if it actually makes sense, right? Does the daily actually match with the trades that I want to be making? Because remember, the daily is offering me around 2 to 3 trades per month. So what I do is I've given myself a 3-month deadline, okay? So what I do now is I go track the last 3 months. So I go back here to this point of the last month, and I go back to the next start of the month, okay? And I basically go and I set myself the last 2 to 3 months data. What is this token actually offering me? And again, all I do is the ruler, okay? I take it from the top to where I can see a clear bottom, 20%. From the bottom through to the tops, around 18%. I go here from the top down to the bottom, that's close to 25%. From the bottom to the top, a 30%. Okay, and you can see that I can track this down. There's a 35%. Okay, and from the bottom through to the top, that's up to a 20%. So I can very much see that Ethereum on the daily time frame is offering me the 20% range that I'm actually looking for. There's times that it goes to 40, there's times that it goes a little bit less, but ideally the moves are showing me that this token can very much be a part of the business that I'm looking for. Then I go through the next, and I go look at something like Solana. And I say, okay, let me go see. Clear top to a bottom, 25%. This one to a top, 15%. Go down to 30%. It's also offering you the moves that you are looking for. So I can quickly scroll through tokens, and I want to show you one that doesn't work with my business. Okay, here's Bitcoin. Now let's go look at Bitcoin for a second and look at the bottom to the top, 15%, right? From the top to the bottom, around 15%. From here, bottom to the top, around 11%. This means I would have to trade Bitcoin more times than the 5 trades that I've set myself, because its average is a little bit lower than what I'm actually looking for. Okay, so that already says Bitcoin's not kind of the token that I want to attach to this business. The tokens that I'm looking for is Ethereum, Solana. Okay, these ones are great. XRP looks fantastic as well. So now what it does is, okay, I have 3 tokens. Now it's time to get good at these tokens. Now I understand the tokens that I need to this business. I don't need to think about all the 2 million tokens. I don't care about them anymore. There's 3 tokens that I'm focused for my business. So what you've done now is built 2 big pillars when it comes to structure of your business. The one is the theory and the one is the charting. Now you know where to put your focus.
So guys, now it is time to become a robot. It is time to follow a system that removes emotions and tells you exactly what to do. And there's 4 important categories that I'm about to take you through that's going to turn you into a robot. And by being a robot, you're going to be able to survive any market conditions. You're not going to be worried to enter trades. You're not going to be asking yourself these questions. Should I get in? Should I get out? The system is going to tell you exactly what to do. One of my problems when I started trading was my emotions. I could be quite emotional when it comes to trading. And this was a problem because I'm actually very good. When I started to learn the tools, and I believe all of you guys, once you know the tools, you're good. But it's the outside things that make us make silly mistakes. It's the emotions. When we're having a bad day, a great day, we're not always thinking clearly. So what I decided to do was make myself a robot. Make myself a 4-step checklist when I want to buy, when I want to short or sell. Okay, just follow the system. And that system is designed off of a few things. The first thing that it's designed off of is buying the right emotions. When I'm buying, I need to buy fearful emotions. I need price to be coming down. I need to see red. I need to see panic, right? When I'm looking to sell or to short the market, I need to see green. I need to see excitement, happiness happening, right? So that's one of the first important things that this gets designed on is the emotions. The second part is the risk to reward. To make sure that when you enter, you know automatically where to protect yourself. You know that this is how much risk I'm going to take. Plus, you also know that your reward is worth it. Because remember, you can get 1 trade right out of 3 and you can make money. Because your losses are 3%, and your win is 10%. All of a sudden, you are in the money. So risk to reward is super important. The next thing is to put 4 simple tools together that is easy for you to draw up on the charts. It's easy for you to do analysis. Where you jump on, you can have a look, you can put it in quickly, and it'll be quite clear if you are allowed to trade now or not. And the last thing is, this is going to teach you 2 important things. Firstly, it's going to teach you how to be consistent and to have confidence behind your trades. You're not going to be afraid anymore. You follow the system, okay? And the second one is discipline. It's going to teach you to respect your system, that it's there to protect you. And this will stop you from being worried and scared of entering trades. The system got you. And this will raise your confidence through the roof. And all you got to do is now and then, if your system is struggling a little bit, pop on the trading journal, you go have a look where it's struggling, and then you get back, you fix the system, and you trade. So the first thing you need to understand is the market moves in 3 directions. So it's important to know that. It's important to know that if you're going to buy right now, are we in an up, down, or sideways trend? Because if you buy and we're in a downtrend, there's nothing wrong with buying because the market will always go up and down, but ultimately it's going in a downtrend. So it's showing you that don't have too high of an expectation of where price is going because we are actually in a downtrend, right? Or you'll see that, hey, the market's in an uptrend. What I'm buying right now, I could actually hold for maybe higher targets, okay? And again, the system will help you, but it's important to know if we are in an up, down, or sideways trend. And sideways, the bottoms and the highs are the same, right? So it just teaches you to buy floors, sell ceilings, and understanding that you're in a sideways trend so that your expectations are met. Now, let's jump into the chart. So I want to quickly show you this over here. What you are doing is you are popping through a bunch of tools, or you're putting a couple of tools together that all have this objective of low risk and good reward. So let's speak about a downtrend. If you can see a token is starting to move down to the downside, okay, you don't want to just look at predicting where it's going to bounce. You can have an idea, and I'll show you the tools now that you can understand, hey, this thing is getting ready to bounce, okay? But you want to put a couple of tools that will help you understand when this thing is ready to go up again. So here is an example where I put a trend that is tracking this down. The next thing that I want to see is the RSI, which is at the bottom. I want to see my RSI sitting down at the bottom, knowing that, hey, we're starting to slow down over here. We're getting near my trend. RSI is at the bottom, okay? I need to pay attention. The next thing now is we break the trend, showing now that we were in lower lows and lower highs going to the downside. Now we're breaking. So what's the next thing I want to see is a break of resistance and turning into support. All right, from here, this gives me a good indication that this is a great time to look for the trade. Now, the next thing I do is I pop on the risk to reward tool. And I say, hey, if I want to buy here right now, we've broken out the trend, and I want to put my stop loss over here, and my next resistance is sitting up over here, is my risk to reward more than 3? If so, it's a good trade. It makes sense for you to do it because, again, if it goes against, small losses, and if it wins, you win up to 3 times more than what you would have lost. So this is something that I use when the markets are coming down, is I add a couple of tools together. The trend line, support and resistance, RSI, and I use a risk to reward. Now let me show you if you want to basically short the market, right? You want to make money on the downside, right? What you look for is excitement emotions. You want to see price going up, right? You want to see the strong uptrend that's in play. Then what you want to see is price is starting to slow down and you have a sexy trend line at the bottom, right? And this trend line is tracking higher lows, higher highs. Then what you also have is once we break the trend, you want to see us lose support and turn it into resistance. And what it does is it highlights a very key area of where to short. Now, the next thing that's important is the RSI at the top. You want to see this because if we lost trend, we have lost support and retested now. RSI sitting at the top. You bring your risk to reward tool, okay, and I want to show you again where to find it. You got the long, this is if you want to go up, okay, and the short if you want to go down, and you click on this and you put it in over here. And what this does for you is now you can say, okay, where would I put a stop loss? Where would I protect myself? Okay, and where is the next major support? And if the green is a lot bigger than the red over here, your risk to reward is also good. So you've highlighted a great area of where to short, you know where to protect yourself, and the reward is worth the risk. This is a good trade to now take. Now let's show you the last scenario, which is the sidewaysness. All right, the market only moves up, down, or sideways. If you look at this and your token is doing the same highs and same lows, it's very simple, right? The first thing is to identify, are we on support? Are we at the bottom? If so, you're looking to long, you're looking to buy. And what you're looking for is when you get to this nice zone over here, is your RSI sitting at the bottom? Yes, it is, right? It's sitting at the bottom. So the market is also oversold. The next thing is when this token is coming to the downside like this, you can easily put a trend line on to track it to the downside. Therefore, if price is sitting at support, RSI is at the bottom, and you are breaking trend, that's 3 important boxes that are now ticking the box. The last thing that you do is you put on your risk to reward tool, where you click this over here, and you know where price is going next. It's going back to the top, okay? And if you see a higher than a 1 to 3 risk to reward, that is the trade to take, right? So again, you're waiting for it to be on support, trend line break, RSI at the bottom. Now it's the same thing if you wanted to short a token. You're not going to short a token if it's been pulling back and there's a bunch of red. You're going to short a token when it has green and it's been rallying up and the RSI is at the top and it starts breaking the bottom trend. So price is going up now. It has a bottom trend. It starts breaking it, right? That's the short. And now what you do, you pop on your little risk to reward tool. You know where to put your stop loss. You know where to put your take profits. You can now take the trade. So guys, you've now learned 4 important components to becoming a robot. That's what it's about. Remove the emotions, follow a system. The first step again is to look at the right emotions. The second one is the risk to reward. The third one is a technical analysis 4-step system. Something that works with charts and tells you where to buy, where to sell. And the fourth is discipline. Follow the system, become a robot, have confidence, and trust your system.
Now what I teach you next is now it's time to automate your trading. Now it's time to do something called a 4-step method where we're going to bring TA back into this. We're going to bring all those tools that you were looking for, and we're going to build something that's going to help you know, now I know this token offers me what I wanted, how do I get a good entry? How do I exit? When do I sell? When do I buy? Because you know now which token is going to provide what you need. Now it's time to get good at that. You're going to put a couple of tools together to help you buy, help you sell, and put it in such a simple way that you can log on every day and you have a system that you just follow. If these 4 things tick, I take the trade. If these 4 things tick, I take profits. Now it's time to show you the 4-step method. Now it is time to build 4-step methods. So what I'm going to be doing is showing you how I use my 4-step method, but I'm also going to show you how to build one for yourself. So again, a 4-step method is to put these tools together to give you a very powerful system, okay, that helps you identify your risk, your reward, and also something that you can just jump on the computer and you can know what to do. Should I buy right now? Should I wait? Maybe my buy is coming tomorrow. Okay, it teaches you patience and it teaches you how to trade more accurate rather than just trading all the time. So the first big tool that I use for my 4-step method is a RSI. It's the first thing that I look at, because if I'm jumping in for the day and I want to start trading or I want to enter a trade for my business, okay, I need to know, is the market overbought or is the market oversold? So the RSI will really tell you it's at the bottom or it's at the top or it's in the middle, okay? Should I be looking to long or should I be looking to possibly short, right? If it's at the bottom, you're getting ready for longs. If it's at the top, you're getting ready for shorts. If it's in the middle, you are waiting. You're waiting until we are either overbought or we are oversold. So guys, now I'm gonna bring up the Ethereum chart. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to start looking at our tools. Now, the first thing that's very important before we bring up any tools, just identify what trend this is in. Okay, very important. So all you do is you look for higher highs, higher lows, or lower lows, lower highs. And if I show you on the chart right now, it is quite clear to see that we are in a downtrend. Every high is lower and every low is lower too. So that just gives me a little bit of insight, okay, that I could buy now and go long, but just remember it's in a downtrend, so don't hold for too long. Know that lower highs make sense. This can go here, make a lower high, and continue to the downside. And it's the same if the market's moving up. you will see, okay, I want to buy over here now. Let's say it's pulling back, but I can see it's in an uptrend. That if I buy, I'm in an uptrend. I could actually leave the trades in for higher targets, okay? But again, the tools will help you. So let's jump in here. The first thing I can see is Ethereum is in a downtrend. Now let's start the 4-step method. First thing I want to do, am I buying or am I shorting? Am I selling, right? What am I doing here? The first thing that I look at is the RSI. RSI, or stochastic RSI, is showing me that it's overbought. So if I wanted to buy for my business today and take a trade, I'm looking too long. I'm looking to enter the trade. So that's the first one. The next thing that I'm looking at is areas of where we could bounce. So remember, if this is the low right now, I don't see any supports nearby, which means I don't see any previous highs or any previous lows that are sitting here. So I zoom out and I go look at previous data. Is there previous bounce points that I can see that is lower than where we are or where we are right now? And you can see on the left-hand side over here, I can clearly see this low over here is exactly where we are right now. So what you can see here is now I know, okay, there is a good area that we could possibly bounce. So now I know, okay, RSI is at the bottom, there is support. And I also know if I want to mark out any more supports, I can do so. These are my 2 hot zones. Those are my 2 next areas that we can really bounce. I know the market is getting ready to bounce. Now, the next thing that I do is I zoom in and I look for a clear trend. Okay, so I look for a clear trend and I say, okay, is there a trend that is nearby that will identify and tell me that, hey, we are now really getting ready to go up? So what I do is I look for the strongest trend. Remember, there are many trend lines. I look for the one with the most touches. And if I look at this trend over here, I can see a nice amount of touches. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 touch trend over here too. So now I have 3 indications or 3 areas that are showing me that, hey, the bounce is near, but that is the one that's really going to confirm it. So what it's telling me now is I can either, if I wanted to, enter something small into the trade now, maybe 30%, 40%, because this is where price can bounce. Okay, but I need to make 100% sure that it is going to bounce. Okay, so this is when I speak about prediction strategy and a non-prediction strategy. Prediction strategies are cool if you ladder in, if you put a little bit of money in just to test the waters. Because if I had to buy Ethereum right now, it is quite clear where I would put my stop loss, right? My risk, where would I protect myself is this area over here. Okay, so if I wanted to enter something, I can over here, or what I can also do is I can wait for the trend to break. So now what I'm looking for is now RSI is at the bottom, we on support and price bounces and starts to go here and breaks the trend. That for me is the 3rd box that ticks, okay? And that for me makes sense. Now, when this trend breaks, I add my 4th tool in straight away. And the 4th tool is basically telling me, put your risk to reward in. So I take here, I put my risk to reward in, I click here, and I say, hey, we're breaking trend, which means we should not come back into that trend. So this is where I would put my stop loss, okay? And then what I look for is where is the next major resistance, okay? That is worth my while, very important, right? I can have this little resistance here, but that's not much gains for what I'm looking for. Where is the next major one, which is in this area over here? So there is my next resistance. Is risk to reward what I want it to be? Yes, it is a 1 to 4 risk to reward over here. So now that I've highlighted a resistance, now I'm going to look, is there any other tools that can help me justify that that resistance actually makes sense? So what I jump to next now, and something that I use, is a Fibonacci. Okay, so in order to know Fibonacci, where do you take it from? Look at where the clear drop really started. Okay, and I can see that this high over here makes sense from where we started this big drop, because after this we dropped, we went sideways. This is where we clearly went down very strongly, right? So what I do is I would take my fib from here straight to the bottom, because remember, I want to see the levels to the upside. So it means you take a fib from the top down, okay? And I want to see, is a fib highlighting a similar resistance? And you could see that the 0.5 is highlighting this exact resistance over here. So what that does, guys, is it just gives me an idea of where my take profits should be. But the next important thing now is the RSI, the stochastic RSI is your friend. You have an idea now. You've put your 4 steps in. There's 4 things to tell you to buy on the break of that trend. It's telling you where to put your stop loss. It's telling you that that's where you want to set your resistance. Now you have this beautiful RSI at the bottom. And what that means is now price starts to move up, or the RSI starts to move up, price starts to play out. And if it gets to this big zone and RSI is at the top, boom, take profits, right? That's definitely the point. But if it gets maybe to this one over here, or maybe a little bit higher and RSI is sitting at the top over here, this will also be a point of exit. So again, I have an idea of where I want to take profits, but the RSI is always going to be honest with me. The RSI is always going to tell me we're at the top. Now, just to add a little bit more confidence to that as well, because remember, you're having a method to buy here, and you're also having a method of when to take profits. Make sure that you don't lose the profits that you've just made, is when price is moving to the upside, like this. Remember, you can always put a beautiful trend line at the bottom. Okay, and you can hold that trade for as long as that trend line is held, and if it hits your zone, take profits. Okay, and if you want to hold on and wait for the trend to break, you take profits. But nonetheless, what you have done is you have bought on a pullback to a risk is low. You've now found a good way to enter. There's a lot of reason for you to enter this trade. Okay, and now on the reward side, you have an idea of where it's going to go, and you also have an emergency tool at the bottom over here that allows you to leave it, to take profits, and if anything happens where maybe it wants to come a little bit short, it will alert you and you take profits a little bit earlier. So guys, Ethereum was in a downtrend. Okay, we then found the RSIs at the bottom. So now let's look, is there anything else that is giving me a hot zone here? Yes, there's a bunch of supports. Okay, let's make sure, let's put a trend line in. Oh, trend line's breaking. Is my risk worth the reward? Yes, it is. I got a good idea of where to have my take profits. Just in case I put an emergency line, just in case anything changes, I still bank my profits. You see how this is starting to now really give you a strong system. Now let's jump on to different scenarios. Let's go look at some different time frames, and let's go through a few more different tokens to help you really understand the 4-step method. Okay guys, so let's jump to a different time frame, because remember, you are a trader no matter what. Doesn't matter if it's high time frames, so it's your investment part of your portfolio. If it's the short time frames, day trader, all these things, you are a trader. And this 4-step method works for all different time frames. So let's go through another scenario. Let's go look at XRP on the weekly, right? And the first thing I want to look at is this in an up, down, or sideways trend? This is in an uptrend, right? I can clearly see that the big leg is a lot bigger than the downwards leg, right? The green is way stronger than the red. So now I'm like, okay, it's in an uptrend. Okay, I want to maybe buy, right? I can see there's fear here. I can see there's red. I want to buy. So again, your first check is the RSI at the bottom? Yes, it is. How strong is it at the bottom? Remember, the strength is also important, right? Oh, this is by 5%. This is quite urgent. You know, anything below 5%, okay, is quite urgent for me to say this is a very good entry. It's showing that there's a lot of fear that is currently happening right now. So that's the first thing. The next thing is there any supports or resistances? Now, I don't see any here right now. So what you do is you zoom out and look at this on the left-hand side over here, right? The left-hand side here is showing me that this support right over here lines up perfectly with my buy zone, right? So again, could price bounce here? It definitely has reason to. This is a great resistance that is now being turned into support. So RSI, and there is support in the area. The next thing that I can look for as well is the trend line. I want to make sure, right? So now what I do is I put my trend to the downside over here, okay? And we could see there is the trend line. When the trend line breaks, that will be the trigger point. What you will then do is you'll then put in your nice little tool. Let's show you this tool over here. Remember, it's the long position tool. You pop it in here. If you wanted to protect yourself, remember, you're waiting for the trend to break. You'll put it just below the previous low, okay? And you'll look at where's the next major resistance. Okay, there's one resistance sitting over here, and there's one up here. If you want to double check, let me strengthen it a little bit. Take a Fibonacci from the top to the bottom, and you will see, ooh, this one lines up perfectly here, and one lines up here. So there's two resistances that price can go to after this. Which one is it going to be? Whenever you get to one of them, and your RSI is sitting at the top, that's the one. Now also remember that when price starts to move up from here, it starts to move to the uptrend, you can put a bottom trend line in to help you as an emergency line as well. So guys, you can see just off my simple tools, it works really well. Now you can also add your own different tools if you would like to. You could look at something like a reversal candle. Is the candle a reversal candle? Are we at support? Is RSI at the bottom? Boom. that can be your trigger, right? You can use volume, where, for example, we start breaking the trend now, and you look at volume, and volume that was decreasing starts to break. That could be a nice tool to add to this, to be like, it's breaking trend and there's volume, right? So this is a good sign that this is where I want to be buying or getting into my investment, right? So by you taking these tools, the main thing that you are doing is you are paying attention to, is it the right emotions? Is it oversold? Is it slowing down? Is it breaking trend? Is it showing reason to go up again, right? This is when I want to enter. Now it's looking for, maybe I want to short, right? And let's go through a short scenario. So here you learned as an investor, 4-step works. It helps you identify the trend. Where do I buy? Got a few reasons. Fantastic. Now let's go through a short option. Let's show you how to look for shorts and how does a 4-step method work when it comes to shorting. Okay guys, so let's jump into a shorting scenario, right? So this works the same. Remember, doesn't matter if you're in an up, down or sideways trend, you can always long and short, right? Just knowing though, you will know if you should hold the trade for a little bit longer or not, right? Because it's important to know if you're shorting and the market's in an uptrend, doesn't mean you can't make money, but just be aware that you must take profits, right? Because ideally the bigger picture is actually pointing in the opposite direction. So very important. Now what I'm gonna use is a 1-hour time frame. I wanna make some money for the next 24 hours, right? That's the goal. I'll make 24 hours. That's what I'm looking for. So let's jump in here. The token is called Cardano. What do I see here? Do I see this token right now in an upside or downwards trend? I can see right now that this is a strong red and it's a little bit of green. So in the short scenario over here, I can see we are in a downtrend. Let's zoom out a little bit more, okay? And we can see that this is definitely in a downtrend. So it means that the legs to the downside are pretty strong at this point. So the first thing I want to look at now is, where is the RSI? RSI is not just yet at the top, but in a couple of hours from now, it'll be at the top. So that means, okay, maybe price can still go a little bit higher right now. Let me not take my short just yet, right? It's not overbought just yet. So what I look for now is, where could this thing reject? Where could it actually go down? 4-step method. So in an instance like this, guys, where I have a bunch of previous highs here, a Fibonacci can work very well here. Because what you can do now is you can look at a fib level from the top here, you can take it and move it to the downside. So remember, you can take it from the top to the down to look at these levels. And I just want to remind you that if price is going up and wants to come down and you want to identify this, this is where you'll do Fibonacci this way. Okay, so just to remind you, if you're looking for levels on the way up, you're taking the Fibonacci this way. And if you're looking for levels down, you're taking the Fibonacci that way. Okay, just to make sure that we are aware. Okay, now the next thing we look at, is there any support and resistances that are sitting at these levels? And what you can see here is where we are right now, there is a bunch of resistance just ahead. And both of these fibs are lining up beautifully with this resistance. So it is telling me that this can be a hot area to pay attention to short, right? So now you're like, okay, I kind of have the location of where we can drop. Right? Now the next thing that you do is you put in that beautiful bottom trend line. There's it over there. Okay? So now you got an area and you got an understanding. And remember, guys, you can also put alarms. This helps you. Because now you know, okay, in 2-3 hours I can short from now. I'm gonna go do my thing. So what you can click on here is you can click on the right-hand side of this line and you can add an alert. And what it will do is it will email you when that trend line is breaking. Then you can, oh, okay, now it's time to trade, and you can have a look. So that helps you a lot. Remember the alarm system. So now I have an idea. My job is to do nothing, right? To wait for the clear sign. Now price goes a little bit up, starts to break trend, boom. What do? I then look at my risk to reward. There we go. I take my short tool, risk to reward. I pop this in over here. I say, hey, I'm gonna put my stop loss here. I'm gonna put my take profit back at support. Okay, and you can see how much more green than red. That is a tick. That means it is worth taking the actual trade. When token starts to go down, what you can do is you can put a top trend line, just in case it gets here, starts breaking up, you know, take those damn profits, right? Remember, sometimes it is gonna work perfectly to your plan. Sometimes the market's just gonna offer you what it wants to offer you. So always understand that you have your plan, but now and then the market might give you 7% instead of 9%. And remember, no one ever goes broke by taking profits, right? So jumping back over here, that already is my 4-step that has helped me. But this time I used Fibonacci. So I had Fibonacci, I had resistance, I had a trend line, and I had RSI, right? Plus risk to reward, that's 5 steps. Plus, when I executed the trade, I created a system to help me with take profits. I got an area of support. Okay, the risk to reward is good. I make sure that my trend line is put in, my emergency trend line. Remember, your trend line will only appear once it has done this. Then you will get the clear trend, right? You have a stop loss in play there. Okay, what's nice about that too is if it decides to go down like this, you could actually move your stop loss down. As price is moving down, so if it reverses, it can stop you in profits, but also it is there just to reduce your risk as well. So what you've done now is you've had 5 reasons on where to take the actual short, and it's also taught you to be a little bit patient. A lot of people will come now and just jump into it. You've now learned a little bit of patience, and you understand that the 4-step method also works incredibly strong with shorting. Plus, we've used a nice 1-hour time frame to show you that at any point in the day, the market's going up or down, you can make money. And right now it's showing, hey, get ready, we can make some money to the downside. So guys, what I've now given you is a few scenarios, right? I've shown you a daily, I've shown you a weekly, I've shown you a 1-hour time frame, I've showed you longs, I've showed you shorts. Sometimes I use the fibs, right? Sometimes I use the support and resistances. You could see that I have 2 or 3 models. It needs to make sense. Which model do you use? The one that makes sense. The one that highlights and really clearly shows you direction of where to take this trade and what to do if it works or goes against you. That's all that trading is making sure you are buying at the right time, making sure you're selling at the right time emotionally, okay? But also making you have full understanding of the structure behind the trade and what to do. Therefore, whichever way it plays out, you are not gonna react emotionally. You've already planned for it. Super important. Now, let's jump straight into the trading routine. You've now learned 4-step method. Now I'm gonna show you trading routine. Every week you jump on, what are you looking for? How can you prepare yourself more than everything that you have just learned, especially with Bitcoin? Everything follows Bitcoin. So I want to show you a very powerful tool that will help you just to check week by week to make sure that everything is following what you are seeing. So guys, you're learning to become a robot. Not only that, you finally have clear vision to your goals, right? You're really understanding the theory of what you're trading behind. You're understanding how you're going to get there step by step. You are then identifying which tokens you're going to be trading, right? The time frame you're going to be trading. Now you have learned the 4-step methods, and if the market's going up, down, or sideways, you now have this robot sort of way of knowing when to buy and when to sell. And it doesn't depend on what mindset you are in. You can just follow the system. Now there's a few more things to add to this because you need to now get into a trading routine. You now have the theory, you know everything that you need to do, your tools, your tokens, all these type of things. But just before you get into the trade, you need to have a routine of just double checking a few things. The first thing is to make sure that the trades that you are taking really make sense with your business plan that you have built. You're not just trading for the sake of trading anymore. It is there to achieve a certain point within a step. Very important. The next thing is, and I like to think of this as you building this vehicle, right? And you have this goal that you're going to achieve now, and you have these headlights of yours that is shining the light to your vision, right? Where you want to get. But what you also have is uncontrolled weather, okay? And this pops up at any point on your journey. May it be rain, may it be thunders, maybe whatever it may be, right? But this could block your vision a little bit. So what you have is something called windscreen wipers, okay? And what I mean by that is you need to understand things that could happen at any point that could maybe affect your trading a little bit. And that's why in your trading routine, I just want to add a few things. So let's go to the charts here, and I want to show you that the first big thing that we're going to add here is Bitcoin. Make sure that whenever you are making a trade or investment, you just double checking what Bitcoin is doing, because altcoins will always follow Bitcoin. Bitcoin has the largest market cap in crypto, and everything tends to follow what Bitcoin does. So if your token is maybe saying, hey, I want to buy right now, it's looking good, but Bitcoin is breaking support or not looking so good, just know that Bitcoin can maybe ruin your trade. It could turn things around. So it makes you really think that automatically that, hey, I need to really protect my risks. So again, here's the Bitcoin chart. If you're looking at the same thing, like here, we've just lost support, so be careful, okay? But if Bitcoin's looking strong, looking good, you know you're good. The next thing is something called Bitcoin dominance. So you'll type it in, it's called BTC.D. And this just shows you when money is flying into Bitcoin out of altcoins, and when it's going down, money is moving out of Bitcoin into altcoins, right? You have altcoins and Bitcoin, and sometimes more money is going into Bitcoin and out of altcoins, and sometimes more money is going into altcoins and more into Bitcoin. So what that means is, specifically with short-term trades, okay, when you want to take a trade, but you can see that the dominance is going to the upside, just know that the altcoins won't be as powerful that day. And therefore, the pump might look good, but just know it can reverse strong at any point. So these are just extra things to be careful of, and Bitcoin dominance is very important. Just to make sure that nothing pops up, and is your altcoin strong or not for the specific day or for the week. Remember, dominance, you can also put the time frames. If it's weekly, it's looking higher, anything like that, it gives you a good idea. Now, another thing that's super important, guys, is news events. This is something we cannot control. We cannot control what presidents say. We can't control what happens around the world. These things can affect markets very quickly. So what's important is when there's big people talking around the world, this can affect markets. You need to just understand that. So if you are trading on the day and you're not aware that there is an event happening, markets can get very volatile and manipulated. And this is where it can catch you off guard. So we've given you a tool below to help you find what are these news events. So whenever you're preparing a trade, just make sure that when you're doing that trade, you're not trading on a big news event day, because that might mess up the plans that you have made for the actual trade. So the news part is super, super, super important. And then guys, the checklist as well. Checklist of the 4-step when you're entering. Checklist of, is your risk sorted? Have a couple of rule systems. These are very important for your trading routine. Make sure you've set yourself a couple of rules. Make sure that you truly understand the mindset that you're in, and make sure that you protect yourself from any weather that may turn on you at any single point. So now you have every single tool for your blueprint. Guys, this is your dream you're about to chase. This is your journey you're about to go down. And everything you've just learned about this blueprint gives you every tool that you need. Make it special. Make it something that is for you. And remember, make it visual. Put your rules on the board. Put your 4-step methods on the board. Make it exciting, and this is going to gain your confidence a lot. Keep working hard on the structure. You work hard on it once, it's going to look after you. Does not matter where you are in the world, how you're thinking, the system is there, especially for you, to protect you.
Welcome to Sniper School's premium leverage model. I'm about to teach you everything that I know about leverage. Now, whether you have done our previous Sniper School, the main course, or you just want to learn about leverage, this is the only course you need. You've seen how the Sniper system can bring you incredible gains, but it may actually take you some time to get where you want to get. And that's why it is time to accelerate that system. Leverage for me is a turbo on your car. Trading is the car, leverage is something to help you get there a lot faster. Now guys, I have been through the journey. I started with $400, and in 2 years, I managed to turn that to over $1 million. But it wasn't that easy. I lost a lot of money in the beginning, I got highly depressed, and I traded a lot of leverage, and it kind of whooped my butt. However, there was a day that it all turned. I learned the true power of leverage and how this is something to help you speed up your journey. And the day that I simplified the system and I realized where leverage is actually powerful, my entire life changed. I'm sitting here today because I want to share the journey with you, where I went wrong, where I went right, and show you the true recipe of how this changed my journey. So in this module, you are going to master position sizing, something very important. You're gonna understand powerful stop loss strategies. You're gonna understand when to take more risk and when to kind of sit on your hands. Leverage is about timing. I'm going to teach you when should you be trading leverage and when should you be waiting for opportunity. And when those big crashes happen, you can take small amounts of capital and turn something that seems like a disaster into a massive opportunity. Leverage gives you the capability of trading with more capital than what you actually have. if timed wrong, can be dangerous. If timed correct, can be absolutely powerful. By the end of this module, you are going to know what is leverage and how to calculate how much leverage you're going to use per trade. The second thing is to identify and understand all the tools that you need to trade on the actual exchanges. How does everything work? The third thing will be my proven strategies. Actual strategies to help you identify how much leverage, can I build the leverage up, when should I get out of the markets, and really giving you an actual game plan of how to trade leverage, as well as choosing which token to trade. And the big thing that I learned with leverage trading is once you get past the first level, you're no longer scared. And this creates confidence. When you have confidence, you start to become a powerful trader. Now guys, we're about to start this journey together, and I want you to quickly understand my journey in leverage. When I started off, I first got scammed and lost 90% of my money. And then I was left with a couple $100. And not only that, I was unemployed and I didn't have much backups. So I kind of looked at this thing of how can I get into Bitcoin? And I think a lot of people get introduced to leverage as the first thing. And it sounds amazing because what leverage actually is the ability to trade with more money than what you actually have. We can actually borrow money at a very fast pace, right? And it sounds amazing because you're like, oh, I got $400, I can play with $1,000, I can play so much more than what I have. That's going to make me rich quickly. And that's what it's kind of designed to do. And that's what it did to me in the beginning. It basically got me to put all my money in, start the leverage trading. And a lot of people's journey starts like this. You win in the beginning. And then you fall in love and you're like, whoa, I'm gonna be rich fast. You start looking at the cars that you want. You start to get into this mentality. And I got into that mentality. And what happened was I would go from $400 and I'd go to $1,000. And then I would go to the bathroom or I would go to the shops and I'd look again and prices come down and I'm back at 400 or I'm in a loss. Okay, and this happened multiple times in the beginning of my journey. And what it did is it started to make me go crazy. It started to make me, I had the money, then I lost the money, and then I was filled with regret. And then I'll be angry that the market took the money from me, so I'd go back into the market. And I would basically go and trade again and revenge trade. And what that does is it slowly exhausts your brain, and you actually end up giving all your money away. This is what it's designed to do. Because it sounds too good to be true, or you can just have this money whenever you want, there will always be a catch. And the catch is they basically want to take your money. What I mean by that is exchanges and the market in general. This market, truthfully, wants to take your money because on the other side, there's people that want to make money and someone has to lose or someone has to make money. So there's always going to be one team that wants to take your money, and you got to understand that. We want to be on the team that makes the money, right? And that's exactly it. So by exhausting you, giving you that win in the beginning and giving you 1 or 2 wins gets you to maybe over leverage, put too much money in, start to get too confident that you don't look at risk management anymore. You don't put stop losses in. You start to get a little bit big-headed. And when that happens, they pounce. Now, the first pounce is not there to shake you out completely. It's to get you angry. And when you're angry, you go back for revenge. It's like being bullied, right? You get hit for so long, you come back and you start fighting. And when you do that, your brain starts to exhaust and you stop to see things clearly. And this is what happened to me. I would make so much money, and then as I make the money, I would then lose it all, get angry, retrade again and lose it all. And it got me down this route of going 400 to 1,000, 400 to 20,000. And every time that I want to trade, I just put more money in, more money in, more money in. And for 3 months straight, I made money, lost money, and it put me in a big depression. Because there was one point where I just couldn't believe that I could have a life. I had to sleep on my laptop every night. I could never get any sleep. I could never do anything because I'm worried that if I just look away, I'm going to lose my money, right? And I was desperate for capital. So this is what leverage brings out in you, and it brought it out in me too. And I got to a certain point where I got so desperate that I was like, I literally need to buy food today. And I had $200 and I traded $40 and I went and I bought groceries for a week in the house. And I was like, okay, that was cool. And then I needed $20 of electricity. Now I took my $200 again and I traded and I got the electricity. So the whole key here, and you can hear it very much when I said, leverage gives you money in the beginning. Where does it catch you? The second half, right? So when I started actually making the money and spending the money and using the money, I looked back and I was like, I just paid a whole month. And I just paid them one by one. That was the difference. Where previously, I went for it all at once. And that's where it kind of catches you, because it gets you to compound and put too much in, and it's all an emotional game, right? And the moment that I slowed it down and went step for step, I looked back and I started achieving. And this for me was the big realization. And this is what I'm about to break down to you. So let's start from the beginning. What is leverage? Leverage gives you the power to trade with more money than what you actually have. You can borrow money from the exchange temporarily, right? And the way this works is if you have $100, you can give the $100 to the exchange, and the exchange will give you $1,000 in return. And say you can trade with this $1,000, and you can choose to trade the market to the up or the downside. You can long or you can short, and we're gonna hold your collateral. And when you trade, remember you got $100 collateral. So if the trade goes in your favor, you make money on the $1,000. So if your position size is $1,000 and it goes up by 10%, you make $100. Yet you only have $100, right? Now if it goes down by 10%, you lose $100. You only have $100. And that is when they say, hey, your collateral is finished. Now we're gonna close your account and we're gonna keep that capital. So that's all that they're doing. They're taking your collateral and giving you the ability to trade with more than what you got. But when you run out of collateral, they basically end your journey. But if you win, you can make as much as you want and you go, right? So you can actually go to the exchange and borrow 5 times more your money, 10 times more your money, 20 times more your money, 30, 50, 100 times more your money. Sounds amazing, right? But the other side of that is your collateral runs out quicker. So if you're on a 5x, means you're trading with 5 times more, a 20% trade against you, your collateral will run out and you will get liquidated. If you're trading on a 100x, a 1% move on the chart, and you will double your money if you get it right, and you will get liquidated if you get it wrong. 1%. So you see the catch here. The leverage sounds amazing as you make it bigger, but so does your liquidation, so does your risk. So this is where I want to teach you the power of understanding how much leverage do you actually use. Now let's speak about important things. Let's speak about the pros and cons of them, because this is very important to understand so that you don't get caught up in all these different traps. Let's talk about pros. The pros is you're able to have more money than what you got at any point. Now play this picture. The market drops 50% in one day because you're in crypto. Welcome to crypto. Crypto does bring these volatile days. Now, a big part of your portfolio is in the market, not in leverage, in the market, sitting in long term. And that's all coming down. And you're kind of running low on cash, but the market's coming down. Now, a lot of people panic when the market's coming down. The way that you're supposed to see it is, this is an opportunity. I can buy something 50% cheaper. When it goes up, I can make a ton of money. So the pros of leverage by getting good at it is you have so much more money than what you actually have when the opportunities arise, right? So if you can buy 10 times more than what you actually can afford on a really big opportunity, you know what that can result in when it goes in your favor. So it gives you the ability to have more money than what you actually have. Then you have the opportunity to make money when the markets go down. So a lot of different ways of trading, you can make money on the way up. But on the way down, people usually lose money. Now with leverage, you could actually short the market. You can make money, you can predict the market's gonna come down and actually take a short on the market. And if it goes down, you can actually make capital. So this is huge. So when the markets are red and you think that you can't make money, you can actually make money. So that's great. The next thing, this is where it's very powerful. Leverage can help you grow your other portfolios very quickly. I never said your leverage portfolio. I said your other portfolios. If you use leverage in the right way and you grow money, you can take that money and boost it into the portfolios that are more safe. And that's where it becomes powerful, because you can have your portfolio that is growing and you can have these little leverage accounts that are around. And again, I will teach you a few strategies, but you can help it boost there quickly. Your goal is to take on a bit of leverage when you need, and it's to slow down leverage when your other bags are getting bigger, okay? And that's the power here, is you have these turbos on your car to go quicker around the track, right? So it's very powerful when it comes to not long-term wealth. Leverage is not long-term wealth, but it can help you get to long-term wealth by growing your long-term portfolio. It can help you by paying small things in your life. It can help you by sorting out your debt and sorting out all these small little things that are slowing you down in life. Leverage can be a powerful tool to actually get these out of your life and get you more free so that you can focus and put more time into crypto. So now we heard about the pros, let's speak about the cons. It's highly addictive. If you have an addictive personality, don't be afraid. Just know that it's going to trigger you to overtrade. That's what it's designed to do. It's very, very emotional. And because it's emotional, it triggers the dopamine, and the dopamine keeps you, and it can be hard to stop, right? That's a big thing to understand. Now, again, never be afraid of weaknesses, ever. You're going to learn to work around it and make structures because it's also your superpower. Something that you think is a weakness is also your superpower, right? So it's very highly emotional and very highly addictive. The next thing is you can get liquidated. So it's very simple. You don't lose any massive important capital here. Use small amounts of capital to help you grow the other amounts. You never put a lot of capital in here, right? And the next thing as well is it can be highly distracting. You got to understand that to get to your success in life and financially, it's a journey. And this can become quite a distracting journey because you're going to see everything look great and you're going to start compounding these accounts. So it's going to really distract you at times from the reality. And it's so important then to build structures that just make you realize this is a tool. It is not my long-term wealth. And it's so important for me to understand that. So again, by looking at the pros and by looking at the cons, you now understand the power and where it's going to catch you. Now let's build a damn system that uses your strengths to the powers, and your weaknesses will protect it from the cons, from what can come against you at any point. We need to know that this is something great, okay? It is not something that is going to destroy you. It's actually something that's going to help ignite you. You will probably trade with more leverage in the beginning of your career, and later on, you will slow down. And for me, I do still trade leverage to this day, but I trade it for specific things. I have my family. You guys know my family is everything to me, and I've brought my family over and we're all here together. But I've personally bought up to 10 cars from leverage because I had a goal. I made the money and I bought the car, right? I have furnished many houses with my friends and family with leverage. My mom, which had debt her whole life, has no longer any more debt because of leverage. So leverage was a tool that helped me tick the other boxes. And you know what? I still have my entire long-term portfolio. I never had to take that money to pay for all these things. I used leverage to get rid of the smaller obstacles in my life so that the big one could still grow and I could have my long-term wealth and something to leave my friends and my family and everyone, right? Now let's start learning the basics of leverage. Let me show you how to actually use this on a platform. Now we know what leverage is. Now it is time to build your foundation. Every key successful leverage trader has a foundation. It's very important. You're about to get into the trading zone, but you need to understand what are the key fundamentals to your foundation that's going to really make you understand the power of leverage. Otherwise, you're just going to play the game. And the game's designed to exhaust you and make you lose. However, there's another side to the game, and I want to explain this to you. The first important step to your foundation is more lives, the better. A lot of times on your trading journey, you're going to decide to trade leverage, and it's not a bad thing, right? But it is bad if you put a lot of your money into it. If you decide that I have $1,000 for leverage and go all in, yes, it may work in the beginning. But the problem is the market will catch you off of guard. And this could be off of a news event. Anything can happen at any time and it can cause a lot of destruction to your trade. Therefore, if you got a lot of your capital in and you've been doing so well for weeks and weeks and weeks, and one bad event happens, you can wipe out a lot of that capital and then it really sucks. It starts to play on your brain. You start to get upset with yourself, you start to get filled with regret, and you end up just losing more and more and more. And then you're out of lives, right? So the important thing for me is if I have $1,000, I rather say I have 10 lives of $100 and I will trade $100 at a time. Now, why this is so important is because this ain't about being perfect. A good trader wins 3 out of 10 times and they make a lot of money, right? A lot of people think I need to trade and win a lot. This is not true. The key thing comes down to having lives when it matters. So what that means is if I traded $100 and that goes well and then I go into a bad streak, okay, what I didn't realize is I was buying here. I got into a bad streak. Price went all the way down here. This is an opportunity because when price goes up again, where it would have went up from here to here now, there's more money to be made on the better entry, right? Now, a lot of people are upset when the markets crash. We're upset because we don't have money to buy it, not because it crashed. Yes, we could be losing money, but if we had all our money and the market was cheap, we would love it. Okay, so the key here is to understand that you have the ability to grow your money at any point. So why are we putting all our money into these things? If we have $100, I know I can make this $3,000. I know I can build this account size up because I have the power of using an exchange's money when I need it. So the key here is if you have set this amount of money for your leverage portfolio, split it into multiple lives. Know that it's about surviving in the space and making sure you actually have money for opportunities rather than going for, I'm gonna get rich overnight. Because again, you're gonna get rich in a couple of months and that's okay. But this overnight thing, it kind of lets you put all your eggs in one basket and it blows you up. So stop thinking about going all in, more lives, the better. Now let's go on to step number 2, which is capital preservation. Now this is important because you are now going to learn, specifically when it comes to trading, that this market goes into choppy stages and then it goes into strong rally stages and then it has the big drop-offs. But what you'll realize is this is all determined on sentiment and RSIs. RSI is a tool that you will learn when the market is overbought, when the market's oversold. So the preservation is super important to just have yourself a meter that you can read. It's not about stopping to trade because the realistic fact about trading is there's 20% of a month that's actually good trading days. Okay, the 80% is actually chop and survival. It is there to chop you out of the market, but 20% is where you're going to make the gains, when the real pop happens and you make the capital. Now, why the trading often is not a bad thing, okay, is because you are fishing. That's what it is. You are fishing at certain areas to get the pop ahead of the rest of the market and to make crazy gains. In order to do that, you've got to be fishing quite often. But if you're fishing with a heavy rod every day, okay, your arms are going to get tired, you're going to start to slack, you're going to really lose steam for when the good trade actually comes. So it's nice to have yourself a meter, and the one that I use is a stochastic RSI, okay? And it's something that if I want to take one trade for the week or something like that, I will use a 4-hour, 8-hour RSI to tell me where is sentiment. Are we overbought? Has there been a lot of hype? Or are we oversold? There's been a lot of panic, a lot of red. You know, and then that will determine to me, Sheldon, trade 10% of your life right now or trade 100% of your life as well. It's about surviving these stages and knowing when to deploy more capital and when to kind of keep trading and just play with something in the game. Step number 3 is to create yourself a rule system that's going to protect you from your own mental state as well as your finances. So you need to understand in this journey. The first thing was having more lives is going to make it a lot easier because you can actually make mistakes now. By going all in, you make a mistake, you kind of get wrecked. But off of that first life, you need to just pay attention to a couple of repetitions. You need to understand that you make mistakes. When you lose, get in, lose, get in. You got in 3 times, you're a revengeful trader, or you get slightly maybe addicted, or you're too fearful. And you need to start building a rule system on this to just give you a break, because you are here to run a marathon, not a sprint. You want to know why I love leverage so much? I still use it to today. And I've gotten to a point where I am growing a really good financial portfolio, and I've done well, right? I'm very proud of that, but I still have leverage to this day. It was a skill that I learned for the rest of my life. And that for me is powerful. Whenever I want to do something out of the ordinary, I want to help someone, I want to build a business, leverage is a powerful tool. I still trade leverage to this day to pay salaries for my company every month, right? It's an extra tool that I have to my life that's very powerful. So you need to create this rule system that protects you and keeps you here for the long run. As an example, if I get 2 losses, I have to take 24-hour break. If I go look at all my previous trades, time that I never took the break, right, I lost more money than what I should have. Because when you have that first loss and second loss, the market is telling you something. It's telling you that, hey, it's taking money now. Remember, there's 2 stages of the market. It's going to give you money, or it's going to take money from you. And if you just keep pushing in a market that is taking money from you, It's just gonna take your money, right? So by having this 2 loss rule system, not only is it maybe gonna protect you from the market taking more capital from you, it's gonna give you 24 hours to reset and come back as an emotionless you. Therefore, you'll see things a little bit more clarity and you won't be so stuck. Remember, it's like a fighting game. If you're sitting in the thing and you're fighting, you can't see what the coach is seeing from the outside. But the moment you step out of the ring and you see things from the outside, you will see things so much clearer. Therefore, when you go back into the ring, you will know, dodge a little bit more here, block a little bit more here as well. Another example of a rule is when the RSI is above 80% on a certain time frame, only trade with 10% capital. These are things that you are going to learn as you trade, because you know, if you look at your previous data, every time you trade more than 50%, you lost 2 or 3 times in a row. Guys, you are coaching yourself. You are coach and you are player. Therefore, you need to go look at your stats, see things that you are repeating, and make sure you have rules to protect you from that. And also when you are doing great, I've had 2 wins in a row, but when I go in the 3rd time, I give away 30% back. I've done this 3 times. Therefore, when you won 2 trades in a row, stop, right? These type of things. Another great one as well is when you win, put 2 lives away. This is something a lot of people don't do. If you've just won the trade and you've made $1,000, go put yourself another $300 away for more lives in the future. Think about the future you. If it's just about now, you're never going to see the road ahead of you and you're never going to be prepared for it as well. So guys, these are a couple of key things or key rules that I use. I want you to know that this is an ongoing thing. Every week you may be updating your rule system because you're doing something a little bit different. And this is up to you to hold yourself accountable just to protect you from your own strengths and your own weaknesses. You are here for the long run. And step number 4, no compounding. You could have a rule to compound maybe once or twice, okay, but compounding is, it's a big trap, right? I've done this many times. Go from $1,000 and you're 2,000 and you put the 2,000 in and then you're 4,000 and you put the 4,000 in and then you're 10,000 and then the problem with that is when one mistake happens, you erase a lot of hard work. And that sucks. That sucks when you take an account from $100 to $4,000, okay, and you come back to $500 and you realize that you just gave away $3,500 like that. So what that means is create yourself a splitting system to say that, okay, I will build my account once or twice, I will compound, but when the 3rd trade goes through or something like that, I need to take 30% of the profits and I need to put 30% into, let's say, more lives, some cash, 30% go and buy some long-term or pay what you created the business for. So if you started a leverage business to save money for a car, make sure every trade that you take, you are putting 20-30% into a car portfolio. That's building your money for a car. If it's to pay debt, you're taking the profits and putting it in. If you never take profits, you're never gonna keep the money. It does not matter what that meter is saying. If you're up 1,000%, you are not up 1,000% until you have banked the money and you actually move the money out, right? Until then, it's just a temptation and it's just money that you can just leave on the table at any point. So it's very important to have a splitting system and to realize, what am I actually trading these trades for? Imagine just giving it all away all the time. You're gonna get very demotivated and that's what's gonna end your journey very quickly. You are here for the long run. So guys, now let's start with leverage basics. So the first thing I wanna do is I wanna show you how to find the leverage platform, okay? And I wanna show you how to put money in and out, give you a basic view of the entire platform, and then break down the important sections that you need to know. Let's jump in. Once you have opened up an account, you will then get to this section over here. And I want to explain something quickly, that when it comes to an exchange, they have multiple wallets. They have something called a funding wallet, they have a spot wallet, and they have a futures wallet. And what this is just different ways to trade. The one that's funding is not really a buy and sell. It's more I buy a token, send it to funding, and I hold it for long term. So it's not really a trading wallet. It's just where your long-term holds can sit. Then what you have is a spot wallet. And this is where you can buy a token, sell a token back into cash, okay? And it's not leverage. It's just buy some Bitcoin, hold it, take profits, sit with cash, buy again, right? Then what you have is the futures section, which is the leverage. This is where you can long and short, you can make money to the downside, make money to the upside, and you can obviously play with more money than what you actually have. Now, the important thing to understand is that these wallets won't affect each other. So whatever you have in spot will not affect your leverage. So for example, if you have $10,000 in spot you have $1,000 in leverage and something happens to the money in the leverage portfolio, it won't affect that money that's in spot. So this is nice because you can really have your risk management on point. You can say, okay, I'm going to put this amount of money here and this amount of money over here. Now, let's show you over here. Once you're on the platform, you could see on the top section just a couple of things. If you want to buy money, because you obviously need to get money inside of the exchange, this is where you can use some fiat options. They have different options over here of how to buy some crypto. Then you have the market section. This is where you can find all the tokens on the platform. So all the different spot tokens that are here, all the different futures tokens, all the different tokens that you can trade on this platform. And then the next section over here is the futures, the trading section, which is for spot, and then a few other things that you can go through if you want to, right? Bots, copy trading, these type of things. Then on the right-hand side, this is what's important, is the wallet section. This is where you are going to find all your assets you have inside of the exchange. Okay, and then you could see on the top-hand side over here, you could see my assets, and below that you have the overview of all the capital combined sitting in this exchange. Then you have next to that funding, whatever money you have sitting in funding, then spot. Then you have the future section. Okay, so you can see there are different wallets. Now, if you go into the futures section, this is where you're gonna transfer to put money inside of the futures platform. Remember, it's different wallets, so it won't just go there by itself. You have to decide how much money you want to put in. So if you click on this section over here, you can now see, okay, I want to send money from my spot account into my futures account. You'll select where you want to send money to. Okay, what token? It's usually USDT. Transfer the capital, confirm, and the money will be sent to that wallet. Then if you want to send money back, you can basically go the opposite way. I want to send money back from my futures into spot. This is where you can do so. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go to the actual futures section. So futures is leverage. Now, once you get into this over here, I'm going to give you a basic overview and then we're going to break down each section nicely. So the first thing to understand is once you're in, this is where the trading is actually going to happen. This is where you're going to buy, where you can put stop losses, where you can take leverage. This is all where it's going to happen, right? So on the left-hand side here, you will find your token. What token do you want to trade? What position do you want to open or close, right? You have your Bitcoin, ETH, all your different tokens. You can scroll down and you can see on CoinW, there are many different tokens. Okay, then below that, you will find the order book. This is where all the sells are happening. This is where all the buys are happening. And this is the price that we're at right now with that asset. Remember, if there's more selling than buying, price will go down. If there's more buying than selling, price will go up. But this will give you a view of what is the exact price of the token right now. On the right-hand side of that, this is a nice feature, which is obviously charting, right? You can actually chart your token when you're trading it too. So you will see over here on the left-hand side is all the tools that you can use. You have your drawings, you have your different lines, anything you want to use to have analysis on when to buy and sell, you can do it all here on this chart. You can even add little indicators, right? RSIs, MACDs, it's very nice. You can add these things over there as well. Then on the top hand side here, you have all your different time frames. Some trades you want to trade a little bit long term, some you want to trade short term. You will choose the time frame that you're looking for. Then on the right hand side, this is where the trading magic actually happens, right? You have this section over here, trading. This is where you're going to trade. Now below this trade section over here, you have this section over here, which is called the modes, right? And this is where you can choose isolated, cross, and you can choose merge and split. And you can also choose the amount of leverage that you want to take within the trade. So you can choose a 5x, 20x, 50x. I'll go through each thing one by one now to explain how it all works. But this is where you will find adjusting your leverage and which mode are you going to be trading in. Then below that, you have the two ways that you can buy and sell, right? You have the market and you have the limit. So market is you want to get in the market right now. You want to get in or out of the trade right now. Okay. And limit is if you want to give some time to get in and out of the trade. Price is here. If it goes here, I want it to get out, right? I'm sitting in cash. I want to buy. I don't want to buy right now. If price goes down to this area though, buy, right? And I'll show you how that all works. But this is where you can set the different ways you want to buy and sell. Below that will be the prices that you want to buy and sell and the amount of capital that you want to put inside of those trades. And just above this little piece over here, you will see your capital. And there's a nice little transfer button over there as well if you want to send money in and out of this wallet, right? But this will be, okay, I got $500. I want to put 50% into this trade. This is the meter that you will use. Just below that, you have the TP and SL section, which is a take profit and a stop loss, which means before you have even entered the trade, you can actually set these in. And this is something I'm going to speak about when it's risk management, is whenever you trade, you need to know how much are you risking and how much are you going to make. Is it actually worth the trade? Are you a gambler or you're a trader, right? So this is where you'll find that over there. And then below that, you have the buy/long and you have the sell/short. If you want to buy long the market or if you want to short the market, this is where you're going to be choosing, right? Remember, leverage, you can make money on the way up and the way down too. You can predict the market to go down and actually make money. Then what you'll see below over here is just information around your assets, the available capital you have, if you're in profits right now, how much profits or loss are you in right now, and how much have you put of your capital into the actual market. Which means if you have $525 here, but you only put 200 in, right, the 200 will be sitting over here, and just telling you that you still possibly have availability to put more capital in, or you've used all your money and it's in the trades right now. Then on the left-hand side here, this is going to be the dashboard where you're going to monitor trades. Okay, you're going to monitor your own positions, and this is this section over here. If you have a position open, you'll see what token you're in, the size of it, your entry price, you will see your liquidation price, your stop losses, your margin, which is your amount of capital you've put into the trade. This is where you will basically monitor current trades that are in play. Then you'll have this over here, which is open orders. Maybe your trade has not opened up just yet. So you've put an order in to see, okay, when price goes down, it will open up. It will sit in this section over here to say you have orders sit in place. The trades are not playing out right now, or they're not in just yet, but your orders are there. And if price goes there, the orders will go through. And once the order goes through, it will move from open orders into positions because your trade is now active and actually open. Then if you just want to go back, and this is really nice when you have trading journals, you want to go look at a couple of the last trades you've taken, you can go here to the order history and position history as well. And you can go have a look and see, okay, what trades did I open? When did I close them? Was it a loss? Was it a success? Okay, and how did I kind of lose? And this will be good information that you can use on your trading journal to know maybe your stop losses are too up, or you're buying too early, or these type of things. So guys, now you have a good overview that this is where you'll find your tokens. This is the order book. This is the charts. This is where you'll open and close trades. And this is where you will monitor your trades over here. Down over here is the information of everything. Losses, what your account size is, and if you want to send money in and out of this wallet. Now that you have a basic overview, now I'm going to jump into each tool one by one and show you how to use them. Okay guys, now you've had a basic overview of the platform. Now let's jump into the important tools. The first one I want to speak about is the mode that you trade in. Right? The exchange offers you two different modes, and this will match up when it comes to your strategy. Now remember, there's a few different ways when it comes to trading. It can come down to aggressive strategies, and it can come down to conservative strategies. And whatever suits your strategy, it's important to use the correct mode, just so that you don't get any surprises that come out of nowhere. Now you get two different modes with most exchanges. And the first one is isolated and the second one is cross. Now let's quickly jump to the platform over here. I just want to show you where to find it. So just under this trading section over here, you can click on this button and you can see something called margin mode. And you have isolated and you have cross. Now let me explain the two differences. The first one is isolated. And what it basically means is isolation, right? If you have $1,000 inside of this platform now, inside the futures, and you want to trade at 1,000. However, you're now looking at the market, you're not too sure, you only want to trade $100 of it. So you decide to take $100, 10% of the money, and enter a trade. It's basically telling you that whatever that $100, whatever trade that $100 is in, is isolated. So if anything goes wrong there, it won't affect the other $900 that's sitting there. It's very important, right? To know that it takes a trade. This is the decision that you've made, and whatever happens here won't affect the rest. So that's important. It's the same thing if you trade a couple of different tokens. You trade 4 different coins, you open up trades in every single one of them. If something happens to the Ethereum trade, it won't affect the Bitcoin trade, right? So it's very important. So isolated for me, especially starting brand new with trading, okay, is the #1 mode to use, because it basically allows you to have mistakes. You chose a wrong token, it didn't go good, but it didn't affect the rest of your money. It didn't blow you up, which is very important, right? So it keeps everything nice and isolated. And it also gives you ability to long and short, right? Different tokens. So you could be long Solana and it could be short Bitcoin because you could think maybe the market's going to either go up or down quickly and you want to be in both, right? You could actually have a long and a short playing out on different tokens, right? And that's a nice way as well. So isolated gives you this ability to not allow a mistake or any massive event to destroy your entire portfolio. Then what you have on the other side is cross. Now cross is a little bit more advanced. As you start to know more about leverage trading and you can have your risk management better and you know how to not destroy yourself, cross can become very powerful, okay, as it has its up and downs. But what cross means is we're going to combine everything. So if you decide to take 4 different trades, they're putting them together, which means that if you have $100, $100, $100, $100, right, they're all together in the trade. And therefore, if one trade is going south and runs out of collateral, okay, it's going to start taking from this one and from this one. And what that does mean, if there is a big melt-up in the market, you can actually lose your entire portfolio, your leverage portfolio, because everything has gone against you. And because the one dropped harder than another, it needed that liquidity. Therefore, that one got killed quickly and you end up blowing up pretty fast. Now, it also has the pros. The pros is your tokens start moving up and all 4 of them are going correct. You could actually use the profits of this trade and you can take that money and go put more into this one. So it gives you the ability to grow your positions a lot quicker when it's going in your favor. Now again, remember, this is basically saying that it's going to use all your collateral. And if it goes in your favor, you can use that collateral to build your accounts bigger. If it goes against you, we're going to use collateral where we need, okay, to hold your positions and try to keep them alive, but you do have the risk of losing it all. Same example, that if you have $1,000 sitting over there in your assets and you decide to trade $100, if the trader goes against you and that $100 now goes into a loss, you start to lose more than 100, it's gonna start taking from the 900 to fill it up. And remember, when it comes to liquidations, they only liquidate you when you run out of collateral. And what that means yet again is, for an example again, if you are trading on a 10x, it means you're trading with 10 times more than what you actually have. So if you have $1,000 collateral, the exchange is going to take that $1,000 and say, okay, you can go trade with $10,000. Okay, but if you run out of collateral, we're going to liquidate you. And if it goes in your favor, you can make as much money as you want with the bigger amount because we're not losing any capital. We have your collateral and we're charging fees per trade, or every day we're charging you fees. We're happy if the trade's winning. Okay, so again, what that means is you have $1,000 on a 10x, you're trading with $10,000. Okay, now think about $10,000. How much of that is $1,000? It's 10%, right? So that means if price drops 10%, your $1,000 is going to be finished. Therefore, that is when you'll get liquidated. Because remember, they're giving you a lot more money than what you actually have. So if price goes down and you run out of collateral, that is when they're going to liquidate you. Now it works the other way around too. If you have that $10,000 position size and price goes up by 10%, what's 10% of $10,000 is $1,000, right? Therefore, your collateral of 1,000, if price goes up by 10%, is now sitting on 2,000. Right? So that's how quickly you can double your money and lose your money by understanding the difference. So again, these 2 modes all depends on your strategies. And later on in the course, I'm going to go through 2 or 3 different strategies to help you know which one works when, but it's important to understand the difference between the 2. The one is everything is isolated, every man for himself. The other one is with this big damn team. We're all going to work together. We might make a ton together. We might get liquidated, right? That's the difference between the 2. Please make sure every time you look at a new token, you change the token that you're trading, that your mode is set correctly. Now let's speak about selecting your leverage, right? I gave you guys a little bit of an insight of how it works with collateral. Remember, when you are trading leverage, you are giving the exchange collateral and you're saying, hey, borrow me this amount of money. And they're going to say, okay, but if you run out of collateral, we're going to liquidate you. And if you are winning and you get it right,
You can make money off the money that you borrowed. We're going to charge you fees daily, okay? But you can ride it for as long as you want, right? So you do have the ability to make a crazy amount of money, and you do obviously have the risk of losing it all if you don't know how to work out your leverage correctly. And risk management is obviously very important. So let's jump back to the exchange over here. Once you have chosen your mode, okay, you go below over here and you'll see the leverage section over here. Now what this does is it allows you to choose different amounts of leverage. Now it sounds great. Oh, 120x, 160x, 200x, right? These things all sound great, but they are very, very, very risky and they are big traps, right? Remember, small mind thinkers want to get rich very quickly. Okay, they want to come in, get rich very fast. So you'll get highly attracted to the higher leverages. But when you realize that it's a journey to bring financial success, it's a journey to get there, you'll learn that you need to survive more than just making money. And that's when you'll start to understand that lower leverage is a little bit more powerful, and you actually have the ability to grow your leverage up in trades. And I'll show that a little bit later on within the course. So if you look at this over here, you can go 1x, which means if you are trading with $1,000, you're going to trade with $1,000. If you go 2x, if you have $1,000, you now get to trade with $2,000. If you go 5x, all of a sudden you go from trading with $1,000, now you have $5,000. 10x, $10,000. 20x, $20,000. 50x, $50,000. So you only have $1,000, but you have the ability to trade up to $50,000, right? Which is incredible. So this is where you will choose your leverage. How much leverage do you want to take? Now let's speak about the downside. Let's speak about how leverage actually works. If you have $1,000, okay, and you decide to go on a 10x, what does that mean? It means you have $10,000 position size, which means if the token or the trade that you are in goes up by 10%, you'll double your money. If it goes down by 10%, you will run out of collateral and you will get liquidated, right? Now let's go to a 20x leverage. You have $1,000, now you get to trade with $20,000. So if the price goes up by 5%, your money will double. If price goes down by 5%, you will run out of collateral and you will get liquidated. Okay, same with the 50x. You have $1,000, gets traded $50,000. So if your token goes up by 2%, you'll double your money. If it goes down by 2%, liquidated. Now guys, remember, when you get liquidated, you don't get the money back, right? So this is where you will select the amount of leverage, but it's very important for you to understand what that actually means. Therefore, you will start to understand that, maybe I should start off lower leverage, survive, get a stop loss to entry, and then I can build it up. But this is where you will select your leverage before you actually open up the trade. So two important factors to understand when you want to trade is obviously the tokens that you want to trade, right? And the second thing is to understand your position size. Now guys, you get thousands of different tokens that are out there on these exchanges, but it's very important to understand that you need liquidity to trade nice and easily. So when you are looking to open up trades or trade specific tokens, make sure that they actually have volume. Now, why this is important is when you are entering trades, there's other people on the other side that are maybe exiting trades. And the problem is if there's not enough buyers and sellers that are sitting near where you are now, you may actually lose money by exiting because there will be a buyer way too further down if you're shorting, or there will be someone selling way too further up. So ultimately, you will actually lose money because there is not enough liquidity to fulfill your trade. So what this comes down to is your position sizing. Very important. Now, me in specific, when it comes to positions, again, it's a very small part of my portfolio. Looking around 1-2% of my portfolio that I actually trade in leverage. Secondly, I also trade one life at a time. Okay, so I don't trade massive amounts. However, if you do trade in the areas of $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 in these leverage positions, you got to understand that you need liquidity to get in and out. If you are trading $50 positions or $100 positions, right, that does mean you can trade maybe some of the smaller tokens. But always be aware that liquidity is a vital part of getting in and out of the markets and in and out of your trades. So let me show you guys a couple of things. If you jump on here to CoinW, and you go here to the market section, what it does is it gives you a bunch of tokens over here, right? And what you can do is you can go into the detail section. And I'm just going to give you a basic view
right, of how to understand these things, you can go do some further research and make sure that there's enough volume. But just by going in over here, you can scroll down and you can see that Bitcoin on CoinW has done $1.8 billion of trading volume in 24 hours. Anything going below 100 million to 50 million, okay, that's where I would not trade a lot of big position sizes. So it just gets you back to the rules again, that if you want to trade bigger positions, trade the bigger tokens. If you're going to trade smaller positions, you can trade the smaller tokens, and there's two factors there to understand. They have lower liquidity and they're also more volatile. So by going through this over here, you can go look at the market section and you can go through the exact token that you want to trade and just get a bit of an idea of how much volume is actually happening over here. And here's an example of Bitcoin Cash. There's only $8 million of 24-hour volume here right now. So for any bigger positions you want to enter right now, you're going to struggle quite a bit and you're going to take losses just by getting in and out of this token. You may not even get your orders filled, right? And that can also be a problem as well. However, if I'm trading a $50 position size, then I could easily come and trade this token over here. So when it comes to choosing your tokens, you are choosing what matches the strategy and what you can actually trade. When it comes to position size, make sure you're protecting that. Make sure that you are not giving away any free money to the market by trading the right tokens with liquidity. So let's now speak about longing versus shorting. When it comes to leverage, you can actually make money to the up and the downside. And the way that this works is leverage is actually just a dollar-based business, right? And what that means is you're not actually holding the token. You're basically putting down collateral. The exchange is offering you capital, okay, and you're predicting if it's going up or down, right? Now they're holding this capital, and if you are correct, they're paying you out for what you're correct for. And if you are wrong to a certain point, and let's say you get liquidated or stopped out, they're then keeping the collateral lost. But ultimately, you're not actually holding the token. You're not actually buying and actually selling the token. You're basically predicting. Okay, and they're allowing you to make money off of predicting correct, or obviously losing money if it's going against you. So what this gives you the ability to do is short the market and actually make money. Now let's quickly jump here to the platform, and I want to show you guys where this all is. So remember, on the right-hand side over here is where you're actually going to be doing the trading. And this is where you can see the long, which is the buy and long, which means you are buying, you're expecting price to be going up or your trade to go up. You're predicting it's going to move to the upside. And then you have the other side, which is the sell short, okay? Which is basically you're either selling out from your previous trade or you're actually going to short the market. You're actually going to predict that it's going to go to the downside. And if it goes correct, depending on the percentage and how much money you've put into the trade as well as the leverage, it will pay you out on the percentage that you are within the profits. Now, the important thing to understand about this, right, is it gives you the ability to trade any direction of the market. This is something where leverage has the upper hand to when it comes to spot trading and investing. When it comes to spot trading and investing, you can only long, right, or sell and get out into cash. You can't really make money to the downside. So when the markets are chopping down and they're going through the bear cycles, this gives you the ability to actually still trade and still make the money that you're looking for to reach your goals. Now let's speak about the important tools to use when it comes to risk management. Guys, what is risk management? It's managing your risk, okay? It's very important to understand you get two different types of traders. You get a gambler, okay, and you get a trader. And the difference between the two comes down to one important tool. And this is something called risk to reward. Basically asking you the question, how much money do you want to risk on this trade? I want to risk $20. Okay, if the trade goes correct, how much money are you going to make? No, I'm going to make $20. But that's a 1-to-1 ratio. That's like red and black, right? That's a gambler's mentality. Where if I had to ask you the question, how much you're going to risk? $20. How much you're going to make? $100. Okay, that now makes sense. The reason is because your reward is 5 times more than what your risk is. And why this is so important as a leverage trader is because you want to allow yourself to have losses. This ain't a game about just winning everything. It's about entering when you think the market is ready to make a move. If you get it incorrect, you get to go again. And if you get it incorrect, you get to go again. And by the time you get it right the 3rd time or the 4th time, you actually win and are in profits. And the only way you do that is making sure that your reward is worth the risk. So let's jump here to the platform, and I just want to show you guys two very simple tools that will help you when it comes to risk to reward. If you click on this section over here, right, you will see that there's two tools here. The one's long position, so if you want to buy and go long within the market, you'll use this one. And the other one is a short position. If you're predicting the market's going to come down and you enter a short. When you are about to enter, the first thing you're going to ask yourself is risk. Where am I going to protect myself? Leverage is a game that has liquidation, so don't play that game, right? We know that this market at any point will go for liquidations. Make sure you got stop losses. So you ask yourself the question, I'm gonna buy right over here and I wanna put a stop loss over there. It's telling you, okay, here is your percentage, 0.99%. Now remember, this is the percentage on the chart. Whatever your leverage is, you gotta times it by that. Okay, so again, if it's a 1% on the chart and you're on a 10x leverage, it's 10% of your capital that you are risking, right? Now, the next thing I gotta ask you is, where do you think we're gonna go? Okay, and you say, no, we're gonna go up in this area over here, which is around the 112,000. I don't wanna speak too many numbers because the course will continue for a long period. So now you look at, where do I wanna put a TP? And I look at this area over here. I think price is gonna go here. Now, the first thing that you will notice is the green is a lot bigger than the red. That's already a good sign that your reward is worth the risk, right? And the second thing you'll see here is a risk to reward ratio of 5. Now guys, when it comes to leverage, right, with spot, I use the rule of 1 to 3. When it comes to leverage, 1 to 5. Basically meaning that wait for that token to really slow down after a drop, so that when the pop comes, your risk is so little, but your reward is so big, right? And here, anything above 3 is good, but for me, when it comes to strict leverage trading, I keep it to 5, okay? And this tool will help you understand, okay, so I put my stop loss here and take profit here, and the risk to reward is correct for me to take the trade. Therefore, a 1 to 5 means I can lose 5 times in a row and win once, and I can be back, right? Incredible. And remember, the other side here too is the short tool. If you want to short the market, let's say you wanted to short right now, okay, you would click on this over here, say I want to put a stop loss here. I think we're going to go here. Is that a good trade? No. Okay, that's not a good trade. Rather wait for a better trade, right? Or, okay, I think it's going to go down over here. That is a good risk to reward, anything above 3. Now remember guys, I have given multiple schools and multiple courses and the shows to help you with TA. TA is going to help you understand where to buy, where to put your stop loss and these type of things. You need additional tools to help you understand that. But ultimately, the number one rule is make sure that your reward is worth the actual risk. And when it comes to managing your actual trades, you've now worked out the risk to reward. You need two simple tools. And the tools is a stop loss and a take profits. Now, a stop loss is basically an order that it's a hidden order that sits in the books. And it means that you've entered a trade now, and if it gets to a trigger price, a certain price that you set, it will activate a limit order to actually exit you out of the position. And this is if you are long or if you are short, right? It's a stop loss to protect you that you don't lose too much money. So if you set a stop loss at 1%, it will make sure that you get out close to that range so that you don't lose 10% if the market drops that quickly at any point. And then on the other side, you have a take profit point. Now, take profit is also a limit order that sits in the book, okay? And when price goes and triggers that, it will then find a matching buyer or seller to exit you out of the market. So my rule of thumb is whenever I enter a trade, before I actually enter the trade, I already can set my stop loss and take profits. And with CoinW, you can do that. Before you even open the trade, you can do so. So just to show you over here quickly, you see you have two ways to get in the market and limit, right? Once you've made a decision, I want to get markets, I want to get in right now, you get this little TP and SL button. And when you've put your tool in, so here's an example of a short, okay, I put my tool in, and you can see that it highlights the colors here on the right-hand side of the numbers. And it tells you if you wanted to short right now, let's put a stop loss and take profit in. Where's my take profit? At 102,000. Okay, where will I put my stop loss? At 108,000. 8,800. Okay, and then I can short the market. So what it does is it hasn't even opened the trade yet. I've already put them in. So these are two tools that are very vital when it comes to entering trades. Make sure firstly you have worked out that the risk to reward is worth it, and secondly, put in your stop loss and put in your take profits. This also helps you that if you are not at your computer, but you are inside of a trade, at least you are protected and at least you'll bank the money. Even if you are sleeping and you are not there, the transactions will still go through. Now you have a basic idea of all of the tools. So what we're gonna do now is we're actually gonna open up a trade together. Then we're gonna recheck everything and make sure that you are fully aligned with everything that you need to know to trade leverage. So let's jump back in over here. Now I've made up my mind, done a little bit of analysis, done my risk to reward, have an understanding of the trade that I wanna take. And I can see now, I'm looking to take a short, right? So the first thing again is make sure the left-hand side that you have basically chosen the token that you want to trade. Then you will see on the right-hand side over here, make sure that you have selected the mode and the leverage that you want to trade. So I'm gonna trade isolated, and I'm going to trade a 5x leverage. Now what that means is it means that every percent that we move on the chart, you gotta times it by 5. That's the impact that it will make on the actual money that you have put in. So if I work this out, I could see a stop loss is around 1.2%, which means times 5. So this could be up to a 6 to a 7% risk. And my reward is around 4.5% times 5, which means I'm around 22, 23% for the reward. So the risk is small and the reward is nice and big. A nice little rule of thumb as well for me is you don't want to risk more than around 5% of your capital unless you have set yourself up many lives and you want to go a little bit more riskier. You got a lot of backup accounts, you're trading with way less money, then maybe you can push around 10% risk per trade, right? That all depends on you. And if it's a little bit more size and a bit more important to you, don't risk more than 3%. And these are just basic tools to help you on your journey. And again, risk to reward is important. So I've made a decision that is my percentage over there. 5x, a little bit high, let's go 4x so that I stick to the rules of my risk, okay? I've chosen isolated, fantastic. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to open up a trade. I want to open a short, not close a short, open a short. Now guys, you've got the close section and there's a few other little tools here. What I'm showing you now is perfect what you need to trade. In and out, nice and simple, very done. Okay, I'm gonna market enter this trade. Why? Because it's ready right now. If it was not ready right now and price was, let's say, I wanted to short a little bit higher, then I would put a limit order, okay? So I'm happy with the market and I want to enter 70% of my capital. Remember, because it's on isolated, whatever I put in this trade will not affect the rest of the money that's sitting here. If it's in cross, it will be affected. Okay, now I've put the amount. The next thing I need to do is put a stop loss and take profit. So my take profit is at 102,500, okay, and my stop loss is at 108,300. There is the stop loss. Now what I can do is click the short button. It will then ask for confirmation that you're happy over here. Yes, I am. It already gives you a projected liquidation price. I click that on confirm. Then what happens is your trade will actually open. Now remember on the bottom section over here, this is where once you have opened up a trade, you are going to manage your position. Or let's say you haven't opened up yet, but there's a limit order. So here you will find your orders, okay? And over here you will find your positions once they are open. Again, that's your history if you want to go back for your trading journal. Now we go in, it tells me that there's a Bitcoin, I'm on a short. It's telling me my entry price over here. Okay, what price did I enter the short? Then it's showing the market price. What is the price right now of the token? Then you will see the liquidation price. Then you'll see your P&L. How much money are you up or down and what's the percentage, okay? Then you will see this button over here if you want to go adjust your take profits or stop loss. Me, it's a rule. If I've set it before I took the trade, unless I'm updating my stop loss to not have as much risk, I don't really fiddle with this much. However, if you do want to change it, you can click on this over here. Then what you have here is margin. Margin is how much of your money is inside of the trade. Okay, and you can see that it's around $347. Therefore, if you look on the right-hand side here, I still have $177 remaining. And because it's on isolated, it will not be affected. Then you look on the right-hand side here, these are just a couple little tools. The reverse one, you will learn more advanced. You can go from a long to a short, okay? I wouldn't suggest going brand new, okay? And then you have close. Do you want to close a bit of the position, or do you want to close it all out right now? Do you want to close it to the market, exit? And this is maybe the trade's going against you, okay, and you're a bit worried, okay, and you exit the position fully over there. So this is where you will see how to manage your entire position. You want to edit it, you want to see how it's basically doing, okay? So that is literally how easy it is to open up a short. Now I'm going to exit this, okay, and now it's all gone. Right, closed position, finished. And I'm gonna now go enter a long to show you the same thing. Okay, so let's go through a long. The only difference now is I'm gonna predict a little bit. I'm gonna say, you know what, I'm not happy to buy right here. I'm gonna buy a little bit later. Okay, however, I want a limit order in. So if it goes there and I'm not looking at my computer, get me in the trade, right? So now I do a little bit of analysis and I identify that, okay, we're gonna go to $102,000. Is where I think we're gonna go down before we go up again. So what I do now is I go to limit order, okay, which means it's not entering the trade right now, but it's putting money in an order book waiting. If it gets to that price and there's someone on the other side that will transact through. So now I'm ready to place the trade. I have a limit order set at 102,000. I have a stop loss at 101 and I have a take profit at 107. So what I do now is I select the amount, okay, that I want, 50% of the capital, and I enter the trade. Now what it does is it places a order. You see this open order section here. Limit order over here, and there is my money sitting and waiting for the position to be filled. If price goes down and it starts to fill, it will tell you if it's fully filled, the whole position's gone through. Sometimes price goes down, touches, then bounces up again and doesn't fill fully, okay? You'll either then add more in or just be patient for the rest to come down and fill. Right? If you want to cancel or change it at any point, you can click the cancel button, okay? And if you see here, if you ever put a, let's say the trade opens up and you have a stop loss take profit, you'll also find this section over here. And then you have more tools, trailing stop losses. These are things that you'll learn a little bit later on. For now, it is the basics. So you have your coins over here on the top, your tokens, your order book, your chart, you have your trading section over here, you have your modes, the opening and closing of trades, the buying and longing, your percentage meter, your take profit and stop loss, below your assets, and then you have the full position managing section over here. We can manage all your orders and manage all of your positions. Now you are ready for one or two great strategies. I'm about to show you two strategies, a little bit of charting, as well as the actual strategies when it comes to leverage. I'm going to show you one when it comes to isolated and one when it comes to cross, and show you the power of both. So let's jump into our first strategy. Now this strategy is a little bit more conservative and it's quite simple. This strategy you will use when you're just trying to trade one trade at a time. You are basically creating this little ladder that you want to climb to get to a financial goal, okay? And you've separated into a bunch of basic trades. You've basically said, okay, I want to turn $100 into $200 and I'm going to trade 3 trades to get there. Now again, if there's any stop losses in between, it might add 1 or 2 trades. But nonetheless, it is this very linear, simple way of I'm going to trade once, take profits, wait for the opportunity, trade again, and build my way to the size that I'm looking for. So when you have this type of strategy, you got to now first ask yourself, what mode am I going to use? If I'm only going to just get in for one single trade, okay, and I have liquidity sitting over there, like what's the simplest and safest mode to use? And this is isolated. So when it comes to these type of strategies, isolated is very powerful because it's just very simple. Okay, I want to take this amount of money, I want to trade this amount, I don't want anything else to be affected, okay, and this is the strategy. So let's jump in over here. Now, let's get a bit of an idea that you want to take a trade now and you just want to build your way up. You need to get 100% in total. So you've split it up that you need to make 3 to 4 of these 30% trades. So if you are looking to make a little bit bigger percentage, okay, and lower leverage, you want to be nice and conservative, you got to go to a little bit higher time frames. Now, higher time frames is zooming out and showing you more data. It's actually allowing trades to take a little bit more time to play out. Therefore, the percentages are bigger. So for something like this, the daily makes sense. The daily is a time frame that I would use to take trades. Okay, it takes a couple of days to play out. Okay, but it's giving you that nice momentum and size that you are looking for. Now let's look as an example of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is now getting ready to, let's say, break out this area over here. When it comes to these type of things and leverage itself, I like to use trend lines. Okay, trend lines are very powerful. And as we could see right now, Bitcoin is actually breaking out on a trend line. Therefore, this trade for me now is actually in a buy zone if I wanted to enter it. Now, the next thing that I look at is okay, my tools or my analysis is showing me that if I wanted to enter this over here, we should not come back into this trend line, and a nice stop loss is sitting around the $101,000 zone. My next tool, and again, there are multiple tools that you can learn to help you with take profit levels, but my tool is telling me that we're going to pump up to these areas of around the $130,000 to $135,000 range. Now, if we look at the percentage meter, it's around a 24% to the TP areas that I'm working out. Now I ask myself, how much leverage do I need to get there? Now again, I can go for the one trade. If it's the one trade, I can look at the leverage and be like, my risk is 5%. So to go at a 10x, I'm gonna risk 50% of my capital, okay? Let's look at something a little bit more conservative and look at entering around a 2x. A 2x would say, okay, I'm still risking below the 10% mark, okay? But that's what I'm risking, around 9 to 10%. And if we look at the take profits at 24%. Therefore, times 2, I'm looking close to a 48% profit, which means if I get this trade correct and do another one similar, I've reached my goal. So something like this now would work on isolated. I would go here and set this on a 2x over here. I would use something like a trend line break, okay, to make sure that we are breaking out at a certain area, and it's also helped me understand where my risk is going, okay? And this is where I would now set in my market price here. My stop loss, again, where did I put my stop loss? Inside of the trend, because if we're breaking out, we should not come back in. So that's a safe place. If it comes back in, it's a fake out. Means it's fake, it's gonna come down, right? Rather get me out at a minimal loss of 10% than going down too much more and me losing even more capital. So by doing this over here, now I know my take profit is at 101,815 to be exact. Okay, and then my take profit is sitting around the $133,000 zone over here. Okay, if you see price pushes up and it gets to around 125 and it's starting to slow down, you're more than welcome to obviously adjust your stop loss, your take profits, and take it a little bit earlier, or even manually exit the position. Okay, but now I'm happy with this. I only want to put 50% of my cash in. I'm on isolated, it won't affect the rest of the capital, and I can enter the trade. So this strategy is very simple. It's trade by trade, right? You're not changing the trade much. You're not adjusting your leverage. You've made up your mind to leverage your position size and you take the trade, right? So ultimately, you are then sitting with your position now over here and you still have cash and you're sitting on isolated. Now let's speak about taking another trade as well, right? Because this strategy is very simple. You can have multiple tokens running or one token at a time, but you are setting your leverage, you're taking the position, you're putting a stop loss and your take profit. Isolated is the best. You don't want anything to affect each other. So if we want to take another trade, as I got some more capital here, I choose Ethereum. I've worked out now that this is where I'd put my stop loss and my take profits. Okay, so let's click that in again. My stop loss will be at 2,360 and my take profit will be at the 2,850. Okay, and I can enter the position. Let's put a size amount over here and let's put the position in. This is a very simple strategy. If it's either one token or multiple tokens you play through, it is quite simple and nice and conservative. And I like to use this strategy when it comes to higher time frame trades, lower leverage positions, keeping it nice and simple. Now the next strategy is a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit more degen. And the way we call that is we trade with less capital, but we go a little bit more riskier. We start using leverage to our advantage once we know the trade is going in our favor. So guys, I've just given you a basic understanding of a good isolated strategy, right? A nice conservative, keep it simple. This one is a little bit different. This one, we are going to use the cross mode. Now, when I use this, it's when I'm a little bit more aggressive within the market and I'm trading with less capital. So remember, when it comes to leverage for me, either I can trade a little bit more size, okay, and less leverage, protect my risk, these type of things, or I could have $1,000, break it up into $20, $50 accounts, and I can trade a little bit more aggressively with the $50 once at a time. Now remember, when you choose the cross mode, let's jump in over here and change to the cross mode. Everything is merged together. So it does mean if you do this strategy, you need to make sure that any money you don't want affected, okay, must be outside of this wallet. Make sure that it's sitting in spot, in cash, just make sure it is not here. Because if this trade goes into a loss, and let's say you forgot a stop loss or something like that, you don't want this capital to be affected. The next thing on the strategy is one token. Because again, if you trade multiple trades, one trade can destroy the rest. Okay, so this is a nice, simple strategy of one token at a time. I'm gonna go a little bit more risky on this because I've given myself multiple lives. Now, where this strategy gets nice and powerful for me is I never take on a lot of risk in the beginning. However, when I see the trade is starting to play out in my favor and I see it is safe, that I can really understand that this thing is going in the right direction, I can actually take more risk in the trade once I'm in the trade, right? And I'll show you what that means. So if we go over here, and here is an example now of I want to trade Ethereum, okay? And I want to go short as an example. The first thing is I'm on cross, and I'm still looking to start leverage on a 2 or 3x. So if I look at a stop loss area over here, I get a nice idea that my risk, let's go over here, look at my risk. My risk is in the areas of a 1.5%. So I'm gonna start on a 2x, because then I'm risking around 3 to 4%. And I'm gonna look to enter this trade. So let's put in a nice stop loss and take profits. That is where my stop loss will go. And my take profit will go down in this area of $2,300. Okay, so you can see the risk to reward is nice. So what I do is I click on this, go market. I want to enter the trade now. For example, this trade is ready. Okay, and let's go 2,300 as my take profits. And my stop loss is 2,446. Remember with shorts, guys, your stop loss will be higher than the price that you're in at your entry, and your take profits will be lower, because you're predicting to go down, all right? So now that's in, and I say, okay, I am going to choose an amount on the meter, and I'm going to enter the short. Fantastic. Now I decide it's starting to play out, okay? And I decide, you know what? I'm gonna add the rest of the money into the position. So now all of a sudden, I'm sitting fully into the position, stop loss is in, take profits is in. Now what starts happening is I have an idea that price is going to go over here, and it starts to play out. Now it starts to break over here and starts pushing down. Now I have a choice. The first choice I have is I can move my stop loss down, take my stop loss and move it down. Therefore, I can go here to this position over here, and I can move the actual stop loss down and say, you know what? I want to move my stop loss down. Let's move it down. Let's move it down to 2,410. Okay, let's do the full amount. Update my stop loss. So what did I do? I just removed my risk. Okay, now I'm like, okay, maybe I want to add more to this position. I want to make it bigger. The problem is I'm out of money, right? If I look at this over here, I have no money in the account. So what you have the availability to do with cross is you can actually go and up the leverage once you are already inside of the trade. So I can now go from a 3x and I can go to a 4x, and what it will do is it will free up liquidity. You see how there was no money, and now they're giving me money. Why is this possible? The reason is when you had your collateral of $500, and you said, hey, can I have 3 times my money? They gave you 1,500 position size, right? So that you could use 3 times 500. But now all of a sudden you change it to a 4. That's not 1,500 position size anymore. That is a $2,000 position size. So that means that there's another $500 that you can actually use to make your position bigger. Now, if you look at this number over here, which is $131, you times that by 4, and you realize that's that $500 that they have just given you. So what that means is once you've removed risk, you actually have the ability now to go add to your position. The only time I ever add is when I have a stop loss in a good place, right? I've either removed risk or the stop loss is even in profits. Now I can take this capital and I can add it to the position. I can go over here and I can add it to the position. Now what it has done, guys, is your first short was here. Your second short was here. It's gonna average them out. If you shorted $1,500 over here and $500 here, it's gonna add them out and give you an average entry price. So you'll see your average entry price over here will shift slightly, okay, because it's taking the multiple ones, which means that if this trade starts playing out, and let's say you wanna hold it a little bit longer, it starts to come down here now, and you can put your stop loss here, you can then go and change the leverage to a 5x. And you can build the leverage up. So it teaches you to low risk in the beginning. Once the trade is correct and it's going in your favor, you can actually go and build your position faster. Now, the way I do it is a very simple rule, is I build twice and I take profits on the third push. So if it comes down and a push up and a build, then I'll up my leverage a little bit and add to the position. When it breaks, I'll do it again, and the last time I will get out. I know that compounding is a problem. A little bit of compounding is okay, but too much compounding is where it gets me burnt. So I do this for 2 steps, and then I take the profits. Again, you have TA. You have many different tools that can help you understand when to do this. Okay, if you have not done Sniper School yet, go do that school. It will help you with charting, right? You can see my shows, all these type of things that will help you with understanding the tools. But this is just another powerful strategy that if you don't want to go multiple coins or conservative, you can go more riskier. Again, this strategy, more lives, right? Look after yourself out there. But it is a very powerful tool that if you get a good streak going, you can grow your account incredibly fast.